Hold on. Like, give me a second.
How do you find the results from yesterday?
It's not easy in the app.
I can't even get to the app.
Taylor.
Coming in with the intro music.
Welcome, everybody, to the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. ROK Vegas has been underway for 2 full days of on-track action here in the parking lot just outside the Las Vegas Strip. And today we get the first round of racing sessions in. Qualifying wrapped up the end of Thursday afternoon to set the lineup here for the opening heat race on the weekend. Drivers are going to run 2 rounds of heat races today, 2 rounds of heat races more tomorrow, all 4 of them progressive in the format where they will start the next race based on where they finished the previous one. So qualifying only mattering heat number 1, and again, progressive in the name means that weekend is exactly that. It's a progressive weekend. As your weekend goes through, whether you had a bad day on Friday with qualifying or not, it's not really going to play a huge factor into whether you're going to line up at the front end or the back end of the grid on Sunday. You've got to race your way there and stay there here. VLR Jr. is down on the grid in one of the biggest turnouts it has seen over the class's inception in the last couple of years. My name's Andrew Clements. Here in the booth with me will be Emery Lida. Down on pit lane, Ron John Eversole, along with Alexander Searle. And in fact, our entire team will be floating all around the paddock, all around the grid and the scales, and we are so excited to be here talking to you from Las Vegas. It is the favorite part of the year, I feel like, for everybody in the sport, Emery.
Yeah, so it's Vegas time. We've waited all year for this. It's really been a while since we've seen this many fast starts in both of the VLR classes. We've got a really stacked ROK GP category as well as the pro shifters. I mean, this is going to be an exciting track. I think we're going to see a lot of good racing here, a lot of tweaks to the layout this year that have really kind of made the racing better. I talked to a number of people, and aside from a little bit of concerns about the offline being dirty, the rest of it, I mean, they think this layout, you can pass in almost every corner. With the progressive heats, there's a lot of chance to make up for bad qualifying efforts. I think we're about to see 4 straight good heat races between today and tomorrow.
As you can see on the grid, the drivers are getting set to go here for their first heat race, but we're still a few moments away. With that, we can give you a little bit of a look at the other angles around the racetrack and kind of take you for what is a pseudo lap here around the temporary circuit that has been built here at the Rio All-Suites Hotel and Casino. And again, like you said, with track progression, Emery, a lot of drivers were very impressed with how much rubber's laid down. Here's a look coming down the front straightaway. It's a full throttle last turn that sends you down the start-finish line straight into the tram lines there and underneath the start gantry down to turns 1 and 2. This is really kind of a double or triple apex sweeping opening corner that then drivers are only maybe brushing the brake, or in the case of the VLR and ROK GP classes, all the way to senior, I've heard it's basically full throttle. You'll come out of turn number 2 and then work your way down a short chute. This typically in years past is a full straightaway, but this year they've cut the backstretch in half. I mean, put a hairpin, turn number 3 right there, and you can see again with that shot a great look at the rubber. They come out of 3 through a dog leg in turn 4, and we think this could be one of the best passing zones on the racetrack, turn number 5, that infield 180, because you have that dog leg that sends you into it, the 180 hairpins, so they're sweeping out just as much as it's a heavy braking zone. And then it's a full throttle chicane coming out of turn 5. You have turn number 6 over here, a right-hand bend. All of this section, again, just kind of a nice and easy flow through 6. It bends back to the left there at turn number 7 and then sends into a long, very long, about 180 to almost 200 degree corner here in turn number 8. This corner as well, nearly full throttle or full throttle throttle, but very quickly you have to get back to the left-hand side coming out of it, and that's where you see how dark that rubber is getting as they're leaning on that outside tire, because this corner right here, turn number 9, a major passing zone in the single-speed classes. I'm interested to see how it'll work in the shifters, and you can see those rubber marks have gone all the way to the outside barriers, and they've even gotten kicked a little bit through the warm-up sessions. Out of turn 9, they head down the back straightaway there. You go to turns 10 and 11, that kind of right-left chicane, full throttle, very easy to straight line on through it, and then you'll set yourself up on the left-hand side of the racetrack for turn number 11 here, which is, again, another one of those 180-degree corners. Depending on how the racing shakes out and as the rubber gets laid down, we might see some good passing opportunities there in the gearbox classes. We know it'll be good in the shifters. And then coming out, the final chicane onto the front straightaway. This, again, a full-speed left and right-hand chicane that gets them going up to full song and upwards of 70, or in the ROK Pro shifter categories, 80 miles an hour down by turn number 1. And that's a lap here of what it looks like at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Like you said, Emery, the track's gotten a lot of praise. It is one of the most alternate layouts we have seen since coming to this parking lot for over the last 25 years. Really, in the last 5 to 10, we've seen a lot of similar designs and a lot of the same kind of track sections used. This is the only really comparison you can draw to any of those designs, is that hairpin right there, the Suites and Casino hairpin, if you will, turn number 12. That section kind of always stays the same because the parking lot narrows up. Besides that, this is a blank canvas racetrack, truly.
Yeah, I really think it comes down to what you're looking for as a track designer, and I really think they've prioritized the raceability of it. I think in years past we've seen maybe it was a little bit more technical in certain spots, more of the switchback sort of layouts, especially in this event, but now we're seeing more hairpins. I really like what they've done in splitting the back straightaway in 2. I think that's going to create, one, a passing zone into turn 3, and then also kind of makes it a unique section from the sweeping turn 8 all the way down to turn number 11. So I really am excited to see how this layout races. I think the one thing, like I said, the one thing that is a little bit concerning with some of the drivers I talked to was all flying being really dirty, but that's going to happen no matter what you do with the sprint race circuit. So I'm excited. I think it's about to be really good as we see the VLR Junior category about to get off the grid here.
Yeah, there's a great look at our pole man here. How about it for this young man from the West Coast here, representing it, the ruthless karting X-Spree of Nick Eggleston. Put it on the pole in qualifying, and the 824 will lead us to green. To the outside of him, a name that we've seen plenty of this year on that blue and chrome NAF Motorsports EOS kart will be Stephen Miller. Row 2 will have Nico Sarfati and Turner Brown. Row 3, Max Altman and Diego Ardiles. And on down to the rest of your top 10, you'll have Alexander Gonzalez and Jensen Burnett together, Eric Doan and Peyton Westcott. Keegan Kaminsky had a very scary crash earlier on in the weekend. He was able to rebound with a good qualifying on that GFC karting machine. He'll start on the inside of row 6. Alongside him will be Oliver Weldon. Back to row 7 will be Race Beckman and Archer Eversman. Row number 8 will be Christian Cameron and Isaac Malkin. Row 9, Massimo Valiente and Nathan Dupuis. And rounding off the top 20 there at the end of that will be a number of new drivers, but one we've seen quite a few times this year. Jackson Woolney caps off the 5th and final row. They'll get one full warm-up lap here as they begin to make their way around the racetrack, and then they'll head towards the back section. You can see as well, we do have Evel Knievel there on the barriers getting ready to go. Jason Burgess, our head flagman for the event. They'll also be using the start gantry lights, so you can see the white red there to let them know, of course, they're not going green this time. I believe they'll be utilizing those for the single speed starts. Obviously, we know they'll be using them for our gearbox starts as well. So let's get set to go here for the biggest class on the weekend, and a couple of other names that'll be starting further to the back of the grid. How about the likes, I believe, of Troy Adams was slated to start there P last, but he has not crossed the timing loop as of yet, neither has Everett Toprak, so he might be down 2. We were 48 on the original entry list, a massive grid of VLR juniors.
Yeah, and how about a couple of those names going from deep in the field? The junior debut from Michael McGoy, see what he can do there. Borders Rifling, Borders Machine, as well as that Ty Fisher. Amelia, we've seen a lot of pace on in the second half of the season. So throughout the VLR junior category, there's a lot of fast drivers, and a lot of them are going to have to make some passes here on this new layout.
Nick Eggleston here has got the field together, and we'll see. Everyone's nerves are ready right now, and this will be about as packed as the fence line may get for a pro category, because nobody knows what this layout's going to race like. What will the opening section of the racetrack look like? Will they all play nice? And this is, again, a big stress test There's your race director, Chuck Yoder, letting them know, keep it nice and slow, boys and girls. Let's get you into those tram lines. Let's wait on the power as long as we can to keep the speeds nice and safe. For the first race of ROK Vegas' weekend in 2023, we are green underway, and wow, do we have contact already. Turner Brown turned in front of the field, and a few more are going to collect and slam into the outside wall in turn number 2. But that's a big bad break there for Turner Brown on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He's out here from the second row, and there's more contact. Big crash over in turn number 3. There are 2 drivers stuck together and on top of each other. One of the Rawls and Performance Group Cosmics and one of the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Breeze collected along with one more. As your leaders exit onto the backstretch here, they'll head back towards turn number 12. My goodness, what a wild opening lap. What a great start for the outside lane from Stephen Miller to go from second to the lead over Nick Eggleston in turn 1.
Yeah, it's a contrast of fortunes there for your front 2 rows on the outside. Stephen Miller in P1, Turner Brown in P last. So a lot of chaos there on the opening lap. We'll see just how it all shuffled out there. You see 3 karts at the front kind of a little bit of a gap down to the rest of the field, but how about it for Stephen Miller for his National Motorsports entry? He has a 9/10 of a second gap at the start, and you can see a lot of karts kind of forming up behind him, but a good start from Miller. Turner Brown, though, going to have a lot of work to do in the next 3 heats.
Let's take a look at them coming through the infield section here. Beyond Turner Brown, you got Nick Eggleston there, of course, Nico Sarfati. What a great start for this young kid here. Nico Sarfati on that black and white GFC machine. Up to third on the bumper, and then behind him again, Altman right there, Diego Ardiles, like you said, a good start. They're all kind of playing nice now that we've gotten through the chaos opening. What's most interesting to me, though, here for a class that is so draft dependent and we're so used to seeing pack racing going on, they have not been able to track down Stephen Miller. He pulled away a little bit that time. Here's a pass further back. That's going to be on Sarfati for the 3rd spot. Down the inside and clear is Max Altman. And Sarfati's going to lose another one as Diego Ardiles gets through there on the inside of turn number 5.
Yeah, nice over-under there from Ardiles. He kind of set him up on the exit of the corner, but I really think, this is going to be a good testament to just how draft-dependent this class is. Like you mentioned, Miller was able to get out.
Oh!
We see Oliver Weldon on the inside. That was a move.
Man.
That's the kind of elbows-out move you got to make here in Vegas, but, we'll see how they track down Miller that last time through. Nick Eggleston able to close up 3/10, so they're catching him. You can see now only about a kart length in hand. He's dropped the rest of the field as they continue for another lap.
Yeah, Eggleston looking good. That was a big lap from Nick's, a 46.39 to a 46.78 by Stephen Miller. So big time gain for Nick Eggleston as there's a pass for third. Diego Ardiles gets through, and he moves up into the 3rd spot and takes over that kind of second pack that has now fallen a little bit over a second away from the top 2. These races are relatively short, 8 minutes plus 2 laps here. Not a ton of time to make up a lot of ground, a lot of opportunities to lose it. Still as Ardiles there nearly tagged the wall, and oh wow, more contact as they went through the chicane. This has been a super chaotic opening, and it's still going on. One of the Nash Motorsports karts just went around there in the infield. That is going to be the 814 of Alexander Gonzalez, went up and over and pirouetted in the front. And man, has that pack just been wild. How about it though for Oliver Weldon? He's up into the top 5 now on the JC Karting Hot Wheels Gamebridge LN kart.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon started outside the top 10, and we saw with all the chaos, he was able to work his way up. Ardiles, they're hitting the barrier on the exit of turn 9, really kind of opened up that whole pack, and we're seeing even more chaos over the course of the last couple of laps. But at the front, Nick Eggleston has closed in on Stephen Miller. He is right there. Got a kart upside down there.
Flipped over. One of the Orsilon Racing Tony karts. Out driver looks to be up and okay. We go back up front though. Here's a look through the top 10 as they run. You've got the top 2 that are gone. That's 3rd and 4th on your screen. Back to 5th with Oliver Weldon. Here come the leaders, Stephen Miller, Nick Eggleston, still a little bit less than halfway, and a lot of this race has been under yellow. Look how much, man, they really pushed the barriers in on the infield at turn number 2 for a track that seemed to get a lot of praise here. The juniors have not given any love to each other or the circuit. These barriers have been abused already here, and we're only 4 minutes into the weekend, Emery.
Yeah, we still got 30 more minutes of heat racing to go. This is going to be a class that's interesting to watch as Eggleston takes a wider line there. Really the attrition in this race, you're talking about half of the top 10 it feels like has crashed out. So a lot of interesting names going up through the field, but at the front, it's the 2 guys that qualified on the front row that still have that 1.4 second gap. Once you got it composed, Ardiles does a good job kind of maintaining that gap, but he's going to need a lot more to catch up.
Yeah, he'll need a good bit of what's not happening, unfortunately, for him right now. Is oh no, problems for Stephen Miller, way off. He'll tag the wall in turn number 2, and that is again another big aspect of this temporary circuit racing. Is that when the track gets dirty, the leader's the first guy to get through it, whether they're picking up, hitting parts of the barriers and parts of karts coming off, or just moving that dust and marbling around that comes off the tires. Stephen Miller, right on screen there, was first through the line and went all the way out to the wall and just barely kissed it. And there as well, a good pass while we were finishing that thought up of Oliver Weldon getting by on Keegan Kaminsky. So move Oliver now up to 4th, but talk about a big blow to Stephen Miller, hitting his confidence probably to go through, because again, turn 1, it's flat out for these guys and girls, but it is on the limit as we see a pass further back. That's one of the Speed Sense Motorsports machines going by. I believe that was Eric Doan on the inside of Perrington Westcott. That was for 6th here as the field comes out of turn number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to a point where you go wide and you just suddenly can't recover it because the track gets dirtier and dirtier. You've already got dirt on the racing line there. Miller got caught out. It's going to take him a lap or so to overcome it. He might have damaged the rear axle a little bit, not exactly sure. But certainly in any case, Nick Eccleston able to get back to the race lead, and he brings really a whole pack of karts behind him to kind of swarm Stephen Miller. And now for Diego Ardiaz, this is your chance. You know you might not be able to get up to Eccleston, but a P2 in the heat race after kind of hitting the barrier, getting a little bit of carnage in the first lap would be a really good start for the RPG driver.
Yeah, that'd be mega here. He's looking good. That time by picked up 3.5 tenths on the race leader with still a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. Miller recovered and no blow to the confidence at all. He just reset fast time there at a 45.943. So he picks up some ground as the yellow flags wave through the infield section. Again, a number of drivers out here early in this one, or at least collected an incidents out of the 48 on the list. Only 43 made it through the opening corner. It also then the first opening couple laps claimed the likes of Jackson Wolin, Mayor DeHonor, and Michael McGoy, Max Altman out as well. So we're down to just, I believe, 38 still running, if it is that. Actually might be down to 36 with a few more we've lost last time by, but just under a minute plus 2 laps to go as they head through turn number 2. Eggleston coming under pressure more and more so by Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller. If they can arrive on the scene there, they're not far from Nix, and up the road from Nix Eggleston. I believe that is that lap traffic just up the road from our race leader here as they come to the infield. Indeed, lap traffic just in the way. Hopefully they'll get off the racetrack before the leaders get there, but as they head down the backstretch, the lap traffic, that's one of the Racing Edge Motorsports pink and purple and white Cosmics, and there is your leaders there, the black and orange car. That's actually the race leader, one of the lap cars that got collected in an incident earlier in front. He'll bail, go into the scale line, and we're down now to 3 laps to go. 10 seconds plus 2 laps here. Here comes Diego Ardiles with a purple lap, Emery.
Yeah, the damage is already done for Nick Eccleston. Diego Ardiles to the inside, gonna make the move, confident there. No switchback opportunity. Move Diego Ardiles to the lead. He immediately goes defensive. There's 3 laps to go. These guys are gonna fight it out from here. Stephen Miller looks to the outside coming into turn number 6 and 7.
Yeah, Miller's still pressuring. Nick Eggleston now gets to be second, and this race again, the leader not able to break away. Eggleston there defending. I figured he might have tried to send it on race leader Diego Ardiles. He does not. Here comes Miller though, big run, looking, oh whoa, a little contact there, and Oliver Weldon following through as well. Miller's gonna get the 2nd spot, Eggleston back to 3rd, and we're coming to 2 to go. So it's Diego Ardiles on the pink and purple, Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, then Stephen Miller, then Nick Eggleston, then Oliver Weldon, who is at a good charge up the grid as they head down into turn number 3 here this time.
Yeah, if you're Nick Eccleston's gotta be composed here. You just lost 2 spots in 1 lap. Kind of got booted out of the way there by Stephen Miller. You got to realize there's 4 heats. Finishing 2nd or 3rd with the amount of attrition we've seen is not a bad result. So kind of got to put the feelings aside, maybe push Miller a little bit here on these last couple of laps, but certainly this pack is going to come back together. Ardiles not able to really pull away enough. He might be enough to not have to defend on this lap, but certainly they're going to get here by the end of the next lap.
Yeah, it'll be close here, and again, it just depends. Was there any more carnage in the back of the field? Looks like there might have been, as there was 1 kart slow and coming on the front straightaway. So does Diego Ardiles suffer the same fate as Stephen Miller, with the track being a little dirty and him the first one to it? He looks good through turn 2. Miller is closing, and what a recovery drive to go from hitting the wall to getting back up to potentially the race lead as they head out of turn 4 here on this final lap. Big quick lap there from Eggleston last time by, pushing Miller forward. this will get tight. Half a lap to go here, Emery.
Yeah, Miller going to get all the way up to the rear bumper of Ardias. We'll see Ardias kind of senses him there, goes defensive. That's going to open up the crossover as Ardias goes wide, but Steven Miller not able to get there. And as they come down to the last couple of corners here, you can see Diego looks like he's going to be able to hang on here. One more massive braking zone as they come into the final few corners. You can see Diego Ardias really comfortable there. He's going to get the black and checkered. He'll win heat number 1 here in VLR Junior.
And no surprise about the black and checkers coming out in that one. Diego Ardiles hangs on over Steven Miller, Nick Eggleston, Oliver Weldon, Eric Doan. The black and checkers, of course, letting them know penalties are coming. The results are unofficial. No surprising outcome out of that at all, because that was a very, very hectic opening heat for the VLR Junior drivers. But again, for such an unfamiliar racetrack to so many, and for the amount of rubber that got laid down, and just really the layer of dust, at least from Wednesday, a lot of the feedback was we don't have a lot of marbling happening in terms of all the extra bits and pieces of the rubber that of the tire that comes off and goes to the wayside, but it's just dirty offline. So going a little bit wide there, getting all of the sand and everything from the Las Vegas desert here on the lot on your tires loses the grip. There's a look at your top 12 by the end of it all. Eric Doan with a good recovery on the Speed Sense Motorsports machine and on back through the rest of the field. A shout out to Tyrone Kemper Jr. He had his first period class tuning in for this heat race. He drives up a handful of spots in his first junior VLR session on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Gage Korn right there rounding the top 20. And now as we go further back, we'll see a lot more of the drivers that had some issues here in this one, especially from past 36. We started with 46, I believe, or 45. We did not finish with all of them. A lot of chaos there as the rest of the pack was going through on the results sheet. And again, Turner Brown, one of the first casualties of the weekend here. It's gambling in Las Vegas, and sometimes you end up up and sometimes you end up down, and it'll go just like that. So hopefully the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver can recover, but it's hard because you get all amped up for that first race of the weekend, and boom, a shot to the gut right off the bat.
Well, it's like you see one guy hit the jackpot in turn 1 and row 1. One guy goes completely broke in row 2. So Turner Brown, we'll see how it evens out. But again, with progressive heats, that is a massive blow. The worst possible result really to have, because now you start heat 2 in 48.
Right.
And you only have 8 minutes.
Right.
And you're not going to recover back to where you started for the rest of the 3 heats. So, I mean, you hate to see it, because if you're Turner Brown, like, it's one of those things where you did all the work in qualifying. You really were fast all weekend. You've been fast all year. And now suddenly you're on the back foot. Starting top 20 in the final would be a good outcome for him. And so it's hard. It can be really demoralizing as a driver to have that kind of result happen, but certainly Turner Brown's going to have a lot to do. And again, we'll see how the penalties stack up too, because I mean, the front 10 in the first few laps of that race was totally chaotic. And I think we're going to see a lot of guys having to go through the field, whether it be through penalties or through the crashes that we saw early in the race.
Well, one guy that was on the fence line to watch a little bit of that chaos and is getting ready to roll off is our pole man in the first of the 2 headline categories. Alexander Searle is down on the grid with Mateus Morgado. Alex?
Thanks. Thank you, Xander. Mateus, I mean, first and foremost, starting off where you left off over at the ROK Tour in Orlando with a dominating performance. Once again, pole position here at the Rio. What is it about this ROK package that makes you and the PSL team so strong?
Well, it's really, really good for me coming after winning the Winter Tour, coming to the ROK Vegas race, being the pole seater, really helps to start off the week. Yeah, the material works so good together. AM engines with PSL team, the Bureau Art chassis is everything so good. And I think we were the fastest on quali yesterday, but the race will be everyone so close. So let's hope for all the good.
Yeah, and you and I watched a bit of that VLR Junior race together. I mean, where is your head at after seeing all the carnage?
Well, it's not the race we wanted to be seeing. We see many crashes, but at the end on tracks like these, barriers, it's really dangerous for some drivers sometimes. You miss a bit the corner, you get the dirt, you end up in the wall. So we've seen a lot of this, and I hope for me can be all good. I'm usually really focused on these things, so yeah.
All right, good luck, Mateus, later on today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go from PSL Karting's leading man in Pro Rock GP. The Brazilian and former world champion Matheus Morgado got the pole by just 0.04 of a second over the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart of Blake Nash yesterday. The two of them another 10th back to the rest of the field. We've now moved up into the headline semi-pro category, the VLR senior division, where you'll see a couple of names pulling double duty this weekend. One of them is one of the last drivers to sit down in that cart, rolling off in the 6th spot. That's that purple and pink Cosmic of Nate Cicero, who's doubled up this week. He's hopefully going to be back in the cart quite a bit. A late deal kind of coming together at the end of this year to be kind of the new point guy in 100cc classes for Rawls and Performance Group. Cool to have him back.
Yeah, I was talking to him when I was running USPcast a couple weekends ago in KA, and it was one of the things he was talking about. He was like, yeah, like I'm excited to do the 125cc stuff, but really it's the 100cc where RPG has decided he's their guy, and he's been helping a lot with their development. We saw him coaching really pretty much through the entire month of September and October, whether it be at Cincinnati or at GoPro. And I mean, he's done a lot of work there. I think it's something that they've needed. And in the VLR senior category, I mean, that's where the guys like RPG bring in some development. And this is where really you could see that. And Cicero, he's had a lot of success at the national level on the 125 platform. Getting a chance to kind of lay back a little bit here in 100cc, it seems to be going well for him so far. He's had pace really since he got back in the cars, and I'm excited to see what he can do this weekend.
He was second in morning warm-up behind one kid who has been very impressive this weekend, and that is Nash Motorsports' own Ryan Persing, quickest in the morning session here. He's also had a good weekend to this point with a great qualifying effort to join rookie Steven Iser on the front row. The Speed Sense Motorsports white, orange, and black X-Spree kart of Steven Iser will lead us to green here in VLR Senior. And for a rookie to lead the field of green in Vegas on an unknown racetrack, and after seeing how the pole man kind of got bullied in that race and how crazy that race was, I'd be a little bit nervous if I was in his shoes right now, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. And Steven Iser, I mean, how about him? It was kind of a bit of a last-minute funding deal to get him together. A lot of good work that went into him. We've seen his first year in senior, maybe he hasn't been quite as good as what he was hoping for. I mean, he had a lot of success last year in junior, both at this event and Supernats as well. And I mean, this has been him showing off. I mean, the stacked field, you've got guys like Chase Hand back there. You've got Josh Campbell. I mean, a lot of good drivers in VLR Senior. So for him to start on pole, it's nerve-wracking. I'm sure that he's feeling the nerves on the grid, knowing what just happened to turn around on the first corner and knowing some of the carnage that goes along with it. But, I mean, really good showing for him yesterday, and he'll have a lot to look forward to over the course of these 4 heats.
Yeah, and in general, a great couple of front rows for the West Coast Cats. Again, you've got, of course, Iser and Persing coming out of California. Dustin Salaveria is a name we don't normally see running a ton of major races, but another West Coast-based driver. He rolls off third on that black and orange Sodi kart, and, of course, Chase Hand as well. This year, linking up with GFC. We've seen him in years past with Rawls and Performance Group. He was kind of the understudy in the junior program for many years, then into senior, and now kind of becoming GFC's .100cc driver. So he'll start on the outside of that second row. Liam Lech there, his teammate, rolls off on the inside of row 3 right there. So a 4-5 punch for the GFC karting boys. Then Nate Cicero, as we mentioned there, rolls off in the 6th spot. Of course, Parker DeLong, another late entry here to the weekend. Got up with him and his father here this week. Of course, he's been running a ton of the Trans Am Series presented by Jim Weed this season, the TA2 division that's seen a number of young rising stars come through that category over the last couple of years especially. And Parker and his dad here, a privateer effort for the two of them. Normally we've seen them with the Ryan Perry Motorsport link and a handful of other programs over the years. That's a former national champion, the mini classes, and a race winner in junior as well for Parker DeLong and his dad here. The goal is to see how close they can get to all of these high-level race teams working as a father-son duo this weekend and having a ton of fun. They're running a number of classes, kicking it off here with VLR Senior. To his outside there on row number 4, of course, Josh Campbell. A great 2023. He's had, I feel like, probably a lot of hot and cold and spurts of potential or good runs here and there in 2022 and even in 2021. But this year, Josh Campbell, more weekends than not, he is a factor in any division that he's been in. The OKN Stars class he's been up front in, and of course in 100cc competition, podiums. That big race win's coming there for the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're taking another step up this weekend. Only the 3rd time, I believe, that he's doing double duty in both the 100cc and the 125. I talked to him on the grid this morning. A little bit less optimistic about the 125cc. It was kind of more of like a get through the weekend type of deal, just learn from it. But in the 100cc, I mean, he feels like he lost out on a chance at a possible championship at USPCS. he's had, like you mentioned, so much consistency this year. It's like any weekend you're going to find Josh Campbell in the top 10. This weekend's no different. I think he's got a good chance, and he's got really more race experience, I think, at the front this year than really any of these guys that are in the top 10. So I think that might be an advantage, of just having that familiarity at the 100cc level. I mean, Chase Hand has been up front before, but he's kind of been on a wider karting mode this year. Cicero, like we mentioned, kind of just got back in the scene in September. So they're all guys that have experience, but there is an advantage to Josh Campbell and also Jesus Vasquez starting right behind him. Both of them having a lot of experience at the national level up at the front this year.
And let's go back from them to another kid there, of course, to the outside of row 5. On the inside's Christopher Martin. On the outside, Jesus Vasquez Jr. there on that Nash Motorsports EOS card. He has also had a very solid rookie campaign here with a kind of cherry-picked, dotting races here and where they can. But here in Vegas, a top 10 starting spot in VLR Senior, and he's been a driver to watch when he's been able to make it to the national scene. He's got regional wins over in Texas this year, and he's been a big-time contender in most of his starts, even with more of a kind of hit-or-miss schedule on the season. Back beyond the top 10 there, you have Laurentiu Mardan, the Masters driver, qualifying 11th in VLR Senior. I don't know if we'll see him in all the sessions. I'd imagine if it all of a sudden got a little too crazy with the young guns, he might just park it and focus on his master ride. But that's cool to see Larry getting out there because, he's made the VLR Master race a little boring over the years.
Yeah, I mean, Laurentiu Mardan, I believe this is his first full-time national senior race in quite some time. I remember back to like 2020 or so. It was the last time we've seen him in a senior field going full-time. We'll see if he follows through with it the whole weekend, but I mean, he's put it on the front. Like, he's been top 15 just about every session. Looks really good. I don't know how the racecraft's going to go unfold. It's a bit different going from really having 5 or 6 fast guys in Masters to suddenly a 40 kart in VLR or KA field. So I mean, if you're Laurentiu Mardan, this will be interesting to watch how he goes. And how about alongside him as well, Gracian Redzian, kind of his understudy in a sense. And we saw a lot of development for him over the winter series or winter tour. And I mean, it's carried through here to Vegas. He starts on the outside in 12th as well. So they're both going to be interesting to watch, as well as Chase Jones aboard the MPG factory ride. We'll see what he could do last year's winter, starting all the way down in 13th. So a lot of work to do here in the heat races.
And there's another MPG Motorsports Kart Republic that'll be starting tail end Charlie. What about a story of this? I don't think this has happened in my memory ever. A driver moving up mid-weekend after a failure. Austin Olds, who is on his final run of his junior career, was slated to just run the 2 Vegas events here, ROK Vegas and Supernats in junior, and then fully commit to moving up into the senior ranks in 2024. Well, Austin, on that red and white MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, blew up his engine in VLR Junior yesterday. So at that point, already on the back foot, nothing to lose. How about let's double down and move up into the senior category? So rolling off all the way down in 38 will be Austin Olds here in this 39 driver VLR senior grade. You see a number of names also further back outside the top 10. How about Oliver Calvo, former 100cc national race winner, nearly a Supernats winner back in the day in the mini category. He rolls off on row 8. Vegas specialist for sure. Oliver Calvo in a one-off ride here this weekend. Wes Duchak has had some good runs this year in 100cc competition. He's on that DR card alongside Camden Remains. They're back on row number 9. And one interesting point here as you look down through this field is I believe Harley Keeble was slated to do double duty here this
Not doing it.
Oh, not double duty this weekend? Okay, so Keeble and Just GP, my mistake there. But at least for the Sodi camp, they've got Dustin Salaveria all the way at the front. But further back, the rest of the grid coming together here through 38, I believe, made it off the grid, off the 39 driver entry list. We'll confirm that at the end of the opening lap. But nonetheless, a young talent, front row, Ryan Persing on the outside, rookie Steven Iser on the inside in the Speed Sense Motorsports machine. Let's see if the VLR seniors can play a little bit nicer there as we see Oliver Calvo to the tail end of the field with an engine change as well. So keep your eye on that yellow helmet there, back of the screen alongside Austin Olds. They'll start tail end, headed through the final corner. Meanwhile, the leaders have the front of the grid together. VLR Senior, heat number 1, coming into the tram lanes as there's race director Chuck Yoder. You can see Ryan Persing signaling, hey guys, get off my bumper, we gotta wait. Now we're on the power, and we're green down to turn 1. Great jump for Steven Iser and Dustin Salaveria on the inside. They'll get to first and second And this time, a much cleaner start through 1 and 2. Will it get gnarly here in turn 3? They're going to stack them and pack them 3 deep about there through, and there goes a couple. 3 cars collected there, 2 stuck together. But up front, a great jump for Steven Isert. He leads through the S's as a little more barrier contact happens further back. Santamaria, Chase Hand there in the black and white GFC, and Nate Cicero, a good start there in 4th there on the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, good start there for Cicero, kind of overcoming a bad start from the outside. He's going to make contact with his former teammate in Chase Hand down in the short chute, and you can see already there goes Ryan Persing to the inside, picking up one of the spots that he left. So a good start there for Isert on the front row. Really a clean start all the way through the field. Spread out pretty nicely, a lot better than what we saw in VLR Junior.
Much better. There's Chase Jones leading that next group. He's up already to the 8th spot. Great start for him from 13th. Up front, new leader, Dustin Santamaria to the inside in turn 3 on Steven Isert there, and he'll take over the spot of the top 2. That'll back them up a little bit to that second pack, and you can see the barrier got pushed out from some contact there on the opening circuit. But at least the majority of the grid survived the first lap, which we couldn't say about the young guns in junior. This class here, of course, 15 years of age and older, the headline category for 100cc, right on the beginning of that pro track into the 125 GP class and the pro ROK shifter. So coming out of the left and right chicane, we'll head down the front straightaway. 1 lap complete. Dustin Santamaria leads. Let's go side by side down to Ron John on pit lane.
I thank you, Xander, down here with our second place spinner, the VLR Juniors. It's Stephen Miller. Stephen, tell us about your race.
It went pretty well. I got the start I wanted. A little bit towards more to the ends of the race. I had a little bit of contact with the wall. I went back to 5th, and we had a good recovery at the end. We ended up catching the leaders and getting P2.
All right, I was talking to you a little bit about the track, and you were telling me that turn 1 seems to be the calamity corner for you.
Yeah, for sure, because if anyone hits the wall is out of alignment, and you can hit it at any time, and there's a lot of dirt to that corner, too.
No doubt about it. Well, I know second's position wasn't the position you'd like, but nonetheless, it's still progressive racing here. Of course, give a shout out to all the people you want to talk about.
I'd love to thank Nash Motorsports, my sponsor, Sunprint, and P1 Motors.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations, Stephen. Second place so far.
Thank you, Ron John. Let's go back to the action here as the field heads to turn number 4 right now, or turn 5. Lots of passing further back here in this group. Josh Campbell there in the mix of it. Liam Letch, Chase Jones, a ton of them throwing haymakers at each other while the leaders have scooted away a little bit further. You see Ryan Persing leads in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, and then there's passing all the way back as they're into the wall. Side by side, Jesus Vasquez Jr. sent a dive bomb on the inside of one of the PK Sports Sodis, and they're both going to lose. Wes Duchak with a heads-up move there on the black and red DR Kart. He'll pick up a couple, and as they head back onto the front straightaway, that split them way back from the lead group. So we're finally a little bit safe up front. Santamaria leads over Chase Hand, who now wants to take that lead away. The GFC karting boys to the front here with Chase Hand over turn 4. Here's that group further back, battling at side by side again, all the way in to that second and third hairpin on the circuit.
Yeah, that was Lydia Small there getting kind of hip checked a bit by Jesus Vasquez Jr. So, I mean, good to see her. She moved up 13 spots, I believe, up to 10th, and then now lost a few more, shuffle back into 15th. So, unfortunate, but this whole second group is a big hornet's nest from 3rd and Steven Isert all the way back to really about 17th is all in one big line. But at the front, Chase Hand making his moves. We see Ryan Persing to 3rd. He wants to lead that second group, and they've got a long way to go to catch up to Chase Hand and company here at the front.
The good news for them with at least the pass, the gap went from 1.7 seconds down to 1.5, so they're a little bit closer here, but not a lot of time left. Again, we're just around that halfway mark here, 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Up front, still Chase Hand leading Dustin Santamaria, Persing there, Isert. Then right behind is Parker DeLong, I believe they're in the 5th spot, or make it actually up, in 5th there on the Ruthless Karting livery for Parker DeLong. Then Nate Cicero there in the 6th position, and then further back down you have Josh Campbell, Chase Jones, and more through the rest of your top 10. What's the gap from 2nd to 3rd this time? Does it come down a little bit? Persing picks up 100th, but he was quick that time. A good lap for Ryan Persing.
Yeah, maybe not enough to catch them. I think there's a little bit too much time, they're a little bit too spread out, but certainly Persing has shown good pace, as has the rest of the second group. They're all so close to VLR. I mean, you look down and really everyone in the top 10 is capable of doing 46 flat, 46-1. And so when you get spread out like this, it's just so hard to make up those gaps. So a good start from Ryan Person to kind of offset some of the poor run that he got in the outside at the opening couple laps. But this whole group has got a lot of work to do as Eisert continues to be patient with them and down through the rest of the room. And Parker DeLong went purple last time. He's kind of stayed steady there in 5th. We'll see if he tries to make a move. Cicero's there, got Josh Campbell back there. So a lot of fast drivers that are running equal pace, but they're just kind of running out of time to catch the front two, because Hand and Soliveria continue to be patient with one another. There you see a move. Parker DeLong looking to the inside for 4th. Not going to make it happen on Eisert. He's going to try again. Now going to have to go defensive there. Cicero tries to cross him over, and they pack up from 5th on back.
Yeah, so Parker DeLong, fast lap last time. This time that honor goes to Christopher Martin as they continue to get better and this track gets rubbered in. Good pass down the inside for Liam Lech on Nate Cicero. He'll drop back another spot, so Lech further back. Let's give you a little update on the drivers that we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, starting from the tail end of the field. Oliver Calvo and Austin Olds. Calvo kind of got collected in a bit of an incident, I believe, so he's still pretty far back in the 31st spot. Austin Olds has picked up about 15. He's up to 24th and digging for more here with the opening laps underway. There's Josh Campbell with a move on Cicero. Chase Jones down the inside. A few more passes here in turn number 3. There's a move by the 922 machine of Gino Sandoval. That was on Rodrigo Gonzalez. So Gino Sandoval on the Sodi Kart there leading this midfield fight. But Persing last time by a 45.862 for Ryan Persing. He is digging towards the top 2 leaders. You can see how much he's closing in on that Nash Motorsports machine. Dustin Salaveria is not home free to a 2nd place result yet with a minute plus 2 laps to go. 3rd place is on the move. He'll get a big toe down the front straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like Salaveria maybe went a little bit high on tire pressures. He's lost a few tenths these last couple of laps, 2 tenths more that time to Chase Hand. So Hand getting a little bit of separation, and with Persing catching, I don't know if he's going to be able to clear Salaveria in time to be able to get up to Hand as well, but certainly Ryan Persing has turned up the wick these last couple of laps of 45.7, closed in 4 tenths of a second. He's kind of dropped Eisert and DeLong a little bit, so really showing the pace there more than National Motorsports entry. So Ryan Persing closing up. He's within a cart length now of Dustin Salaveria, trying to maybe make a move, but he's a little bit too far back into that hairpin, so it's only a matter of time, I think, before Persing finds his way through.
Let's see, down the front straightaway now. They're going to get 3 laps to go. Salaveria taps his helmet for help. I don't think he's going to get it from Ryan Persing. Persing already nose and low out of 2 into 3. Not going to go there. Ryan Persing, Dustin Salaveria last time by. They did close a tick to the race leader, but not by much. Chase Hand's lead continuing at about 8 tenths of a second. Persing fading a little back now through the infield. When is he going to make that move there for 2nd? Does he want it? Because also, again, with the heats progressive and how good that inside line was in the opening heat race, it's not a bad call to maybe just wait there in 3rd and finish this heat out, getting the inside, because, again, Persing started on the front row in 2nd. He knows what it would be like to go back to the outside of that front row. He fell all the way back to 5th by the end of the opening lap. So maybe you ride 3rd here. Maybe you just sit where you're at and you take your losses. 1 spot loss on the results for the points, but a much safer starting spot for that 2nd heat race.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a discussion. I think with how we saw Stephen Miller start on the outside, it might not be as simple as it seems. And also, you don't want to risk losing a heat win because someone else got penalized. Like, for all you know, Chase Hand could come out 1 pound light. He might have made contact on the opening lap. You never really know with these sorts of things. So I don't know. As a driver, I never wanted to leave a spot on the table, even if it felt like the smart move to make from the gamesmanship standpoint. But I don't know. I mean, this clearly seems to be what he's planning on doing, because he has not tried to make a move. It's not like they're making enough inroads to have any sort of impact. So we'll see if Persing makes a move or not, but I would say right now he's trying to play for that 3rd spot.
That's what it looks like. They did make up ground on Chase Hand. He's down to only half a second out front. He should still be safe here as we enter the final lap through turn number 3. Behind them as well, 4th and 5th have picked up the pace. Steven Eisert and Parker DeLong pulled away from the midfield. They're almost into frame there on the Speed Sense Motorsports machine for Eisert from the pole back to 4th. That's still a solid heat race result. Again, thinking of where you start for heat 2 and just collecting good points. You just want to be averaging in the top 5, in the top 10 at least, to have a good starting spot for that 18 minutes plus 2 lap main. Salaveria into the hairpin there, looked back, even offered, I think, the spot almost to Persing if he wanted it, but he didn't take it. Chase Hand, on the other hand, what a great race. Chase Hand, your opening heat winner. here in VLR Senior. And behind him, Salamaria, Ryan Persing, Isert DeLong, Liam Lech ends up 6th, Campbell 7th, Nate Cicero 8th, Chase Jones 9th, Christopher Martin 10th, and then Grayson Redzin in 11th. Laurentiu Mardan, an okay opening heat race. He was right in the middle of the Hornets' nest there. He ends up 14th there in the 930, so not bad for Larry. Chalk one up for the old guys to be able to run up in the front, but how about it for this kid here? Chase Hand, your Heat 1 winner in VLR Senior as they begin to make their way towards the scales.
Yeah, one thing that was really impressive to me is just how consistent Chase Hand is at leading. And I think it's something we saw in the junior days when he's out front and he can just kind of focus in. He's so consistent. And around a track like this, that's hard to do because there's dirt on the track coming in, there's tight barriers. Like, there's a lot of guys that would struggle in his position. So for Chase Hand to stay consistent, he did lose a little bit the last couple laps, but consistently running a pace that made it hard for him to be run down. That was an impressive start for the weekend. And with the progressive heats, he gets to start on pole, he gets to control the race for the next one. And that's a big advantage here as we look down the rest of the order. Oliver Calvo getting caught up in some mess on the opening couple of laps from the back of the grid. Lydia Small had an incident on the last lap. She drops down to 27th. Good start for Austin Olds. He finished 21st. So goes through half the grid, got half of it to come, and now he can start on the inside in a good spot going through for the rest of the, for heat number 2.
So 2 of the bigger classes all wrapped up here in the morning for their sessions. They'll have the lunch break and then go back for another rotation of heats tomorrow, or this afternoon, and then 2 full heats tomorrow as well. We're live again from the Rio All-Suites Hotel and Casino, and let's go down for some more little bit of chatter. Alexander Searle, take it away here on Pit Lane.
Thank you, Xander, here with Frankie Mossman. Frankie, I mean, you haven't been in the Kart in a few, right? I mean, these guys, a lot of the guys in your class got USPKS under their belt. You haven't driven since Rotax, right? Now you're in a ROK package, still put at P3. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I feel definitely really good. I mean, I'm 100% with the best team for GP, and I feel really strong. I'm excited. I'm enjoying having a teammate for once, so it kind of makes it a little bit easier. And the coaching from Austin and Mike and everyone else under the tent, Alex, it's comfortable, and I think we're really strong and going to have a nice weekend.
Yeah, I mean, so far 2 heat races under the belts for the ROK VLR and senior categories. You watch both those races. I mean, with the aggression level is so high so early, what can we expect in ROK GP?
It's going to be worse. I mean, a lot of people have feuds. There's that normal try to get to the front, white line, that kind of attitude, and I feel like it's just going to be doing what Chase did, just getting out front and being consistent and surviving.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken with a few drivers. They mentioned that inside line, you know, really dusty, not the place you want to be. I mean, what can you expect going into the race running inside there with how chaotic turn 1's been so far?
I mean, it's definitely going to be better than being on that outside row, so I'm excited and definitely happy with that qualifying. It's definitely a lot better than getting stuck out there and ending up in a wall, so do what you got to do.
All right, awesome. Good luck, Frankie.
Welcome back as karts have headed on to the racetrack here for ROK Mini. Already we are set for another 30 driver grid in this one, or at least close to it. I believe 26 total make up the starting lineup for our ROK Minis to kick things off. And how about the Bennick boys here that'll lead us to green? Troy Ferguson, Marco Romero, a picture-perfect qualifying day for the boys in blue and orange. They'll line up alongside each other as we get set to go to green, and along with them, their teammate Royce Vega, P3, a 1-2-3 lockout for the Team Bennick boys.
Absolutely. Good effort there from Ferguson in qualifying. Marco Romero has been so solid all year long. He starts on the outside front row. Vega as well as Antonio Pizzonianito aboard his Orsalon machine starting on the outside of row number 2. Then you get down to Alexis Argon in P5 alongside Fion Chi in the 6th position. Cole Madrios as well as Nico Orbezo on row 4, and Braden Wagner and Jaime Garcia round out your top 10 here for the Mini Rockers.
Check this out here, right behind the starting grid. You can see one driver's off on the side, did not make it out of the pit lane. That is a look at the starting lineup here all the way through the 25, or all the way down to almost 30 there, 29 in total to Martin Jaramillo. Not sure which is the driver that did not make it out. We have 3 that have not crossed the loop. Edward Kennedy was one, Drew Jensen another. They were starting a little further back down the grid, so I don't know who had the issue to get off the line, but at least they'll get set to go green this time, and that driver may or may not end up making it out here for this 8 minutes plus 2 laps heat. Like you said, past the top 10, a few more like Jaime Garcia, Valentino Santillan, Julian Sanchez, Cameron Marcia. It's the 195 Orsalon Racing Machine. That is Efren Campos Erdan. So he is slated to start inside the top 20, just barely in the upper teens, but he may not make it out there. They're trying to fire him up there at the top of the grid, but we may be going green here this time by. So unfortunate for the Orsalon Racing camp, because one of their young superstars might not make it off the grid. Here come the leaders down the front straightaway. Do we go green on the first try by? And it looks like we will. Yeah, lights are out. We're good. We're racing down to turn number 1, and look at Marco Romero around the outside. He'll get to the lead, and he'll bring Antonio Pizzonianito with him, who's going to quickly block low to the inside in front of Ferguson, get shuffled a little bit wide, and there's a couple. One driver stalled it there in the front of the field. Marcia slows, and everyone trying to scatter to miss him get stuck together. Edward Kennedy involved in the 111. The 164 is involved as well. A couple of more cars collected there. Lorenzo Varela involved as the leaders exit that opening opening infield section. Marco Romero with a big-time lead to Nito. Back and side by Arjan there. Going to lose his spot to Troy Ferguson in the back hairpin. Ferguson back up to 3rd.
Yeah, and it almost worked out very poorly for Troy Ferguson. He almost pushed Pizzonianito into his teammate coming into turn number 3. And that looked like that kind of stacked everyone else up, caused Marcia to stall, and the rest of the grid caused some chaos there. But now at the front of the field, Romero has a good gap back to Pizzonianito. Then in 3rd is Troy Ferguson. You got that whole pack all the way down to about 7th or 8th, all right there together. And I think this is going to be a case of if they start battling too much and you allow Marco Romero to get out in the open, he's looked so consistent this weekend. He's had a lot of pace. It might just be wraps there as we see more battling going through. There's a pass you can see back in about the 6th spot. Royce Vega getting one of his spots back. He's trying to make moves. He did not make it well off of the starting line. So good start not a good start for Vega, but he's going to have to try to make up those spots in the opening few laps.
Down the backstretch we go to turn number 3. Here's a move to the inside. Fion Shi takes the RPG Cosmic down and clear on Alexis Bayarjan. He'll pick up the 4th position. Further back the field, still spread apart a little bit coming out of turn number 5. Packs of 2 and 3 around the racetrack. Not a big group anywhere really to be found. The leaders still Romero out in front by 6/10 back to Antonio Pizzonianito, but that gap is coming down. Last time by, Nito was 4/10 better with the help of Ferguson. He's even a little better right now. Marco Romero to that final full throttle left-right section onto the front straightaway is going to have some company here shortly as they complete the 3rd lap here on the circuit with 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Romero by only 3/10. Nito is there. Does he go on the first opportunity? He does. To the inside and clear. Antonio Pizzonianito to the lead out of turn 3.
Pizzoni going to make a move now right back down the inside. Goes Marco Romero. Troy Ferguson going to try to follow him through, not going to be able to do it coming into the turn 6 sweeper. That track is very bumpy right there, and so you can see Romero able to get to the lead, and that's brought back the rest of the top 5 into the mix. There goes Ferguson down the inside. That was for 3rd, trying to defend it. You can see all the way back to 7th there. Royce Vega's in the mix. You've got Alexis Balaguer in the 6th spot as well. All of them fighting down to the back of that group. Fiona, she's there as well. So a big group that at one point was down to just 3 guys at the front. Now with the battling on that lap and Romero going right back down the inside has brought this whole train into the fray.
Yeah, they're all right there here. So does that group get a little bit more racy towards the lead, or do they split back apart at this point? They're going to race further back. That's going to be Vega down the inside. He's trying to again make up for what was a really rough start for the Benek driver. He'll pick up 1, I think, out of that exchange, maybe lose 1 in the net. Bayarjan getting back around him, so Alexis Bayarjan recovers to 5th there 2 corners later. And unfortunately, that switch and flop back and forth has backed them up to the end of the top 10 and given a big gap to our leading quartet down to the turn 12 hairpin. To the inside for 2nd. That is Ferguson there in the white helmet taking over. So Troy Ferguson up to P2, and it's Benek back to 1st and 2nd. Their 3rd place men from earlier on back in 6th with Vega as we cross the line just past halfway on the timing. Vega, this time he'll get clear on Bayarjan and hopefully hold it over to 3 as up front Nito back to split the Beneks up, takes over 2nd.
Yeah, this is just very good strategy there by Antonio Pizzoni and Nito. Split up the 2 teammates, make sure they don't try to push away from you. Smart driving there from the young Orsalon driver, and I think that's what you're going to have to do all weekend long because Romero, as well as Royce Vega, and as well as Ferguson, all have shown really good pace, and when you're driving 3-on-1 like that, it's a huge disadvantage. But how about Fion Shi aboard their all-support performance group Cosmic, making a good effort here to be up in the 4th spot. He's shown good pace this weekend, qualified inside the top 10. Really kind of the best pace we've seen from him all year long. We've seen him on Super Tune. We've seen him drive a couple of different races up towards the front, but this has been a good effort from the young driver aboard the RPG Cosmic, and now those 2nd and 3rd guys working together again. Ferguson seems happy to push Pizzonianito in spite of him working against his teammate. Maybe a little bit of a selfish move there from Ferguson to try to get as much as he can out of his heat. I mean, hey, it's racing drivers. As much as we all want to help the teammates, at the end of the day, you're driving for yourself. You're the only one that can take the trophy home. And so Ferguson going to do what he can to get back to this group. In this case, it involves pushing Antonio Pizzonianito back towards the front.
Yeah, again, not who he'd probably like to be working with. He'd like to be with a teammate, but they're all kind of split apart. And again, like you said, Fion Shi, a good run, was close. He's faded back just a little ways there in the 4th spot, and if he's not able to find a little more speed pretty quickly, he'll get reeled in by Vega and by Arjan. Now Ferguson back to the inside of Nito for 2nd. They'll go wheel to wheel through that whole sweeper, and look at Antonio hanging tough on the outside. That rubber wide enough, obviously, for him to work the 2nd groove and crowd the inside guy down. That's the first time we've seen that be able to really work out. And I think as they start racing more and more rubber gets kind of laid and that line widens, we'll see the outside on these starts not maybe lose as much time as the track progresses, because obviously in practice they're mostly by themselves or kind of just running on the normal single lane. But as they have to go side by side and there's karts all around them in the races, we'll see that groove widen, and hopefully that'll help us as well in the gearbox categories that are notorious for being one of the trickiest classes to pass in. Down the front stretch this time with Ferguson now back to 4th as she got around him. It's still Romero by about a half second or so, but Pizzonianito's lost his dancing partner.
Yeah, Pizzonianito though might not even need a dancing partner because he's looked really quick here. As we see Benek on Benek. There goes Royce Vega. Highest he's been all race. He's back to 4th. Ferguson going to try back down the inside. They're fighting. That's going to bring Bayerjan back into the fight as well. So this is all going to cause the front 3 to kind of get away a little bit as Ferguson really trying to hang on for dear life. Maybe that kart's starting to fade a little bit, and he feels like he needs as much track position as possible as he loses another spot to Bayerjan, who overdrives it and hits the barrier coming out of turn number 9.
Just a little kiss on it, maybe not too bad. Again, these barriers not as heavily weighed down as the higher Jersey barriers that support them on the backside, so you can get away with that just a little bit here, but you're just, it's all about the angle that you kind of touch that barrier. If you're square with it and it's an even hit, it's not too bad. If you're a little bit sideways when you touch that barrier and you don't perfectly, cleanly go across it, that's where you'll get into bending tie rods and axles, and of course any big impact's going to do that as well.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you never know. One hit, one small hit, as we can have two carts together there. That's the 188 machine out of the just outside of the top 10 there. We'll get a name on that real quick. That is the number 188. Jeremy Corral is out, as well as the 126 of Callan Berghofer, who is into the top 10. So, again, rough first heat, sets you back for the rest of the weekend. So unfortunate to see on that front. But again, the risk versus reward here is so tough to balance. I mean, we were talking about the barriers and how you barely overstep it and it's fine. You overstep it a little bit more and you got a bent axle, bent frame, and everything. So it's a fine line.
Yeah, and for many of these drivers here, many of the young ones in the mini and the micro classes, it may be their first ever temporary circuit race. So it's a totally different ball game than when you get to have grass and asphalt runoff on either side and you can kind of go over the limit and not so much pay for it. But here, you just go an inch too wide and all of a sudden you are out. Final 2 laps underway as the time limit has hit 0. Marco Romero has picked up speed in the last bit of this session. He's been able to hold that gap and add a little bit to it back to Pizzogna Nito, who we thought might have been able to get there on his own. And of course, Fion Shi there on the RPG Cosmic has picked up some pace in the latter half of this one. He was quickest of the top 3. Fastest overall was Troy Ferguson back and forth, but he's a good ways back from the leader, Marco Romero. We'll see the white flag this time, and the gap back to second, it comes down a tenth. He still has 5 tenths to burn on this final lap around.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too much to overcome there. Ferguson's got about 2 more car lengths to make up on Shi. That looks like the most likely position exchange here among the top 4. So as we continue on, it's kind of spaced out pretty nicely for these guys. Romero had 1 attack that he had to defend against early on in the race, but since then it's been smooth sailing for the Bennett drivers. He looks to continue his last half a lap and put himself in another really good spot for the rest of the weekend. Pizzogna Nito's getting close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, unfortunately here, the really last passing attempt in most classes will be this hairpin, so as long as you're good out of it, you're probably good to the end. Marco Romero, the Vera Steak Truck Bennett driver, will take us out of the final turn to the Black and Checkers unofficial results. He'll win across the line at least here in ROK Mini over Pizzogna Nito and company. Through the rest of the top 10, no major changes. Bayarjan holds off a hard-charging Vega at the end for that 5th spot behind Troy Ferguson and Fion Shi. But great opening part of the weekend for Marco Romero on the Team Bennett number 117. He wins this opening heat race. Braden Wagner ends up right behind Vega in the 7th spot. Martin Jaramillo with a good drive through the field, a long way forward for Martin. He navigates the pack to end up inside the top 10 in 8th. Cole Medeiros in 9th. Jaime Garcia 10th. Julian Sanchez, Cameron Marcia, Maximilian de Guzman, Declan Deonorine 14th. Nicholas Orbezo was involved in the opening lap carnage and a few more with him as well as they all kind of stacked up out of turn 3. He gets back to 15th. But still, nothing but good things to say there for Marco Romero's opening heat. There's the rest of the field and some of the drivers that had less than good luck. 23 finish out of the 29 on the grid. And the drivers out there at the beginning, Edward Kennedy, Drew Jensen, Lorenzo Varela there on the Orslon car didn't make it out. Geronimo Corral and Callan Berghofer we saw there. They were collected with a couple laps to go. And Efren Campros Ordain ends up out as well with just 1 lap behind the leaders.
Yeah, and how about Cameron Marcia getting up into the 12th after the first lap, almost stalling it out of turn number 3, as well as Nico Orbezo getting caught up in that. Those are 2 guys that at one point looked like they were staring at a 20th or 25th in that first seat, able to get into the top 15 and at least get themselves back into contention. But while we have this break in the action, we're going to send it down to the grid for interview. Looks like we got one of the main pro shifter guys here ready with Alex.
First and foremost, we watched the mini rock race together there. One of the Burrell guys, Alexis Blegeron, one of the first times in a long time that I've seen the Burrell chassis work for the cadet categories. I mean, how much of a boost has he given to the team in the smaller chassis?
I mean, it's great for the team. Alexis has been doing very good in Canada. He's always over there racing very hard, and he's a good little driver. So whenever he comes to the States, he puts the Burrell up front. So it's a good showing for us. Yeah,
now for you, I mean, top 5 qualifying performance. I mean, probably not where you want to be inside row with how dusty it is. What can you expect going into the first heat?
I don't know. We'll see. Just going to wing it. I mean, pace-wise, I'm looking like I'm a little bit to the fastest guys, so that's difficult. Managed to pull out a half-decent lap in quali, so got it inside the top 5, but yeah, we're still looking for more. So we made some changes. Hopefully they're fast, and then yeah, if we can get off the line without too much wheel spin, we should be all right.
Yeah, you guys are notoriously pretty good in the infield. I mean, where do you guys think that you're struggling the most at right now?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I feel like I lose a little bit through the fastest corners, the last 2 corners. That's where I lose, where you need the engine to pull you through. And with the chassis sliding a little bit there, I think it's just killing the engine. So yeah, that's what we're working on. But yeah, we'll see if it works.
Yeah, with the heats being so progressive, right? 4 heats, long weekend. I mean, what is your aggression levels going to be like going to this first heat?
It's not going to be too much. I mean, that's what I did last year as well. I just managed to stay inside the top 5, top 8. And then work my way forward in the final. So that's my goal, just to start in the first 3 rows again for the final, and then yeah, come out swinging on Sunday.
All right, Myron Kremer's calm and collected. He's going to roll off 5th coming up in ROK Senior. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. There you go. Of course, the #1 plate holder, the man to beat this weekend with a target on his back, the ROK Vegas winner from 2022. Here's the other half of the gearbox categories on the ticket for the weekend. ROK Master Shifter getting set to go, and starting us off on the pole as they begin to fire off will be Jordan Musser on the PSL Karting Bureau Art. So already one Red Army machine in the top 5 there in the ROK Mini class, and now Jordan Musser from the pole, one of the winningest Master Shifter drivers, really the winningest Master Shifter driver over the last half decade. And of course, a big pedigree for him, but a big pedigree for the man on the outside of him as well. Antonio Pizzonia Sr. Is going to be joining him on the front row. And of course, last year's winner, that's where he's rocking that #1 plate on the Ursuline Racing Bureau Art. Just watched his son have a good opening heat, but not a win. Let's see if dad can get it done and still hold it over young Antonio Pizzonia Nito. That, yeah, when I'm coaching you and telling you how to get around this place, I know what I'm talking about. So Antonio Pizzonia on the pole, actually correction there. Based on qualifying, that's Pizzonia Nito on the pole, but he's lined up on the outside lane, which is an interesting decision, Emery, and it makes sense. And to explain that a little bit to the viewers, why does it make sense?
Well, in shifter, if you're looking at a standing start, you want to be on the line that gives you the best traction, the best grip. And sometimes you'll start on the inside just because of the track position, but in this case, you have a long enough run to turn #1. The starting on the rubber, on the outside, is going to give you the best launch. And so Pizzonia, I'm sure there's something that he's thought about pretty extensively this weekend. Wants to be on the outside, wants to give himself the best opening launch and give himself the best grip offline. And he feels like the offline in turn 1 and being the inside is too dirty to be able to get that launch. So the outside being the choice for Pizzonia for heat #1. If he gets a bad start and he finds himself back in the position heat #2, he has the opportunity to change and choose the inside. So Polster gets their choice of line in the shifter category, and Pizzonia this time through chooses the rubber, chooses the outside line. We'll see how it goes for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here, especially as the track progress goes through the weekend as well. Does 4 rounds of 2 classes doing standing starts on the inside, does that eventually get enough rubber that by Sunday you'll want that inside lane again? Or again, will you want it at all? This is the first stress test, the first gearbox start we'll have on the weekend. Does Pizzonia's gamble to go to the cleaner side, but the outside of the racetrack pay off, where he can get the whole shot and get down to the inside before that opening sweeping turn #1? Because if he can, if Musser's still got a nose down there, you would think that long run around turns 1 and 2 will favor Jordan Musser on the Bureau Art. So as they begin to complete the formation lap, they will make their way towards the front straightaway here in Shifter Master and get into their boxes. And there you can see everyone is waiting till the last possible second, at least in the first half of the grid, before they go down to the inside to try and keep their tires as clean as possible. You heard Kremers even mention the word traction, right? He's like, I just got to try and get that launch off the line. That's so critical in these classes, and all of them staying on the outside, the cleaner part of the circuit here as we get set to go.
Yeah, look at the angle Pizzonia has his kart set up. He's going to try to cut to the inside with that traction. We'll see how well it works as we get set to go. Flags are down, getting set for the start. Looks like we're going to have it looking at the lights. Pizzonia is getting set to go from the lead, and we'll get set to go here for ROK Shifter.
Lights on here, and we wait for the march to get him off the line. Pizzonia Nito, or Pizzonia Sr., not enough. Jordan Musser with the whole shot there off the jump. Musser gets the lead. Pizzonia on the outside there is going to lose a spot or 2. And as they go down to turn #3, still side by side on the insides, one of the Ron White Racing CRGs that'll get through. Ron White himself gets a spot there, I believe, off the jump. So a good start for the inside row and the second row as they get around the pole man. Ron White to 3rd, Pizzonia back to the 4th spot here as they head over through, and now he'll send it on the inside of Ron White. Antonio Pizzonia the second, my mistake there. Pizzonia Nito the third, but Antonio Pizzonia Jr. back to P3. Ron White back to 4th. Up front, Musser leads over Jonathan Vitolo down the front stretch.
Yeah, I'm going to make a wild prediction and say that Pizzonia, if he gets on pole again, is not going to choose the outside. First 3 rows, all getting a good start on the inside, 1, 2, and 3. Thankfully for Pizzonia, he's got enough time in this heat race to make up the time, but a good start for Jordan Musser in the race lead. He's got about 0.6 of a second back through the rest of the field. So interesting to take note. You've got 4 heats, a lot of time to make your mind up. And again, maybe that's something that changes, but as of right now, the outside was not the correct move, and Pizzonia lost a couple spots as a result.
Yeah, he ends up losing a little bit. Now he's starting to pull back away from Ronnie White there in the 4th spot. Jose Montalto Lozano runs in 5th there on the DR Kart machine. And then back from the top 5, it spreads a little further with Presti, Gautier, Patrick O'Neill, Marcin Kaloa, and Rene Martinelli Diaz with a lap, now 2, complete here around the ROK Vegas circuit. Let's see how they stack up time-wise. Quickest is Pizzonia by just a little bit over the other 2 on the circuit. A 42.88 to a 43.17 and a 1.9 for Musser and Vitolo. So Antonio Pizzonia, Dad is looking quick right now. Can he make up for the poor start, get himself back? He likes this move right here, down the inside and clear there on Jonathan Vitolo. Antonio Pizzonia up to 2nd now, the former F1 driver making his way out of turn number 12.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen all weekend the top 2, whether it be Musser or Pizzonia, both able to find themselves with a lot of pace and matching it up pretty equally. As we continue on in this master shifter category, we're going to send it down to Ron John on the grid for an interview.
All right, thank you, Xander. Here with Harley Keeble. Harley, not really the sessions you would have wanted yesterday, right? I mean, you didn't really get to run a lot because of just the issues that you had. Went into qualifying pretty blind, put it 12th, only 0.2 off the pace. I mean, what are your confidence levels like going into today, knowing that with the very few laps you've done, the pace seems to be there?
Yeah, so once everything's right, the pace is there, you know. We're like in warm-up, we was only less than 200s off the first, so we got nothing to worry about. I mean, as long as everything's fine for the race, I'm pretty sure I'll come through. Just yesterday we had a few problems, and now we fixed it, so it should be good.
Yeah, I mean, tell me, where is your head at right now? You've seen the carnage that's going on all day long so far. You're right in the middle of it. You're on the outside. I mean, what are you thinking going to the first heat race here?
Obviously, just stay out of trouble. Like, to the races I've watched, it seems pretty long, so just stay out of trouble, pick them off one at a time. And, you know, the main event isn't until Sunday, so just be patient with it.
Yeah, and talk about some of the challenges you expect to face, right? You're mid-pack. We've heard from a bunch of drivers that it's pretty hard to pass offline. How do you feel race pace-wise and just aggression level?
Yeah, well, obviously, it's hard to pass offline. The moment you go off the offline, it just doesn't want to slow down, so it's difficult, but I think we should be fine, you know, like, everyone's so close, so it's going to be hard anyway, like it always is, but we should be good.
All right, good luck, Harley.
Thank you.
There you go from Harley Keeble, as Alex mentioned here. Not the ideal qualifying for the Brit as he gets set to roll off here when this race closes up. But this race is closing up on its own as well on circuit. Look at this for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. He's been picking off lap times, lap after lap to Musser. He's back on the bumper of the Barellard driver. He'll be looking for maybe in turn number 3 if he can get there as we hit the halfway mark. There it is, to the inside. A little bit overdone though. Musser with a nice crossover over to turn 5.
Yeah, as Harley was mentioning, the offline braking gets really tough. Even with the front brakes on these shifters, it is still a lot to make them slow down in time for the corner. Pizzonia just overcooked it, as we see now coming into this favorite passing spot a little bit too far back this time through turn number 9. Not going to make it happen, but Jordan Musser now will see that Pizzonia is there, and we'll see how much more he's going to defend now knowing that the number 1 plate is right there on his rear bumper.
And don't forget Ronnie White back there in his own team's CRG. The black and orange is looming in the distance with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A few more passes like that, and we'll have a 3-way fight for the lead. Musser a little bit narrow this time into turn 3 to kind of cover off that option for Pizzonia. So let's see, is he going to be close enough to be able to do something in the back section? If they go side by side again, we'll be side by side as well. Let's go back down to Alex for more intel from the grid.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Austin Garrison. Austin, I mean, we're used to seeing you out on track, but this weekend, just a coach. But judging by some of the racing we've seen so far, I'm sure maybe you're a little happy you're not out there.
Yeah, I know. Watching the VLR Junior race, a lot of people crashed, and it did not look like it was enjoyable at all. We had our guy starting fourth. He got spun around at the start. A couple other accidents happened with a few of our other drivers, but yeah, I wasn't too impressed with that racing. But hopefully the ROK Senior, hopefully they put on a pretty good show. We got a driver starting third and fourth, Frankie and Aiden. They've been super fast all week. Their pace is really good, so hopefully it turns out to be a pretty good race.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about that, right? Turner Brown, unfortunate first heat race, but so far in Grotto, Frankie Mossman looked to be very, very strong. Where do you think they can improve from your eyes?
Honestly, everybody is so close. You know, they're driving really well. Improving, you know, in a couple of areas of driving wise, you know, but like a little bit, you know, you're talking about a half a tenth, you know, they're driving really well. But we have more of like a long-term pace than a short-term pace, so for sure in the longer race here, we'll see if they come up in first and second, but yeah.
All right, awesome, you heard it here first, and Grotto and Frankie Mossman set up for the long run. Back to you guys.
Like Austin said, it was really close in Pro Rock GP qualifying, and while we were away as well, look at that move by Antonio Pizzonia Jr. I thought he was on the limit when he got crossed over the first time. That time, a ton of rear brake in the car, and he about lost it right in front of Ronnie White there, who has been the fastest on the racetrack the last 2 laps around.
Yeah, you would think there Pizzonia would have backed it up a little bit from what he did the first time, but if anything, he sent that even harder and almost lost it. So again, they're learning the track conditions these first couple of heats. Here he goes again, not as aggressive that time, and that time he doesn't get far enough up. So it's definitely a give or take situation, but how about it for Ron White all the way up to 30s, almost to the back bumper of Pizzonia to make this a 3-kart battle. So great pace from him over the course of the heat race as we get set to wind down here in Master Shifter.
Yeah, here they come to the exit of the infield and down the back straightaway. Musser, a really good launch out of turn 9. They'll go through the chicane at 10 and 11 and into 12, and the gap is now back up to 2 to 3 car lengths to Antonio Pizzonia. This time by, I think they'll get in just under the gun time-wise before the 2 to go signal, so he's got 3 more attempts, 3 more laps around to try and find a way past Jordan Musser as they head to turn number 3. He's not close enough there, and Ron White as well was a little high, wide, and handsome out of turn number 2. Someone had knocked the wall down there and had really pushed the barriers back, and that's inviting, of course, but then that's a part of the racetrack that's not been rubbered in and probably has all kinds of dust and dirt and marbles and crud just on the outside of the corner. So as much as you want to use that extra runoff, you get there, you get your tires all dirty, and you're worse off for wear on the rest of the lap.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. It's like if you're doing it for one corner and then you can defend afterwards, that's one thing, but I don't think in this case it's worthwhile to use that little bit of extra track as we get the 2 to go signal. 2 laps to go. Pizzonia Jr. to the inside, slides it in. Whoa! And Antonio Pizzonia right on the limit, but he gets the job done this time. Put him up into P number 1.
Yeah, he's got so much rear brake in that Orsilon Racing Barrel Art machine. It's incredible how sideways and unstable he looks under braking. But obviously it's fast. The question will just be if those Levanto tires can last that kind of rear end abuse over the course of 4 heat races on the weekend. For now, though, it's got him the lead with a lap and a half to go. And Musser, who has been a little bit more controlled and consistent, I would say, is still there, still close, into the back hairpin. Not going to go to the inside as Pizzonia covers it off. And we'll come out of that last left-right chicane to the line. White flag in the air, 1 to go here in Master Shifter. One of the most entertaining shifter heat races this class, the Masters especially, have put on in quite some time. So a great start for their weekend entertainment-wise. Down to turn 3 we go.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the condition for Antonio Pizzonia Jr., maybe a little bit too much rear brake, but at the same time, you'd rather have a little bit of a rear freeness here compared to lack of front grip, because as the track wears out the tires in shifter, you want to have that initial turn. You want to have the ability to get the cart pointed in the right direction. And then on exit, you just have to hold on for dear life. And now as they get down to the last half of the lap here, Jordan Musser is there, but of the top 3, he seems to have the weakest pace. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough rounding the final quarter. Heat number 1 goes to Antonio Pizzonia Jr.
Yeah, there it goes. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. completes the opening heat race here, recovering from the outside lane where he did not get a good start, even on the clean part of the racetrack. Faded back to 4th and drives up through the field. It was a fun show to watch, but we'll see if Antonio decides to take that gamble to the outside again or maybe line up on the inside for row number 2. He'll have that option, and I don't know for certain where the rules state with it, because when we've been with the option lane, and it's only for the front row, really the pole sitter can choose the left or the right side. Every other row, you're slated to start either inside or outside based on the starting spot. But we've been at the U.S. Pro Kart Series, for example, with a static grid through the heat races. You pick that decision for heat 1, you have to live with it for heats 2 and 3. But this weekend, with a progressive heat structure where the grid is supposed to change heat to heat, I would imagine that he would have that option to switch and go back to the inside if he'd like for heat number 2, but that's something we'll have to check in on and see. I would think that would be in his toolbox.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to look at each heat race as a separate entity technically. So he won the pole for heat 2 by winning heat 1, not by winning qualifying. So the way I interpret it is each individual heat's a new decision. It's not like US PCAS where you qualify on the front row, you're there all 3 heats. And we were talking about it earlier where in Turner Brown's case, you qualify 4th, you're starting 48th for the second heat. In Antonio Pizzonia's case, even though he starts in the same spot, it was 2 different things that led him to starting in the same spot. But as we get set for ROK Senior, again, it's the mindset thing of these guys. If you're in the front few rows, you're not so much focused as much on maybe winning this race, but just staying consistent, because one bad result puts you down the grid for the rest of the heat races. It is so hard to overcome around this track.
Well, let's talk about the grid here for Pro Rock GP. How about it for Brazilians' pride and joy? Mateus Morgado will lead us to green there on the red and white PSL Karting Bureau Art. Again, 400ths better than Blake Nash, who joins him on the front row. Morgado's got already the second highest win tally on U.S. majors here in 2023. Only better than him was Joe Turney on the year. In fact, he swept all of the ROK competition, a full clean sweep of all 3 Florida Winter Tours. If he bats 1,000 here with a win in ROK Vegas, I think that might go down in the history books as the first driver in a headline category to sweep an entire year of ROK Cup USA national competition. That would be mega for Mateus Morgado. To the outside of the opening row, though, of course, Blake Nash, the California kid. Can't call him that too much more here as he's approaching 2 decades. At 19 years old, Blake Nash is still looking for that first career U.S. major win. Could it come this weekend here as he lines up there on the outside?
Yeah, one thing I had noticed on the grid and warm-up is the wheels for Blake Nash are different. He was on the MXJs. I can't see from the coloration if it's the same thing here, but they have been really confident in their setup this weekend. Nash tells me that his long-run pace has been really good. We talked to Austin Garrison. He mentioned that the Speed Concept guys felt really confident about their long-run pace. And I think that with these guys driving this track for 4 heat races, you're going to get to see a lot of progression. And so in Nash's case, they decided the MXJs were better for tire wear. I'm not sure if that's going to pan out because you see every other OTK on the grids on MXCs, but certainly is worth noting. And I think a few other guys like Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero, they're going to have to make some work happen here down the rest of the top 10 as they continue to try to find that last little bit of pace that they've been missing this weekend.
And to elaborate a little bit on that, for those that are watching maybe a kart race for the first time by MXJ, MXC, not knowing the difference, the MXJ, of course, that's normally the standard wheel that comes with the car. The MXC is an option, a higher cost set that supposedly helps kind of retain the tire pressure and not let it escalate as much and kind of keep them a little bit cooler in general. So because of that, you think over the course of a longer run, the MXCs are the better way to go, but they also free up the car just a little bit, a little more oversteer in it. And for a temporary circuit, granted, we do have a lot of rubber laid down, but still, we're early in the weekend. These guys may be fighting to put grip into the car. The MXJs might be the option route for them. But a great point, Emery, that again, for even the drivers on the same go-kart, there is so much adjustability. You walk down the grid for 10 of the same exact manufactured pieces, and you'll probably find 10 different combinations of setups that they'll be running.
Yeah, certainly. And again, Nash doing that for me is almost unheard of in the pro senior category. Like, you rarely see guys in 125 running on the MXJ. So I'm very curious to see, one, if he sticks with it, and 2, how it plays out. But certainly a lot of different setups there. You've got guys and his teammate Jesus Vasquez starting further back in the field as well. So it'll be interesting to see. And like we mentioned, it's so tight. 0.2 of a second covers the top 10 in qualifying all the way back to Harley Keeble in 12th. Really about 14 or 15 guys that have shown the pace to be in the top 5 this weekend. So lots to check out here, but Mateus Morgado and Blake Nash in the prime position here to start heat number 1.
Well, you got a veteran front row in Mateus Morgado, a former FIA World Karting Champion, and of course Blake Nash, who's had a number of seasons now in the headline categories under his belt. back to a less experienced but still very speedy second row with Frankie Mossman on his sophomore season and Aiden Ingrata, the Canadian rookie, joining him in the fourth spot. Ryan Norberg rolls back on the third row there in the sixth position, and not so great quality for the team, the Rawlson Performance Group camp that was one of the quickest groups on Wednesday practice. To the inside of him, a veteran as well, Andre Nicastro. Double duty this weekend. A lot of seat time for Andre. The Brazilian completes that third row, and we're ready to go green. ROK GP Pro underway down to turn one. Blake Nash with a good start to get down to second. The Speed Concepts teammates side by side. They're still side by side down to three here as everyone is stacking and packing, and down the inside. What a move by Alessandro DiTullio. ADT from outside the top five is up to second on the pink and chrome Inter MS Kart Republic.
Yeah, we saw Andre DeCastro there getting pushed to the barrier. We saw Nate Cicero getting pushed way wide in turn one. Those two have lost spots, but at the front of the field, what a start for ADT as we see the Speed Concept boys. Hamilton and Grata getting back down the inside of Frankie Mossman for fourth. They're fighting, and that's allowed the top three to get away a little bit. It's a nice start for Harley Keeble. From outside the top 10, he's picked up about 3 spots.
Good start as well for Diego Ramos on the PSL Karting Bureau Art. He's up to 6th. You talk about Vegas specialists, guys that thrive on these temporary circuits where you just show up and try to learn it as quick as possible. Alessandro DiTullio is one of those guys. As down the inside, another Vegas specialist, if you will, Frankie Mossman, has always excelled throughout his entire career on these temporary tracks. He's fourth now, getting back around Ingrata, so he's back to at least the second row for heat number 2. A big gap already, though, with a lap and a half in to make up towards Blake Nash in the third spot, DiTullio, and of course the race leader, Mateus Morgado, is Nicastro. Kind of a half move there. He's going to pay for it. He's got pressure coming. Nolan Bauer there on the bumper and fading back behind them. Look all the way behind Santiago Fernandez's Vice Racing Kart Republic is Ryan Norberg. He's on the outside edge of the top 10 here as we complete 2 laps now.
Yeah, it is early, but you do not want to find yourself back in that hornet's nest. Ryan Norberg, not the start he would have wanted, falling from 6th to 9th early in this race. He's going to try to get one back on Santi Fernandez into turn 3. There goes Harley Keeble, going to force his way down as well. So those two kind of finding each other through. Next up for them will be Nolan Bauer, as they're going to try to get as many spots as they can early on in this heat race. But already behind the two. Whoa! That looks to be Leo Scorpioni, and the barriers coming out of turn number 6.
And he is stuck in them. They have gotten up onto the left rear of the car. Leaders will be coming around quickly. Involved as well as Josh Campbell, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver is out. As back to the lead, we head down the front straightaway. They'll be yellow by the time they get back to that zone. Hopefully not a red. Morgado still at the point over DiTullio and Blake Nash. Then the gap back to that trio of Ingrata, Mossman, and Ramos. Then you have Andre Nicastro's REM Cosmic, and then you go back to Norberg and Keeble, who did get around Nolan Bauer last time. There's another barrel art going the other way at least. Ramos gets around Mossman. Diego Ramos into the top 5 here as they head towards the left-handed sweeper.
Yeah, Diego was telling me his hub slid in qualifying. That would have hurt his race or his qualifying pace, but felt very confident about his race pace. So into the top 5 for Ramos. But really, I mean, this grid is kind of sort of fanned out a little bit. If you look down, the top 3 kind of have a little bit of gap to one another. Then you have the mid-pack swarm, but really at the front of the field, it's Mateus Morgado able to continue to build that gap up to almost 7/10 of a second back to ADT.
For Diego Ramos, it was a very uncharacteristic mistake on practice day. At the end of Wednesday, he stuffed it into the wall coming out of turn number 2. For a driver that has been known for his consistency in 2023, nearly came away with the U.S. Pro Kart Series championship in the X30 Pro Division. He has still yet to visit victory lane, his last win coming back at the SCUSA Winter Series in February of 2022. But he has been a consistent podium finisher, top 5 guy all year, stayed out of trouble for the most part. So to have that kind of major crash on day 1 was probably a bit of an unexpected blow to the confidence. So between that, the hub sliding and in qualifying, it's not been the best weekend to this point for Ramos. He's at least closing the gap back and making up ground here in Heat 1 on everyone except his teammate. This guy, Mateus Morgado, a quick lap last time. The gap now nearly 9/10 of a second back to Alessandro DiTullio.
Yeah, Morgado just so consistent. Again, he's one of those guys, don't really think about him as a temporary track specialist per se, but he's had so much success over the year. Was dominant in St. Pete earlier this year, the last time that the ROK Series has been on a temporary circuit. So he's been quick, but Ryan Norberg goes purple that last time through in P7. We'll see what he can do this time through. He's caught up to the back of Andre Nicastro there in the back half of the top 10. So him and Harley Keeble are going to have to continue working together, but Norberg has the pace. It's just about finding himself with the right track position.
ADT's got a problem here, folks. The Inter MS Kart Republic is slowing through turn number 2. I don't know what happened. He's already dropped back 4 or 5 spots. And he tagged the wall. Look at how bent that left rear axle is. Alessandro Di Tullio, a mistake here off camera. Di Tullio, heavy damage here that he's going to try and limp, but I don't know how long he can hang on. You see how much that wheel is vibrating. He's feeling all of that to the seat right now, and I don't know how long he can withstand it, because that is one of the roughest rides you can have when a bent axle like that is what you've got to drive for another 3 minutes, and I think he's going to bail this time. His hand's in the air. I think Di Tullio's bound for the scale line.
Yeah, I mean, you see, it looks like the left rear in particular is really bent from that axle. Will not have helped the chassis either to continue running with that much flexion and that much sort of oscillation. So not the way you want to end a heat race when you're up in the top 3. But for Di Tullio, that is going to put him back in the back of the grid for heat number 2. But for the rest of these guys, for Aiden and Grada, kind of a lifeline, puts him back in the top 3. Diego Ramos is up there. Now you've got Frankie Mosman back in the top 5. And Norberg and Keeble, what once was looking like a race where they'd be outside the top 10, suddenly finding themselves in pretty good track position, as it looks like we don't have the transponder for Andre Nicastro working, but he's up there as well.
Yeah, Nicastro currently in the 6th spot. Norberg showing 6th. He's actually 7th as they'll come through that dogleg and onto the front stretch. You see Ramos ahead of Mosman, closing in Grada. They're closing on Blake Nash, who lost so much time there trying to avoid the crashing Di Tullio. So he's now back 1.7 seconds. That'll pretty much secure this heat race here for Mateus Morgado. But we'll keep an eye on the battles further back, including, again, this group at the end of the top 5 with Nicastro, Norberg, and Keeble, as well as, of course, there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Igrata, Ramos, and Mosman. Through the infield section they go, and down the backstretch, let's see, Blake Nash still not really getting much further away from Ingrata. He might come under pressure for that 2nd spot here at the end of this heat race.
Yeah, this might be a situation where Blake Nash could have to go on the defensive. Has not quite had the pace I feel like he wants to have, as Ingrata and Ramos starting to chase him down, as well as Ingrata's teammate in Frankie Mosman. So those 3 are catching the 2nd place Nash Motorsports driver. And then behind them, Harley Keeble looks to have gone around Ryan Norberg for 7th. Both of them still stuck behind Andre Nicastro in 6th.
Yeah, they have stalled out, right, it looks like. At least still a net gain for both, and a big net gain for Harley Keeble from outside the top 10, so that's good news for him. Here's a look at Ingrata continuing to close towards Blake Nash. Morgado's lead continuing at 2 seconds as well. We'll come to the line this time for 3 laps to go. There's back to Norberg in the 8th spot. All the way back then, Nolan Bauer and Santi Fernandez, your top 10. Across the line, Blake Nash at the stripe there gives up, I believe, a little more to the drivers behind, only 100th to Ingrata. He lost that time as Mosman wants to go inside and clear on Diego Ramos. That's for P5, P4, sorry. Frankie Mosman back up the order with the quick time last time by.
Yeah, Mosman there has found some pace aboard an SCR racing machine, so continuing to find that last little bit of pace for Frankie Mosman. We'll see if he can close in on his teammate now, who is putting pressure on Blake Nash, but maybe not quite at the rate that we were anticipating.
Yeah, not as much as we were expecting here, but again, a P3 result for Aiden Ingrata. That's, again, right about where he started, so that's still a very good ending. If he can end where he's at, if he can get up to 2nd, it'd be even better on the points. It'd be a little bit trickier to survive the start, though, for heat number 2 if nothing else changes. While they're still closing in, Keeble was quicker than Andre Nicastro last time by, so he's closing in as they pulled away from Ryan Norberg. So the battle for 6th there just happened at the end of the screen. That was back in turn number 5. Harley Keeble now up another spot officially in 6th as he got around Nicastro, who will fall into the clutches of Norberg with a lap and a quarter to go. They rocket down the back straightaway in the new order.
Yeah, hard to see from that angle, but it looked like it was a late move there from Keeble. Is Norberg going to try down the inside? You don't see a pass all that often through into turn number 10, I believe, but Norberg with a nice move gets himself up one more spot and kind of neutralizes the damage from a poor start. As we get down to the white flag lap, Nash looks to have Ingrata under control, and if anything, Frankie Mosman is coming fast to this group.
Yeah, fast Frankie Mosman, another purple lap time for the number 300. Said he felt like he would have had a pole position lap in the machine if he didn't get held up in qualifying on the good lap. Still his 2nd best feeling lap and his best overall put him in the top 5. fourth right now, closing in. I think he's just going to run out of time. Ingrata as well on the bumper of Blake Nash to turn number 12 here. This hairpin, not close enough. And all the way at the front, the Brazilian, Matheus Morgado, continues the streak of perfection in ROK USA competition. He'll win Heat 1 from the pole here in Vegas. And it's a 1-for-1 easy start here to his weekend. Morgado by 1.7 seconds at the end of it over Blake Nash, and I'm sure, again, he was able to really manage that race. Once DeTulio had his issue and the gap opened up, he's probably saving tires quite a bit there because he's got to make them last through 4 rounds of heat races. So a picture-perfect start to the weekend for Matheus Morgado as he tries to clean up here in Las Vegas for the PSL karting boys. Nash, Ingrata, Mossman, Ramos, again, Keeble and Norberg both getting around Andre Nicastro there late. He ends up in the 8th spot, so Harley Keeble, a good, very good heat race. Again, Nolan Bauer showing 8th. He's actually 9th behind Nicastro if the transponder was on the car and working, which I believe it was early on. Bauer 9th, Fernandez 10th, Liam Lech on the GFC 11th, Nate Cicero 12th, so he ends pretty much net neutral. Gianluca Savalio, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Luke French, Zanbin Gia 16, Dane Idelson, Halpeng Zhang, ADT, a 19th place result in the opening heat race. The good news is with attrition and a little bit of a smaller grid, it's not a death sentence like in VLR Senior, but to go from looking at a potential P2 to a P19, that's a big blow to the Inter-MS Kart Republic Drivers weekend.
Yeah, certainly. It's a lot to make up. Not as much to make up as the VLR classes, but certainly not ideal for DeTulio, not ideal for Leo Scorpioni or for Josh Campbell either. So not only are they going to have to repair the karts, because certainly with DeTulio, that axle's done for, but for all of those guys, they're going to have to make up some more track position. And what was looking like a really good effort for ADT, now he's going to be on the back foot the rest of the weekend.
Well, at least the good news for Inter-MS, they've got William Isaias on the outside of the front row here for ROK Masters, and of course on the inside, Martin Stone for Ryan Perry Motorsport after they had that blow with Josh Campbell in the Pro ROK GP heat. That's all coming your way next, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're halfway in and halfway to go on the 10-class rotation here from Vegas. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of ROK Vegas 2023, presented by Skip Barber. have hit the racetrack here for Master Rock, and we are set to go green. So Martin Stone will lead us off there in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart on the inside. William Isaias will join him on the outside of row number 1. Ignacio Vivian on the inside of row 2 alongside Scotty Roberts there in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Miguel Meir and Mundy Lawyer on row number 3. Kyle Moore and Steve Weiner on row number 4. Dale Redlin will round off the 9-driver Rockmaster field, the only class to not touch the double digits here this weekend, I believe, on turnout, as we are just a hair under 300 entries, if not over, for ROK Vegas 2023. Stone's got them together. We'll go to the start lights here for this one if they can get over into it, and no green that time by, as I believe they were ready to go, but they forgot there's a full formation lap. So the officials let them know, hey, you still got a lap to clean your tires and off and warm up a little more. So take care of it, boys. Have fun.
Yeah, certainly we saw Scott Roberts there pull out a line early and immediately go quicker. That'll help him a little bit with the tire warm-up, certainly. But Martin Stone, good effort for him yesterday, get himself on pole position aboard the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. He's got a couple international motorsports carts alongside him, so that should be interesting to watch all weekend. But really, if you're Martin Stone, it's been a good year for him so far. He's shown race-winning pace in a number of different events. I don't believe he's been able to put himself in P1 at any of them yet, but he's been on the podium. He's been a contender, so we'll see what he can do here starting from the point on this grid. 8 minutes and 2 laps of distance for all of these heat races we've seen so far. It's deceptively long. You look up and it's suddenly been 12, 13 laps depending on the class. That is a lot of time to sort things out, and we saw, like with Harley Keeble and Ryan Norberg, you can make up time in a lot of spots during those 13 laps.
And that was one interesting point from Ryan Norberg earlier in the week, that he mentioned that, you know, realistically this track is pretty big in size, but it actually feels like a pretty short lap around the circuit. It's a high-speed racetrack, couple of hairpins, but overall pretty good flow to it. And we're ready to get another race on it. Group 6 here, Rockmaster underway, and look on the outside, William Isaias will get his way down to the lead there for the second time here today. The outside lane is able to get down to the point. So a good start for the Inter-MS Kart Republic of William Isaias as he leads them over to turn number 5 for the opening lap. A good start as well for Scotty Roberts to get to third as Miguel Meir going out of the Mundy Lawyer through the infield S section and towards that back sweeper.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. I think the outside, if you can get the initial launch off of the line and maybe get a slight jump on the inside row, you can carry that momentum around the outside because there really is enough rubber there. Like, I don't think that's the issue. I think it's more so just track positioning, having 3 straight right-handed corners to start off the lap. So good start there, and now we're going to see how this race unfolds as we complete lap number 1. William Isaias into the race, so he's got about half a second on Martin Stone.
Yeah, good jump here for Isaias with 1 lap complete. Scott Roberts under a little bit of pressure from Ignacio Vivian there for the 3rd spot as they head over to turn number 5, and out of it here, all kind of spread evenly apart so far in Rockmaster. For those of you just now joining us, this is Group 6 of the 10-class rotation. Rock Micro is next up to go, and then I believe we have Rock Junior followed by VLR Master, and then your Pro Rock Shifters cap off the order in the 10th seed before we take our lunch break here in the later afternoon on West Coast time. And then, of course, on the East Coast here in the U.S., if you're tuning in, you'll get some night racing action as we race into the sunset here in the afternoon for the second round of heats, where we'll run through every class again. So Rockmaster, again, this is 6th on the lineup. 4 more will follow for a short break, and then all 10 hit the racetrack again in the afternoon. As with another lap complete now, we get a better look at where they stand speed-wise. Roberts still under a little pressure from Ignacio Vivian, but Martin Stone starting to roll here, now closing that gap up to the lead of William Isaias. 2 car lengths down to maybe 1 now coming out of turn number 8 onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, certainly a tighter line there from Stone. It's going to lead to him going to the inside of William Isaias into turn 12. Pretty easy move there for the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. He gets himself back to where he started in P1. Isaiah's going to try to stick by and see if he can't find some sort of avenue to keep up and eventually make his way back through.
Yeah, obviously we know the Inter-MS Kart Republics have speed. DeTulio was quick before he nicked the barriers there in heat number 1. For Martin Stone, though, he was obviously not in any rush to get to the point, knowing with a little bit of a smaller class, even if he loses that jump through turn 1 and 2 off aggression, he's got the pace to be able to work his way back up front, and it only took 2.5 laps to get it done. Behind here, the battle for third still going on, or at least lurking and looming of a potential battle, because Roberts has held that spot since the jump, Vivian's been wanting it and been applying pressure, hasn't gotten a mistake yet out of Scotty Roberts in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. And then for Miguel Mir on the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart back in the 5th spot. He had to kind of battle a little bit with Mundy Lawyer early. He's starting to close back up and maybe potentially make it 3 drivers going at it for P3.
Yeah, certainly. This could get pretty interesting. Miguel Mir has not quite had the pace I feel like you would have expected from him this weekend so far, but he certainly found a bit of that here in the first heat. So good to see him finding that pace and potentially fighting for a podium spot on this first heat. Again, long way to go. We've still got 4 minutes plus 2 laps. We've still got 3 more heats after this. So these guys, in such a small field, you're really kind of almost focusing on it. You can focus on just what your kart's doing, what your competition's doing, and really just kind of focus, not really worry too much about the racecraft, because if you give up a position or two, it's a long race in the final. You're going to have time to make it up. In a 9-kart field, you don't really need to worry about track position. So I think this is just good test session almost for them at this point.
Speaking of a good test session, how about a test of a pass there? Not quite able to get it done and completed. Ignacio Vivian gets crossed over there by Scotty Roberts for third, but he was close enough to at least send a slider on the inside and try something. And that's, again, the other half of the heats. It's not just test sessions for the kart to find more speed. It's also testing of how you can race on this circuit. Passing in practice and in qualifying is one thing. Passing when they're trying to keep you behind is a completely different one, as Martin Stone takes us out of turn 12 over to 13 and 14, the full speed chicane and onto the front straightaway. The lead back to William Isaias was 4 1/4 tenths. Another half tenth added. Now nearly half a second back from P1 to P2 here as we pass the halfway mark at 4 minutes now down to just over 3 plus 2 laps to go here in the opening heat race for Master Rock.
Yeah, certainly. Martin Stone able to find just that little bit of pace, but now you can see William Isaias continuing to sort of get his groove back. We saw the first couple laps that Stone passed, he was able to pull out a gap, but now it has sort of equalized. They've all pulled a gap back to Scott Roberts and the rest of the field, but certainly for Isaias, this is just about finding your rhythm, finding that comfort. I don't think he has to beat Martin Stone here to kind of feel confident about himself, because starting first, starting second, starting third, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal in this 9-car field, but still nice to see. Martin Stone yesterday had a really good pace to get himself on pole. He's looked the class of the field all weekend long, and now is getting into heat number 1. If you're William Isaias, it's just about trying to find as much as you can. Go to school a little bit to see what you can learn here.
As they head out of turn number 3, you saw Miguel Mir have a little bit of a moment there through turn 2, kind of hitting the bumps. That's really the only rough part of the racetrack. They were able to keep a pretty smooth surface. I know every time we come to a parking lot circuit, usually on the track build, that early part of the week, they're spending also some time kind of grinding down some of the bumps to level them, adding some patchwork maybe to the surface. And I feel like overall at the Rio, it's been a pretty decent lot, but that sweeper, that high-speed section at the end of the front straightaway, the center of the corner is really what's been bunking guys out of the seat. As the rubber's gotten laid down, it's gotten a little bit smoother, but still, it just kind of makes the line you have to hit, the window, pretty narrow for where you need to be. You can see how dark the rubber's getting through that corner with the starts, how quickly that's been laid down has been interesting to watch today, of the second groove getting more and more rubber from the racecraft going on. But still, just trying to play through the bumps, almost like navigating a minefield at certain temporary racetracks. And I think turn 2, turn 1 still has a little bit of that there, and that's what cost Mir some time a few laps ago.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I talked to Harley Keeble earlier in the day, and his big point was that there are 2 areas on this track, because we have one kart slowing behind, it looks like a little bit, and that looks to be in the sixth position. But certainly the bumps here, turn 1, turn 2, and turn 6 are the 3 major points that Keeble said. Other than that, smooth, or about as smooth as you can expect for a street or for a temporary circuit. As we get ready to send it down to Alex here on the grid for an interview.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Here with your P2 finisher in the ROK Senior category, Blake Nash. Blake, P2 wasn't all smooth sailing, though. It seemed like you were never truly comfortable in the go-kart. Is that how it felt from the driver's seat?
Yeah, I just for me personally, the track changed quite a bit. I think it laid down a lot more rubber this time around than, say, yesterday in qualifying. So I just didn't really get a good handle on the go-kart. I didn't feel completely comfortable. And plus, the start wasn't great, so I fell back to third. But I think we managed it okay. We finished second, so still in the fight.
Yeah, talk to me about how challenging you expect this weekend to be, right? You have to make the tires last for all 4 heat races, and for a heat race like that where it doesn't really go your way, but you're able to claw back, you probably use a little bit more tire than you would have liked.
Yeah, I looked back in the beginning, I saw I had a gap, and Morgado was pretty far away, so I was kind of just chilling behind DeTulio. Once he hit the barrier, I had to, check up a little bit, and that closed the gap behind me. so I had to push a little bit harder than I would have liked to, but I think our tires are still in good shape compared to some of the other people. So yeah, we just make a small change on the go-kart and go back out. Hopefully it goes better.
All right, good luck with next heat, Blake.
Thank you.
There you have it from Blake Nash. Again, like he said, he was in a great spot, as we've got one driver not in a great spot there. That's the 654 off on the sky. Scott Weiner is out here, coming out of turn number 12. Let's go back down here side by side with 2 to go here in Rock Master to Diego Ramos, who is now standing by here with Alexander Searle. A good heat race for him.
Thank you, Xander. Diego, P5 on track, P4 after penalties. That's got to feel pretty good after a not so good qualifying compared to what we expected from you.
Yeah, for sure. In the practice, we were fast, and then in the quali, we had a problem with the hubs. The hubs move in the quali, and then we lost a little bit of speed. But we know the go-kart is fast, the engine is good. Just keep the moment going in the race. I did a good start. We had a good speed, I think. I didn't see the lifetime, but fell fast. And let's see, the weekend is long. Let's see what we can do. Like the hits progressive now, starting 4th. For next one, just like finish the race, do like good points, and then we see.
Yeah, you mentioned progressive heat, starting 4th now, much closer to your teammate. Speaking of Morgado, what is it that you're missing, just that little extra bit to get up to your teammate?
I mean, in qualify, I had a problem with the hubs. I didn't see the times in the race, but I think now we are like pretty even. But yeah, for sure, me and him will be like same the whole week, and let's work together and see what we can do like a teammates.
All right, like you said, teammates, 1 and 4 for the next heat race. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Checkered flag in the air here for Master Rock's opening heat race. Martin Stone making it look easy out there in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. He wins by just under a second back to William Isaiah's Inter MS Kart Republic. Ignacio Vivian able to get around Scotty Roberts there early on. He pulled away to 3rd, Roberts 4th, Miguel Mayer 5th, Mundy Lawyer, Dale Redlin, and on back, of course, we saw the issue for Scott Weiner there in the Inter MS Kart Republic on the outside of turn number 12. So unfortunately a DNF for him. The rest of the field all good, all clean. Kyle Moore there ends up in 8th, a little bit further back, but that's how they stacked up here in the opening heat race for Master Rock. And again, not too much to take away from that, but at least from Ramos's interview, like he said, he feels at least where he's probably now even speed-wise to Morgado, but as we heard from Garrison, a lot of the field is close. It's track position.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you can talk 10 to 12 drivers within a 10th or 2/10 of a second. It's tough to make up those spots. And even though we got to 4th, now that second heat starting on the outside, I'm curious to find out who got the penalty. It might have been either Ingrata or Frankie Mossman with a bumper penalty. Not entirely sure on that one, but certainly for Diego Ramos, I mean, it's a positive heat, but I still feel like he's not going to feel totally comfortable with that track position. Also, another thing is Blake Nash talking about the track rubbering in. We mentioned the MXJs at the start. For those that don't know, the MXJs are going to likely add grip to the kart, even if it doesn't necessarily, or even if it causes the tires to overheat a little bit. So I'm curious to see what kind of changes they make. Obviously, Blake's not going to tell us, hey, we changed this much to added some or took away some caster or camber. But I mean, I think you have to do something if he feels like the kart's stuck, because it's only going to get more grippy as the weekend goes on.
Well, as the Rock Micros begin to roll onto the racetrack, let's lay some more rubber down, put a little more grip down on the circuit here. Another big grid of young superstars getting set to get underway here in Las Vegas. This is group 7 of 10 on the rotation, and let's take a look at your starting lineup. Juan Garcia Arce Davila will start on the inside on the Ursuline Racing Parallel. To the outside of him, one of the youngest drivers in the field, Zane Burgess on the PK Sports Sodi. To complete the opening row. Josh Bergman and Maxwell Macha make a Sodi lockout of row 2 with PK Sport on the inside and SLA Kart Racing on the outside. Sebastian Piemonte will start on the inside of row 3 alongside Mikey Collins. Row 4's got Dion Bindi and Camila Canache. Row 5 to round your top 10. Nadine Asher Pavon on the inside. Alex Chandler on the outside in the Iron Rock Motorsports machine. Then it's Mauro Norio and Win Gunshock on row number 6. George Ho and Aiden Go on row 7, Luca Becquerel and Sebastian De Moisac on row number 8, Cam Becker and Nico Salazar row 9, Brandon Eng and Neve Desra on row 10, Bernardo Goubert and Liam Van Beek row 11, Dutch Westbrook, Benicio Leal On row number 12, Marina Brandao, Ethan Torres, Jaden Francisco, Grayson Walcott, Dante Ortega. The field of 30-plus here in ROK Micro getting set to go green.
Yeah, certainly having a good effort in qualifying by Juan Garcia Arce de Villa yesterday. I mean, he's been someone that's been up towards the front in Micro, but for him to get pole, really kind of a standout performance for him. He's got the 3 Sodis behind him, 2 of them the PK Sports guys, 1 of them at SLA and Maxwell Macha. But for Garcia Arce de Villa, that is a really good effort. And I'm curious to see how these Micro guys handled, in a lot of cases, their first real temporary track experience. So should be an interesting start here, but it'll be fun. I mean, you've got guys that have a lot of experience this year nationally running at the front. You've got guys that are maybe kind of getting their feet wet on the national scene, running towards the middle of the back of the field. So should be an interesting start here as we get set to go in Micro ROK.
As the field exits the left-right chicane onto the front straightaway here for the youngest superstars, ages 7 to 10 years old in ROK Micro. Into the tram lines, looking for the green flag. Juan Garcia Arce on the 36 on the inside. Gets a decent jump over Burgess. He'll lead just barely through turn number 1 and turn number 2. And it's a Sodi side-by-side battle for second. Burgess trying to get low. He does. Almost. Oh no! Contact between the teammates. Bergman and Burgess get together. And what a start. Alex Chandler to second.
Alex Chandler started all the way back at almost 10th, and he's up to second now. Looks like both of the Sodi cars potentially have bent axles there. Certainly we saw Burgess having a lot of airtime there in off of the front bumper of his teammate. It was a late move from him, just a racing incident, but unfortunate for both of those guys, and they'll have to talk that through in the 10th. But what it has done is give him a massive lead to Juan Garcia Arce de Villa up in the front. He's got almost a second back to Alex Chandler already, who had an outstanding start to get up to second.
Yeah, I mean, talk about it, right? Airtime, literally, for Zane Burgess. Luckily, he's still going, and he's going to take over second. Down the inside with a big run on Alex Chandler, who definitely looked down on power down the front straightaway. Burgess to second, and Sebastian Piemonte to the inside. He'll take second. What a start.
Yeah, you can see that Kart of Burgess looks like it's hopping up and down a lot, but he's still driving it fast into the top 3. But with that being said, Piemonte able to get to second. Chandler just looks like he's struggling on power, and then you've got Bergman and Macha getting shuffled back on that opening lap chaos there.
What a lead already for Juan Diego Garcia Arce, as to the inside goes Josh Bergman. Again, we know that there's, like you said, damage for Burgess with a potentially bent axle with how much his car's hopping in the rear down the straightaway. Did Bergman bend a tie rod as well with the tire-to-tire contact as he gets shuffled to the wayside there by a couple, and he'll lose 3 spots net out of turn 12. So across the line, 2 complete. Lots more shuffling still to go as Garcia Arce de Villa leads by 1.5 seconds back on the grid. And the drivers moving up there. Camila Canache into the top 5. Chandler back to 6. Macha getting through. Bergman, Mikey Collins, Wynn Goldschuk, Luca Becquerel, and Asher Pavon. They're edge of the top 10 and 11.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this has been a lot of shuffling in the opening laps, but somehow everyone made it through without retiring from the race. So a clean start, even if there was that contact in turn number 3. But now you can see Burgess trying to get him back on Piemonte for that second spot. Both of them continue to maybe look like they're gaining a little bit of time on Garcia Arce de Villa, but just not quite there. And behind them, Maxwell Macha, we've seen it all year. He's been so composed, whether it be a USPKS, SCUSA, Winter Tour. He's been so fast, and so we'll see what he can do. Maybe not quite as much pace as he was hoping for this weekend, but he's been on it so far.
Let's go down to Ranjan Eversole here as they are side-by-side for second. Will be side-by-side as well. Burgess through on Piemonte. Ranjan, take it away.
With Martin Stone. Martin, congratulations. What a run there in the first race.
Thank you. Yeah, it all went to plan. We just got to save the tyres because we have to do another 3 heat races on this tyre. So just managed to get the lead and then not push too hard at the end just to save that tyre for the other 3 races we got.
Well, obviously this is not your first ROK race here in Vegas. It seems like I've visited you here a couple of times. Tell us about your group and who you're here with this weekend.
With RPM this weekend, we're at Perry Motorsport, with Danilo from D2 doing the engine. So guys that I've known for years and just very comfortable working around. I've got Colin Brown as a driver coach this weekend, so yes, I'm in good company for sure.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much, Martin. Congratulations to you. Look forward to seeing you the rest of the weekend. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go from Ron John Martinstone again. Like he said, has been here for many iterations of the ROK Vegas event, and obviously a good start and an easy start for him here so far. Halfway in and halfway home, plus 2 laps here in the Micro Rockers opening heat. The gap is coming down to the lead. St. Burgess is closing. Here's a look a little further back. We talked about Piemonte with that great start while we were away. He's faded back now outside of the top 5. Camila Canache got around him, so did Maxwell Macha, and now Bergman goes by on the Kart Republic of Sebastian Piemonte. So all the way as high as second, and now outside the top 5 and still sliding down the leaderboard is the young man there in the number 16 or number 77.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Zane Burgess, though. I mean, he has made his way up into second. He was faster than Garcia Arce that last time through. He's bringing Maxwell Macha with him. All of this, number 1, with what looks to be a slightly bent axle, and number 2, after getting caught in the air on the opening lap. And for a young driver like him, that is a lot to overcome. Getting, honestly, just kind of put in the air by your teammate. You're kind of going to be looking back and wondering, okay, is this going to happen this next corner? So for him to put that behind him and show the raw pace that he has is really impressive. And he's bringing Macho along with him. Again, those 2 guys, different teams, same manufacturers, both of them pushing towards the front.
Yeah, Macha last time by was about 4/10 better than the race leaders. Maxwell Macha, a 51.0 to a 51.3 for Burgess and a 51.4 for Juan Diego Garcia Arce. As they head across the line this time, Macha slows a little. Camila Canache, really quick lap there for Camila as she goes purple. Macha now going to go by Burgess. Canache tries to do the same. She will just barely get clear in the 16. Burgess back to the 4th spot. But the drivers in 2nd and 3rd have been the fastest on the circuit so far, so we'll see. Can Camila Canache and Maxwell Macha keep that uphill momentum or upward momentum going and reel in our race leader? We're just by 1,000, less than a second away from the top spot with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And again, don't forget about Josh Bergman. He's now back up to Zane Burgess, and he's also been quicker than the race leader the last few laps. A 50.9 for Burgess against a 51.26 for Diego Garcia Arce. So the pack is closing back in towards the point at the very end of this one.
Yeah, certainly. That last pass will give them a little bit more breathing room. You see Macha came under fire there briefly, but was able to hang on to the spot. They need to not battle if they want to get to the lead, but that is not what's going to happen. Is down the inside for that second position. You see Macha there trying to go back on the crossover. He's going to make it happen against Camila Canache for that 2nd spot. Canache going to fight back. She's going to get the spot, and it's going to bring Burgess as well as Bergman back into the fray. So all of this fighting for second. Garcia Arce de Villa was under fire a little bit within a second, and now that has gone by the wayside as they all stack up for second behind Camila Canache, who's had a good race, but now has a whole lot of Sody carts behind her.
Yeah, coming out of the back hairpin there, side by side. Macha versus Canache still going. A minute plus 2 laps again. This is hurting their progress a little bit now. More drivers coming into the fray. Macha back on Canache in turns 1 and 2. Burgess following, and Canache way out into the dusty marbles there on the outside of the corner. She'll lose about 4 spots and definitely slide a bit more through turn number 3. So not a great opening corner there for Camila Canache as she slots in line behind Mikey Collins, who has made up a lot of ground on that U-Race Parolin coming through the infield section now.
Man, any other class here with how wide she went into the corner, she would have been in the barrier if they had any more power than that. So a little bit fortunate there for her, but she slots in the 5th as we see Bergman almost goes into the barrier there on the exit of turn number 10. That's going to allow for this whole pack behind him to go down the inside. There goes Canache back down the inside as well. Welcome to see Piemonte is going to get back through. Bergman's going to lose 3 spots in 1 corner. So slight mistake, just overrun the corner a little bit, and it costs you big time here in Vegas.
Yeah, just 1 mistake is all it takes here to take your day from solid, consistent, or even good to all of a sudden, wow, we've got a lot of work to do. Behind the end of the pack there, you saw Bergman back battling with Piemonte. They both are 7th and 8th, while Macha and Burgess are now unfortunately 2 seconds away from Juan Diego Garcia Arce out front. So with only 2 laps remaining now, I don't think they'll end up getting to the lead. We'll see how much they opt to battle for the 2nd spot. But still just, whatever the damage might have been for Zane Burgess of that axle bending, it's obviously not as drastic as what we saw with ADT, but it's probably still not a comfortable ride for the young man there in the 55.
Yeah, you can see him going down the straightaway, and compared to everyone else, I mean, there is some natural bumps on the track, but not as much as we're seeing. Just look at the bumper going up and down. I mean, that is impressive. that Burgess has been able to get through that as they come to the last couple of laps here. You can see Burgess putting the pressure on Macha. Macha's looked like probably the quickest kart other than Garcia Arce de Villa in this race, but just the battling has kind of taken him out of contention. And these two have enough of a gap now where they can probably afford to race a little bit and still stay in second and third.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have enough cushion here with just the final lap underway now. So as they head over through the left-handed sweeper there at turn 8, they'll go to the right-hand hairpin, turn number 9, and rocket down the backstretch. They held even to Diego Garcia Arce last time, and even to that gap out back to Camila Canache and company. She's starting to close back up as got back around Mikey Collins for 4th. Collins back to 5th. That'll update at the loop. And across the line here, checkers in the air. Garcia Arce de Villa a cruise to the finish in Micro Rock's opening heat. Macha, Burgess, Canache, Collins, the top 5. And then Win Gottschalk. What a great drive forward for Win. Able to pick up a number of spots and get all the way up to the 6th position by the end.
Yeah, usually if you're not shown in a race, it's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. In this case, Juan Garcia Arce de Villa, a really good thing is he was well out in front of the incidents and in front of all the overtaking that took place behind him. So solid run for him, picking up where he left off in qualifying. He wins heat number 1 here in Micro Rock. Maxwell Macha runs up to 2nd. Zane Burgess holds on for 3rd. And then you've got 3 people with really good runs. Camila Canache showed so much pace to get up to 2nd. Fell back in turn number 2 at that one point, but still a solid 4th place run. Mikey Collins up to 5th. And Win Gottschalk able to get up to 6th. Bergman, Piemonte, both of them, as well as Alex Chandler falling through the order. So a lot of moving and shaking here in heat number 1 of Micro Rock. But at the front of the field, it's the same story. Juan Garcia Arce de Villa has everyone covered so far this weekend.
Yeah, great start for Juan Garcia Arce de Villa here in Micro Rock. And overall, while there was a little bit of carnage in turn number 3 on the opening lap, a relatively tame heat race for the youngest superstars here in the Rock Cup class structure. Live from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Again, we've got 3 more classes still to roll here in the morning half of heat number 1's sessions. Junior Rock, VLR Master, Pro Rock Shifter, still to come here from Vegas. Onto the racetrack now here for Rock Jr. as the field heads out of turn number 5, and we get set to go green. Diego Ardiles with a great results in qualifying, and the same for Sebastian Garzon. The South Americans able to lock out the front row here for the first heat race of the weekend for the Junior Rock GPs. Again, the 125cc counterpart, you'll see a lot of names you'll recognize from that VLR Junior heat race from earlier today. Many pulling double duty. The likes of Stephen Miller and Turner Brown, 2 opposite ends of the coin there. Brown hoping for a bit of a rebound. Miller trying to keep the momentum going. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, joins Stephen Miller on row 2 alongside back behind is Michael McGoy with Diego Ardiles. Augustus Toniolo is the name we haven't seen in a little while. The Brazilian is back stateside here. Last time we saw him was back, I believe, in the micro days here. The 289, my mistake, sorry, is the RPG Cosmic at the front. Ardiles still a good run, and it is still a South American lockout of the front row.
Yeah, certainly. Sebastian Garzon had everyone covered yesterday. A really good pull run there for the Orsilon driver. So he'll be one to watch. It's interesting this year. He's had so much pace at different events, but just has not been able to put it together. And with this Rock Junior field, maybe a little bit different than what we've seen at various points. Stephen Miller struggling a little bit for pace this weekend, at least on this side of things. No Ernesto Rivera, he moved up a couple months ago. So a lot of new faces that maybe we've seen a little bit, but not quite all the way up at the sharp end of the grid, getting their taste here at the front of the field, getting set to go for heat number 1 in Junior Rock.
As they exit turn number 12, we'll keep an eye on them all. Can the juniors on their second class be a little bit cleaner? It's a few less drivers, so that could help. But again, the carnage started all the way up in the second row in that VLR junior heat, so hopefully it doesn't happen, or if it does, it's at least a little bit further back and doesn't take out any major contenders here on the weekend. Down the front straightaway, we look for the green. Sebastian Garzon, Augustus Toniolo take us down to turns 1 and 2, and the field looks good there. It will survive the opening sweeper as they rocket over to turn 3 here, and everyone hustling down to the inside lane as Michael McGoy gets turned around in front of the field, and we'll stack a few more with him. Michael McGoy, the rookie, had such a good start there, and he gets spun around over in turn 3.
Yeah, very unfortunate for McGoy as well. It packed up a couple other big names there as well, so unfortunate for those guys, but what it has done is really split the field. You can see at the front, Garzon, as well as Stephen Miller and Toniolo into the top 3. All of them have a big gap back to the 4th place driver of Turner Brown, so that gap now, because of the contact that happened with McGoy shuffling him out of the top 5, has really opened up as they come to complete lap number 1. Garzon to the lead, Miller to P2, Toniolo to 3rd, and then it gets crazy from there. You've got Turner Brown, Diego Diaz having good starts for them, all the way back down through the field. Woney and Bradley with good starts as well. All of them into the top 10, but at the back of the field, McGoy, his first junior race, not off to a great start here.
Yeah, rough start for Michael McGoy here in ROK GP Jr. Up front. No move yet from Augustus Toniolo or Stephen Miller on the race leader, Sebastian Garzon. They're, again, this is kind of how Miller played things in the VLR Junior Heat race as well. Just was pretty calm and happy to stay roughly in the top 3, and a veteran and experience level play so far from the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart driver. Across the line, we'll have 2 complete now, and the gap from the top 3 back to 4th and Turner Brown opens up a couple more hundredths. It's 1 second. Nearly 1.1. Back to Chico there on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, and Diego Ardiles right there with him in the 5th spot.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Turner Brown, the last thing he wants is to put his result in jeopardy. He's already got to go through the field in 1 class. Does not want to make it 2, but a good start for him. Started in 8th, already up to 4th. He's shown good pace this weekend. I think he's going to try to get up to that top 3, but up at the front, Stephen Miller, maybe this is something that a few months ago he would have been really gung-ho trying to get himself up to the race lead, but now understands this is 4 heat races. You've got so much time. Garzon certainly is content to run at the front, but I think for Miller, it's just putting laps in, understanding where he's better. He's got Toniolo giving him a little bit of pressure from behind. Maybe that changes his thinking, but so far a really patient drive from Stephen Miller.
Yeah, although the patience may not pay off, because Augustus Toniolo that time, quicker than both the leaders. He's on the bumper of Stephen Miller. If he wants to take over the lead, he's not far from it. Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles could only match the pace of Sebastian Garzon. They were not any better. Let's see, Toniolo, a little wide coming out of turn 8. Had kind of a look there, but ultimately no move made for the Brazilian rookie as they head back to turn 12, and will come across the line for another lap led for Sebastian Garzon in the Orsilone green and black Tony Kart colors, leading the way here in ROK GP Junior as they hit the loop. 2 classes again for those tuning in right now. We'll still roll before our lunch break. VLR Master is on deck. Pro ROK Shifter will follow to back cleanup as they head to turn 3. No move there either. Single file up front, a very calm opening heat so far for ROK GP Junior.
Yeah, you saw Antonio again, that little peak like you mentioned coming through turn number 8, did not have the momentum to be able to make a move. We'll see what he does this time through. Miller, again, right there on Garzon. You get the sense there's a couple of places you could go at any given point. Going to stay in line again. So Stephen Miller, for whatever reason, not willing to pull the trigger. There's Turner Brown. Again, he's got good paces. Now, finally, for the race lead, Stephen Miller gets it done. Toniolo's going to try to follow him through, but does not have the positioning. So Miller to P1, Garzon back to go P2, and now we'll see what the 2 South Americans can do as they come down to complete another lap in 2nd and 3rd.
And that 1 pass alone already helped bring that gap down back to 1.1 seconds from 3rd to 4th for Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles. They are hoping for a little more action in the top 3 to bring them close. Behind them, Javier Herrera runs in no man's land in the 6th spot. 2.5 seconds off the lead, so he's his 2nd back from 4th and 5th. But he's also 2.5 ahead of the crazy mid-pack swarm that sees Oliver Weldon, Jackson Wolney, Sarah Bradley, and Frederick Lemieux all rounding off the top 10. We're just past the halfway mark on the time chart, approaching halfway roughly in the race. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Stephen Miller leads his 2nd lap of the weekend here in GP Junior as they head through turn number 1.
Yeah, composed there from Stephen Miller. Now you can see that lead group running a little bit quicker with Miller leading. So seems like he has maybe a little bit more pace in the end than what Sebastian Garzon had at the front of the field. But Turner Brown continuing to match them. Ardios that last time through a 44.8. He went even quicker, pulling back up to the rear bumper of Turner Brown. So that top three not really getting away from the rest of the group, but because of that opening lap gap they were able to get, has kept them safe. As you see, Brown and Ardios, they're continuing to try to push. You can see Brown going to give the forward signal to Ardios. They want to work together, but it's so hard when everyone's evenly matched to find that last second in that gap to get that last little bit up towards the front three.
Down the front stretch here this time. Any other major updates as we look down the leaderboard? It's a new fast lap again for Oliver Weldon on the JC Karting Team machine. I mean, he is a rocket ship right now back in that 7th spot. He's already pulled away from Jackson Woolney. There's a move back for 4th. Diego Ardiles through the inside on Turner Brown, and he makes that move look easy there in turn number 5. But Oliver Weldon, 2/10 better than the race leader, almost 2/10 better than anyone on the circuit right now. A lot of speed. He's just a little bit too far back. Is up front. Here comes some action. Augustus Toniolo goes to the inside and gets clear on Sebastian Garzon. And they were already losing a little time to Stephen Miller. Now it's a lot of time lost. Half a second, maybe more, from first back to second with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And Miller not slowing down. Another consistent 44.9. Weldon that time, another 44.8, better than the leader. He's continuing to chip away at the gaps up front. He was at 5 seconds back from the lead. He's down to about 4.7 and closing the gaps up. So a good heat for Oliver Weldon to charge forward. Kind of been his story in both classes after a not ideal qualifying effort. Ty Fisher now, new fast lap time. He's a little further back on the grid. Fisher able to make up some ground after getting spun around early. He's 19th at the moment. There's Weldon coming out of the turn 12 complex. He'll have another minute, 15 seconds plus 2 laps to try and close this group of 6 up front.
Yeah, how about it? Augustus Toniolo picks up 3/10 almost on Stephen Miller that last time through. So he is flying right now. Goes purple in the process. He's bringing Sebastian Garzon with him. And how about that from Diego Ardiles as well in 4th and Turner Brown in 5th. Ardiles has been able to kind of drop Brown a little bit. So these front 4 are all kind of consolidating together. Miller was able to get that gap when Toniolo went down the inside of Garzon, but it's come back together. And really, you're seeing both the amount of time you can gain just from having a reference point and from having that draft is pretty massive, because Miller had upwards of a 6/10 of a second gap, and within a lap and a half it's closed. And it's not like Miller's going slow, it's just Toniolo has that extra bit of reference, a little bit of extra motivation, and has the draft, and all of those things have allowed him to close up the gap.
As they round the sweeper here over to turn number 3, 20 seconds plus 2 laps. That means we are right now on 3 to go. It'll be 2 to go at the line. Ardiles getting a little bit closer into frame to the top 3. Toniolo from 6 to 7/10 back from the lead is on the bumper. Can he make the move here in turn number 9? Not close there, but he's been staring down the black 273 rear number plate of Stephen Miller nearly this entire session. So when does he want to go? Can he go through the left-right chicane and down the front straightaway? Miller will see the double sticks there from Evel Knievel's impressionist Jason Burgess here to turns 1 and 2. Not close enough yet. Maybe something in turn 3.
Yeah, we'll see. Miller's going to try, not going to go defensive here. So Toniolo had that option open, did not choose to take it. Now as they come through turn number 4 through 5, you can see Miller continues to have that lead on point. He's not going defensive, and what that's doing is that's keeping Garzon from being close enough to possibly follow through as they come through the long sweeper. A little bit wide there from Toniolo. Kind of cost him a run there through turn number 9. Now down the back straightaway. We'll see what happens here. Miller continues to have him covered, and then behind him, I mean, it's a little bit too much of a gap here for Sebastian Garzon to really play into that battle for the lead. As we get set to go for the white flag lap, it's Stephen Miller at the front trying to hang on for one more time.
One more lap around for Stephen Miller. Good run out of turn 2 should put him pretty safe over to 3, and he is. No move available for Augustus Toniolo. A perfect lap is needed at this point here with that kind of pressure and how small the gap is. Miller's been really solid all race long. Over to turn 8 for the final time. Let's see. Toniolo now to turn number 9. not able to do anything there. One major passing zone is left, and it's at the end of this long straightaway. Miller, little bobble coming out of the corner. He knows he's got pressure coming to the inside. He'll block low. Garzone, late move and a hip check to Toniolo. Toniolo not going to change anything, but it will keep Toniolo at bay for now. Stephen Miller, side by side to the line, and I think just barely hangs on. 36 thousandths of a second. Stephen Miller survives the onslaught from the rest of the field, and the Nash Motorsports driver is victorious in Heat 1 with pressure coming late in the going from Augustus Toniolo, Sebastian Garzone, and of course Diego Ardila has just needed a few more laps there, but he was hunting the top 3 down consistently in the very end.
Yeah, good effort from Ardila to hunt him down, and good effort from Oliver Weldon as well, who was setting purple lap after purple lap. But how about it for Stephen Miller? Maybe has to thank Sebastian Garzone a little bit there for that half move into turn number 11. That looked like it saved Miller from that last little bit at the line, but still good effort from each of your top 3. Miller, Toniolo, and Garzone controlled the race. Ardiaz and Turner Brown both had pace at different points. Ardiaz really came on strong late. Brown had pace at the beginning of the race. They'll look for that last little bit to find themselves in that top 3 and through the rest of the top 10. Javier Herrera, kind of a no man's land all race. Weldon almost got to him at the end. Wolde, Bradley, and Alexander Jacoby with a strong effort to round out your top 10.
Well, there's a look here down to VLR Master getting set to go green. Ben Cooper on the inside in the Rolls Performance Group Cosmic. Laurentius Mardan, he's got the best experience out of most of that grid, besides the driver that lines up behind him, and Martin Stone, who just topped out of his ROK GP Master car, and then he'll start on the outside of the second row alongside him. Fellow Texan Sean Owens, I believe, on the inside into 720. So while they're all getting set to go green again, Pro Rock Shifter, as we mentioned, remains on deck. And for those here at the track, you can see as well at the back of our grid shot, you've got the Pride and Kart Chaser apparel tent as well. A lot of new merchandise available, and for those of you watching online, we do have our full new merch line available on our link tree as well. You can go to our our link in our channel description and check it out. A full new drop coming for Vegas season. It's available here in the paddock before it sells out. It's available online as well while supplies last for those that want to check it out. Of course, there's also plenty of ROK Vegas merch. There's still on clearance the ROK Winter Tour merch, and all that available over at the Pride tent. And later this weekend, we'll give everybody a quick tour here on the stream, the Kart Chaser Hospitality tent coming together. That'll be pretty cool. In the meantime, though, the racing still rolls. VLR Master, Pro Rock Shifter will get set to go green momentarily here from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino.
Yeah, certainly. And how about it? You got Ben Cooper up at the front of the field, as well as Laurentius Mardan. Those are 2 guys that have been dominant in various points in the Masters categories over the last couple years. Ben Cooper, obviously, I mean, what a successful career for him. You don't have to introduce him in terms of his pace and his storyline. Laurentius Mardan on the outside, we saw him in the VLR senior category, really putting in some good effort. He was inside the top 15 and inside the top 10 in qualifying. So Laurentius's got that pace, maybe a little bit more tame here in the Master category, but he's up at the front of the field. Sean Owens and Martin Stone, a good qualifying effort from them. Down through the rest of the field, you got Renato Jenner David and the rest of your senior fields. We get set to go here for an interview on the grid with Hunter Pickett. Alex?
Thank you, Emery. You're with Hunter Pickett. Hunter, first and foremost, just recently had your second kid, so congratulations on that. Going into this weekend, though, a pretty minimal schedule for you year long. That being said, put it P4. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, it does feel good. We just got to keep it up. It's a long couple days, so and it's progressive heats. That's different from years past, so we just got to stay out of trouble, click them off, try to move forward, and then, go from there, try to have some fun.
Yeah, obviously starting P4 puts you outside of the grid. It's a kind of double-edged sword, right? Because you're starting 4th. Outside seems to be the better way for traction on the shifter categories. But what you've seen so far in these heat races, right, outside turn 1 is not really a great place to be.
Yeah, it's hard to say. And the Masters, it looked like, they couldn't really see the lights too well from like the front 2 rows, so hopefully they adjust that a little bit. But other than that, yeah, we'll see. It's a fast turn 1, so I'm sure we're probably not going to be lifting much. It's probably going to be, full throttle along there going into turn 2 and 3, so we'll see how it plays out and make some adjustments for Heat 2 and Heat 3 and for the start, so we'll go from there.
All right, good luck, Hunter.
Thanks, buddy.
A good start for Hunter Pickett here to start in the opening couple rows. As he said here, progressive heat's a new thing for him to make sure that he's ready and used to this weekend that he can roll from. VLR Master on the circuit. We'll talk with more of our Pro Rock shifter drivers as they begin to populate the grid for the final two classes on the run order. Beyond, as we mentioned, Renato Yatter-David, Christopher Mann, and Miguel Mir on row number 4, Daniel Jones and Fernando Zuccato, row 5, Samuel Beswick, Luis Quinones, row number 6, Craig Vasquez and Sergio Rodriguez on row 7, Fred Clark and Luke Tracy, Carlos Fonseca, Dan Velpel, Ryan Molina, and Keith Olson. We did not see anyone cross the loop for the final two drivers on the entry list, Randall Lee Rogers and Stefan Gaudreau. So not sure if we'll see them this weekend or not, but a healthy VLR Master turnout here in Las Vegas. And of course, Ben Cooper and Laurentius Mardan, two drivers with one heck of a pedigree, getting set to lead the field to green. Sean Owens in his one and only major start in 2023 made the trek out here along with Mike Jones for the Dallas Karting Complex bunch. So hopefully he'll be able to bring some hardware back on the two-day drive to return to the Lone Star State. Coming out of the last chicane we go for VLR Masters here. We're set. We're ready. Group 9 out of the last turn onto the front straightaway. Ben Cooper on the inside in the purple and pink Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Laurentius Mardan in the Technokart USA red and white colors on the right-hand side of your screen. Through the tram lines we go to the start box. Punch off, lights out, we're green down to turn number 1, and Cooper with a good jump, and Owens as well is going to get through to second, and maybe even our 5th place starter Tim Meyer might have gotten through. He did for 3rd. There's more, a little contact in 3 as they kind of go wide, and Mardan is going to fall all the way back to about 7th or so down to turn number 5.
Yeah, we're just going to have a lot of work to do. He's going to go back down the inside for 6th there. That was a good move on Tim Meyer there to get one of those spots back, but still, from starting second, it seems like a very hit or miss situation. You can either make up a spot and get to the race lead, or it looks like you're going to fall and lose 3 to 4 spots. So Mardan comes out with the short end of the stick there. The battle and convinces, though, going further back. There you look at Renault Yatter-David there, getting up to second. So a great start from him from outside of the top 5. He's all the way up, into 3rd, as they're in second, and Sean Owens looks like he was a little bit further ahead. But a lot of battling going on, but Mardan all the way down to 6th at the lap number 1. So not a good start for him as the rest of the field spaces out there after one lap.
Out of turn number 3 we go. There's, again, that train, as you said. That's really the closest thing you got to a battle right now, because Ben Cooper's already gone and away here with a 1.1 second lead, and it's growing already. Sean Owens trying to keep him at least relatively within reach right now. Then Renato Yater there up into 3rd, who is a multi-time Masters winner. He's trying to close that gap at least to Sean. And behind him, of course, Christopher Mann there in the Ruthless Karting black and orange X-Spree. Coming out of the last turn, 2 complete. Where do the gaps line up now as we start to build some heat in the tires? Cooper's lead, a 1/10 extra added on. Renato Yater, though, quickest on the circuit, 47 flat. And here comes Martin Stone to make up a spot on Christopher Mann. A little too deep, though. He's going to get crossed over. Now has to do it again in 5. This time it'll stick. Martin Stone back into the top 5. Maybe. Mann still there. Finally gets through, and Mann was not happy about that as he nearly got shoved into the wall.
Oh, that's going to be very tight there. A 3-wide situation as both Tim Meyer and Laurentius Mardan able to get by Mann as well. So really bad set of corners there. And this is one of the things about this track. There's a lot of crossover opportunities, and we saw that there. Martin Stone overcooked the first one. Mann crossed him over there. Then Mann gets crossed over on the next corner. And it just kind of adds up, and what that does is it loses you a lot of time if you can't get the pass done initially. Like Martin Stone, a successful pass, but he lost almost 0.8 of a second doing it. So one of those kind of risk versus reward things. You give up a lot of time even to make up that one spot. It's up the front of the field. Sean Owens coming under fire from Renato Yatter-David for that second spot.
Yeah, Sean Owens had a little mistake there in turn number 3, and Renato Yater's obviously been the quickest car on the circuit, so I don't imagine he'll wait too long. Right now, he's still taking his time there behind Owens, who, again, a little bit wide there out of the turn 9 complex through the chicane over to 12. Here comes Renato. Whoa, not enough to get there. Owens hanging tough on the outside, holds on to second as they come onto the front straightaway. Sean Owens not giving in easy as they head to put another lap in the books. 5 complete now. 4.
Yeah, it looks like that was a little bit late there from Yatter-David. And maybe that's something he kind of takes into the notebook, that if you're going to make that move on Sean Owens, you've got to get there early into the corner, and you can see now he's clearly got the pace. Again, fanning out, trying to find a spot. I mean, Sean Owens just does not have the pace that it looks like Johnny David or Ben Cooper has, for that matter. So he's trying to hang on, but it's going to be a long fight. And behind him, Martin Stone, Lorenzo Martin, both of them are coming. Here we go. Johnny David to the inside, coming through turn number 9. This time they'll make the move happen. That's going to bring that entire pack down to Christopher Mann in 7th, back into the fray. And now we'll see what happens here in this group, as at the front of the field, Ben Cooper continues to stretch his gap further and further away.
Yeah, Ben Cooper's lead was 2.3 seconds last time. It'll be a little bigger with the pass. Question will be, can Renato Yater really turn on the afterburners and start tracking him down? 2.9 seconds back at the moment. Owens still there third, with Stone closing in. He'll be looking for that spot shortly. And Lorenzo Mardan's comeback drive to 5th probably won't end there. He might be able to get 1 or 2 more, because he's on the cusp of that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th trio over to turn number 8. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps remain here in VLR Masters at the moment, as they continue to go. And we'll also go side by side here on stream while they're side by side on camera. To the inside for 3rd, Martin Stone tries it, can't do it, still there. Let's go down as well to Alexander Searle on the pit box. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Danny from Al, front row starting spot for the first heat. We heard Hunter Pickett mention it earlier. With how close you are to the front of the grid, the lights seem to be in a pretty awkward position. How much does that affect you in the starting?
So we just got told that we're going to move 4 lanes back. So Kyle and Al start like theoretically 5th and 6th. So that should help quite a bit. I saw the Masters start. It was pretty close. The first 2 guys were looking straight up. So it's not going to really affect us. I haven't practiced the start this weekend. I practice one now, but go-kart's been great. Tried something qualifying. Kyle and I have been kind of the go-tos all weekend. It didn't work. This morning we went back to what we knew, and the kart was really, really good. So yeah, it should be a good race. I think it's going to be quite tight between, the top 5. The times have been just super duper close. So yeah, hopefully me and Kyle can have a fun race. And yeah, tire management is going to be quite important here. 4 heat races, they're very long. I think, and the shift is going to be anywhere from 13 to 14 laps. So you're going to put about 60 laps on your tires before going new for the final. So I think that's something big, and something my mechanic and I and the team will work on.
Yeah, I mean, mentally, how do you approach that, knowing that there's 4 heat races you have to get through before you get a new batch of tires? How do you attack this aggression-wise into this first heat race?
You have to be smart, but at the same time, track position is king. So you have to push, but let's say you do get a gap, you have to manage the tires, and it's a hard place to pass in a shifter, like most street cars are. So the start will be quite important. Tire pressure will play key. The sun just went away, which is nice. But yeah, we'll see. We just have to be smart with it, not try to slide the car too much, and see what we have.
All right, thank you, Danny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Minute and a half plus 2 laps to go for the field here in VLR Master. You saw it take a few tries, but Martin Stone eventually did get around Sean Owens, and he is closing back up now to Renato Yater for that 2nd spot. Miguel Mir running back in 5th, and we did, of course, lose 1 driver in that one. That was Lorenzo Mardan and Tim Meyer getting together on screen. So an unfortunate incident for them, but it's really cleared out that lead group completely. 8 laps complete now, a minute plus 2 to go, and there's some heavy gaps throughout the racetrack right now. Your leader, Ben Cooper, is long gone, out in front by over 3 seconds and counting there. There he goes down through 1 and 2. Here comes Renato Yater, Martin Stone, and Sean Owens. Those guys were pretty even on laps last time by, so not a lot of movement and shaking there. And then, of course, beyond this group of 4, you have Miguel Mir there in the 5th spot, Daniel Jones in the 6th position, Christopher Mann, Fernando Zuccato, Carlos Fonseca from the back of the grids also, like Zuccato, made up a lot of spots. Samuel Beswick outside of the top 10. Coming to the line this time, it'll be on the border of whether or not Cooper makes it before the timer hits 0, so we'll keep our eyes on whether or not we get the 2 to go signal. Of course, that's what Renato Yater would like to see. It's what Martin Stone would not like to see, and we're just in it. So 3 to go here. Another lap added on for Martin Stone to try and chip away at Renato Yater David.
Yeah, I think at this point it's pretty obvious that he's going to at least get there and have some sort of shot for that 2nd spot. That last time through 210s clear. It's interesting, both of these guys, when they've been in clear air, have had similar pace to Ben Cooper. It's just between Sean Owens maybe holding them up a little bit, and then also some of the chaos on the first few laps kind of spread out the field enough to where Ben Cooper's been able to kind of run his own race. So that'll be interesting to monitor for the next heats. But real quickly, while we get set to hit this next battle, I'm really interested to see what happens with Lorenzo Martin and Tim Meyer in the next heat, because Martin had so much pace early in the weekend, got caught up in that second group, got into the incident with Meyer, and that looked like a really hard hit into the barrier for him.
Down the line here this time, 2 to go. And while at least, again, it's bad news for Martin, the good news is hopefully these guys are working those tires a little harder since they're about to battle. Renato Yater is feeling the heat here from Martin Stone. Stone closing in, trying to get one more spot here in this one and at least get himself closer to potentially where Ben Cooper finds himself. Out of the turn 8 over to turn 9 sector. This is where David looked a little better this time than Stone. But either way, they're nowhere near the level of this guy. Ben Cooper all the way through the straightaway, half of a straightaway lead, if not more, coming to the white flag. We're keeping an eye on that battle for second and some of the other fights through the grid. But you got to give a little airtime and a big tip of the hat here to start this weekend. The biggest level of domination we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Cooper, we've barely seen him, which again, either a bad thing or a good thing. In this case, it's a really good thing for Ben Cooper. He's just been so dominant, so consistent too. Again, this track is hard to run laps within a tenth or 2/10 of a second every single time, and yet he is doing it consistently at the front of the field with no reference. So we know Ben Cooper's a world-class driver, but in this case, he is showing it here in this heat race. Again, just able to consistently run times, 46.8, 46.9, all of them as quick as anyone else on the track, as we see the battle for second going to shape up behind him as they come into turn number 10. But Ben Cooper continues on his way. They're fighting for second. Stone's going to have a little look, not quite enough, but at the front of the field, heat number 1 goes to the RPG driver. It's Ben Cooper at the front. Renato David's going to hang on for second, and Martin Stone not quite able to make the move for that second spot.
Sean Owens ends up by himself there in 4th. Here's a look at the 3-cart battle with Mir, Daniel Jones, and Christopher Mann, all there 5th, 6th, and 5th, 6th, and 7th. Carlos Fonseca, Zuccato, and the rest of the VLR Masters filing on across the line. But Ben Cooper dominates in VLR Masters from the pole. 3.7 seconds, the margin of victory by the end of it all. And American flag, but Canadian Ben Cooper getting himself ready for more action here in the afternoon. We'll get the lunch break now here for him. There's still one more class for those that are watching. Pro Rock Shifter getting set to go. Of course, a ton of you tuning in to watch the best and fastest stars in the Rock Cup classes. Who do you got this weekend here? We'll give our predictions in the moment. Send yours on the live chat as well, and make sure to send some love for your favorite driver that you're rooting on. On the front row, of course, GFC Karting's Kyle Wick will start from the best place in the house, the top position in qualifying for him. And speaking with him a little bit at the end of the day yesterday when he walked in for some extra media duties, he said, well, you know, I told him, I was like, Gary Carlton, your team owner, he didn't look super pumped up. I didn't know if you had the pole or not because I didn't see him as excited. He's like, yeah, well, when we got those first wins of the year back in June, we were excited. And now it's okay, you did your job. It's expected. That's the level of excellence these guys are expecting out of their superstars. So Kyle Wick knows pole and qualifying is exactly where he needs to keep that car at the end of heat number 1, top of the boards. And of course, for the big guy, Danny Formel in the RPG Cosmic, a part-time schedule here in karts, a full-time schedule in sports cars, and he's not showing any bit of rust so far, at least speed-wise, here on the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, it's been maybe a little bit up and down for Danny Formel this season on the kart side of things. He had so much pace when he first showed up in Orlando, and had a lot of pace really in the early part of the season, but really since about April, it seems like that program has been a little bit up and down, hot and cold. But this weekend, he's had a lot of pace. It's been him and Kyle Wick within a tenth of each other almost every session. Like you mentioned, the GFC boys, it's expected for them. When it happened up in Utah, when they got the 1-2, it was a really feel-good story. What happened in Newcastle, Kyle Wick was able to get it through. At that point, you're like, okay, like we're seeing a trend for him. And now we get to these races, and if the GFC aren't on the front row, you're like, okay, this is something's up. So Kyle Wick continuing to find that pace. We'll see how the race pace goes. 4 heats is a lot on these shifter tires. I mean, you're talking, like Danny mentioned, 60 laps, which is almost unheard of heading into the main event. So how these guys cope with a tire where from heat 1 to heat 2, from heat 2 to heat 3 and 4 will make a difference and will impact the starting grid. So it should be a fun one, and we'll see what happens here as we get set to go for Pro Shifter.
And one other point again about the tires lasting, right? Let's talk about the load on the body as well here. That turn 1-2 sweeper complex where Danny and Hunter were mentioning is almost full throttle for these guys. The G load, probably 2.5, pushing 3 Gs through that first corner section. I mean, that's going to be gnarly to get through for both themselves and the karts and tires to hang on through the rest of the weekend. Of course, Jacob Gulick, as we mentioned, the GFC fella's looking good. Hunter Pickett, who we spoke to there, rolls off in 4th. And we talked with Marian Kremers much earlier in the broadcast. He said, I just need to do exactly what I did last year. There's a reason and a formula of how I was able to get this #1 plate and win ROK Vegas in 2022. I just kind of kept myself in the picture through the heat races and was ready to get after it on Sunday. He's like, I'm not going to be going super hard here in these opening heats. If I can start in the first 3 rows, I've got a shot at it. So that's all he's looking for. And for the reigning SCUSA Pro Tour 2-time now Pro Shifter champion, former KZ World Champ Marian Kremers, the inside of row 3 is at least a safe spot to roll off. David Lewinsky is back here with the Catalyst Driver Development at Kart Group. He's got his team owner and teammate Remo Ruschetti behind him on row 4 in the 8th spot. And a young gun there in Karol Paszewicz, a Pro Shifter rookie with a solid qualifying effort on the Inter-MS Kart Republic. He'll start in the 7th spot. Completing the top 10 to put 3 black and white GFCs up there is Warwong Kamarakul. Spoke with him a little bit. He's been able to make a couple of vacation trips to the States after living here for quite a few years. Moved back over to Thailand. He's got a lot of followers and friends for the race team that he manages over there. And he said, yeah, I had to make it out here for one of the big Vegas shows. I missed being over to race in the States and hang out with my good friends in the GFC karting camp. A good qualifying effort from Warwong puts him on the inside in 9th alongside Canadian multi-time national champion David Greco, who rolls off in 10th. Brian Keck rolls off 11th alongside another Pro Shifter rookie in Diego Contecha on the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, and then down through the rest of the grid, I mean, you got guys like Colin Daly, Handon Greenmeyer as well, starting inside the top 15 just barely. So this is a really stacked Pro Shifter grid here for ROK Vegas. I'm excited to see. I mean, passing, we've seen on the single speed is very much possible on this layout. We haven't really seen a whole lot of action in the shifter category. We saw Antonio Pizzonia trying different moves on the first Master Shifter race, but how these guys are able to race, I think is going to tell us a lot about the rest of the weekends.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on it all. Who do you got here for heat #1 in Pro ROK Shifter? Kyle Wick is the one that the viewers are picking so far here in the polls online, watching the stream at home. And again, he's got the easiest place to do it from the poll. Two other drivers worth mentioning here. Giorgio Carrara, who we've seen quite a bit from in 2023, rolls off outside the top 10. He's, of course, got his younger teammate in Karol Paszewicz starting much higher up. And spoke with Giorgio this week. He's hit the tables a little bit, went up $10. He's like, I won, and now I'm focused for the rest of the weekend, and we're going to wait till Sunday to go ahead and play around. He's like, I'm all business from this point forward. So Giorgio Carrara needs to get a little bit of business done as they back them up a little bit to give these guys a better view of the start gantry for Pro Shifter. That, as Danny mentioned, should make it pretty easy for them. And again, Kyle Wick on the inside. Watch what happened in Master Shifter where Pizzonia on the outside didn't pay off to go to the cleaner part of the racetrack. So he's opted for the inside lane, the shortest run around the circuit and the easiest way to make sure that you've got the nose ahead on the preferred lane through the first corner. Red flag up. It looks good through the grid. No hands in the air. That means for Chuck Yoda, the race director, he'll send us to the start light system here. The Track Systems North America lights. Light them up, boys and girls. Pro ROK Shifter, Heat 1. And we are away, and a good start for Kyle Wick, but a better one for Danny Formal. Give the whole shot to the Costa Rican. He'll lead us out of turn #2.
Yeah, great start there from the outside from Formal. Also Hunter Pickett getting a spot on the start as well. So, oh, big contact. There goes Karol Paszewicz, and the whole entire inside line gets stacked up on the inside of turn #3. A disaster start there as we see 4 or 5 carts all lined up, and a disaster turn #3, the chaos spot here for Pro Shifter.
Ruschetti involved, Carrara involved, a number of big names collected in turn 3 on the opening lap that spread us apart. But it's the big guy, Danny Formal, leading, and Marian Kremers doing exactly what he said. Low aggression, lots of control. He's up now to 4th here at the end of the opening circuit as Formal leads down to turn 1 by 0.4 of a second here with just 1 lap complete in Heat 1.
Yeah, certainly. That's really spread out the field. You've got the front two, Kyle Wick and Danny Formal, flip positions on the opening lap. Hunter Pickett and Marian Kremers each making up 1 spots on their PSL machines. now the real test for them. They have been kind of pessimistic about their pace so far this weekend, saying, oh, we're not quite sure about what they can do, but this is their chance. They've got the two guys that have been kind of setting the pace all weekend long, and they've got really a straight shot at him in third and fourth.
Yeah, he's got a close run towards it if he wants to do it here again. Nonetheless, up front, let's look where the lap times fall. Wick said he was expected to put it top of the boards. At the moment, just a tick off the pace of Formal, who's looking good early. A 42.61 for him. Quickest driver on the circuit. How about this for one of the big names we didn't mention here? Michael Avancino, the West Coast kid here, has run a part-time schedule over the last really 5 years or so. He has been a contender in the Super Nationals in terms of making the main and running towards the front of the X30 senior grid. This is his first pro ROK shifter national level start outside of a select amount of regional events, and I believe he may have started a handful of Challenge of the Americas races over the last 2 years. But on the Ron White Racing CRG, he goes purple, 42.5. Quickest on the circuit for the second lap in a row, and he's already up now about 7 positions. So a great start for Michael Avancino there in the 424.
Yeah, great start for him, but one guy that did not have a good start at all, Jacob Gulick, got caught up in that turn 3 mess, and he is out of the race now. So the guy that started in the third spot, as much as we mentioned Turner Brown having a DNF being a disaster for him earlier in the day, in pro shifter, that is even more of a death sentence to be out in heat number 1 and have to come all the way through the field in the rest of your 3 heats.
Yeah, I mean, talk about really just putting your weekend on the back foot early as we watch Kremers here for 4th. Check out the battle and going outside the top 5 as well, folks, while Lewinsky is safe there in 5th. David Greco in 6th. A lot of shuffling with Matt Avancino, Colin Daly, and I believe right in that mix as well is Brian Keck. So all of them kind of shuffling around each other here as they head down into the hairpin section. And through, we have Brian Keck there. That's, Keck in the Ron White Racing machine. Avancino in the blacked out 459 car. And then right there on the red and white DR is, of course, Colin Daly. So that's end of the top 10. All 3 of those drivers started well outside of it and have picked up a handful of spots, and they're battling for 7th, 8th, and 9th at the moment. Ayrton Littell, his pro ROK shifter debut, not too bad on the GFC Scuderia Littell combination to run 10th here, about 2.8 seconds back, as we got problems for Justin Dittrich, who has nosed it into the wall in the infield. The 421 race to 50 driver is out there in the Carblos Racing Team Maranello machine. And up front, look at this, closing in for 2nd. And while Formal goes purple, Kyle Wick is starting to fade into the clutches of the Brett Army boys.
Yeah, a little bit of a jinx there this morning from Justin Dittrich, said he did not touch the wall all weekend. Well, Heat 1 comes, the first racing action that happens, but at the front of the field, we've got Kyle Wick, and like you mentioned, kind of falling into the clutch of the Brett Art boys. We've seen all weekend PSL about 10th or so off the pace. Now, though, Hunter Pickett and Marian Krivers continuing to run consistent low 42s, high 41s. It's not by much. They're consistently right there with Wick and with Formal, but with such a long weekend still yet to come, this is positive development, and now we can see Pickett almost falling into the clutches more of Krivers. Krivers has been so patient. We talked to him, and he said, look, be a top 5 consistently through all 4 of the heats. Start in the top 3 or 4 for the main. That's all he wanted to do. And you have to wonder if that's playing into his aggression level so far here in this heat race.
Yeah, I mean, Pickett's going a little bit narrower in a handful of spots, but Marian's not made really any kind of wave to try and, make him think that he's trying to get by him. Either way, Pickett 3rd, Kremers 4th, both of them a little quicker in closing in on Kyle Wick. But everybody's chasing the big guy, the Costa Rican Danny Formal, now out in front officially by a full 2nd. He was 0.2 better than Wick and Pickett, a 10th better than Marian Kremers. So Danny Formal driving away easily so far here in the RPG Cosmic. David Lewinsky back in that 5th spot. A quick time for him at a 41.99, a couple hundredths better than 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the Catalyst Driver Development at Kart. They're 1 for 2 on surviving the starts here, of course, with Remo Ruschetti getting involved there with Pashewicz, who, by the way, Carroll, obviously not enough damage to slow him down.
Yeah, Carroll Pashewicz went purple, and I think the big storyline here is the amount of guys that are inside the top 10 at the start all getting taken out. Really, I mean, of the front runners, you have more like Jacob Gulick, but guys like Giorgio Carrara, Carroll Pashewicz, Remo Ruschetti, all of them going to have a lot of work to do in the heat races. So that's kind of shuffled up the back half of this top 10 quite a bit, and I think that you're seeing now kind of the effects of that. But how about it for in 5th place. David Walensky continuing to find so much pace aboard that car. He's closed up to Kremers over the last lap, and now what was once a 3-cart battle is now turned into 4, and Kremers trying to find a little bit more pace here as he falls off the back end of Hunter Pickett.
I don't know what's going quite on with Marian Kremers here, but he was definitely slowing. As you can see, his teammate as well, David Greco, has also been reeled in by that next group, but Kremers had a really bad lap that time and gave up about a half second or so. So Marian, whether it's to save some tires and he's purposely backing it up, or if he's having something go wrong, it's either way putting him closer to being pressured by David Lewinsky there in the CDD Ital Kart. For David Greco, he's got a hungry train of cars for him from 6th on back, just behind Lewinsky on the PSL Karting Bureau Art, with Avancino, Brian Keck, Colin Daly all there battling with him. Here they come out of the back section. You can see Greco straight to the low side to block from Michael Avancino and Keck. And as they come out of the corner here, they'll head onto the front straightaway. He's got to do that for at least 3 more laps, if not 4, with the way the timer shows.
Yeah, probably 4 more laps there for Greco. That is a lot of time to have to be white lining it, but he's so far been able to hold everyone at bay. As you see Kremers continuing to just kind of hold that 4th position. He's kind of picked the pace back up a little bit, which makes me think maybe it was an error or just something that went wrong on that lap, or maybe he's backed it up a little bit to try to save some tires, but still not what Marian will want to do is be under pressure here from Lewinsky for that 4th position. Pickett continues to try to push Kyle Wick, who's kind of picked the pace back up into the 41-second bracket. So what once looked like Wick was going to be easily under fire now has about 4 or 5 kart lengths at bay here as they get set with 3 laps to go, and we'll see if he can continue to hang on and maybe, just maybe, find a little bit more compared to Formal.
Down now to 0 for the timer. Next time by, the double sticks will fly. Danny Formal's lead, 1.6 seconds and counting now. Back to Kyle Wick and Hunter Pickett. Kremers and Lewinsky was the battle back there, but for the big guy, Danny Formal, this is about as perfect as it could be. You turn back the page to earlier on in the season during the Winter Tour stretch of the year. Orlando, of course, a track with big curbs that he loves to be able to fly. Another place that really suits a guy of Danny's stature is a temporary circuit like this one, when it starts with a grip level at literally 0. And he's able to kind of shift his body weight around by being taller in the go-kart and having that weight up. He can move it. He can put grip in the car that doesn't exist for other drivers. And not only that, he loves racing on a temporary circuit and getting out there and getting after it as quick as he can get. As look at this battle here for Greco Daly. I mean, Greco's been low-lining it for 3 laps. Somehow he has kept them all behind for now. I just don't know how long it'll stay. Colin Daly, we've seen him make some fun and aggressive passes. Can he pull the crossover off? No, Greco parking it on the apex there, not able to get by here as they come this time by to 2 to go.
Yeah, this is some really masterful defensive driving from David Greco. He's continuously parked the cart. Now he's got a different guy in Colin Daly behind him trying to find that last spot. Greco going to white line it here. Looks like Daly's going to try around the outside. What a move. Colin Daly just cleared Dominic Greco around the outside to get that 6th spot. What an outstanding pass. We were wondering if you could pull that off at full speed and shifter, and Colin Daly just answered that question.
The flying Jamaican is flying around the outside. Colin Daly to 6th here with a lap and a half to go. Already pulling away, just like the big guy. Danny Formal here in the 437 RPG Cosmic is going to take it with the whole shot and lead every lap of heat number 1. Formal wins it in Pro Rock Shifter over Kyle Wick, who closes down the gap majorly there at the end. I'm sure Formal really dropped the parachutes on the final 2 laps. Once he could check the gap back and knew that he had time to burn, he started really trying to nurse those tires around, because he knows, again, as we heard in his interview, he's got to make these babies last for what should be roughly 60 laps in total. 14 laps completed in that heat race, plus, of course, your formation lap that you're building heat in them, and 4 full heat cycles. So he was pretty much right on the money with how many laps he thought he was going to end up running here. But Danny Formal, knowing that this is only a quarter of the way through on this set, and of course, well, you know, you would consider the fact that being that it's progressive, the guys that crashed out won't be a factor for a little while, like Jacob Gulick, Rainbow Ruschetti, Carrara as well, but they all pulled in instantly. So for all of those guys that have speed, and now with 15 laps less on their tires and nearly 1 less heat cycle, when we get maybe to heat 3 tomorrow or potentially heat 4 and they've clawed their way back up, they could rob some heat points from guys that aren't able to take care of their tires as good as possible here in heat number 1. So that is pretty major for them here in Pro ROK Shifter. This, of course, concludes the on-track activity here in the morning sessions. We'll be going to the lunch break locally to allow all of our hardworking staff to go through. But before we do, anything else that stuck out to you from that one, Emery?
Yeah, I was really impressed with the amount of passing opportunities there were. I felt like we saw with David Greco there parking it, the Colin Daly was still able to find avenues around the outside. And even with the crossover lanes, it was really cool to see like drivers were having to park the bus on defensive driving to keep those crossover lanes from happening. I think really I've been impressed with how this track's raced so far. Outside of the VLR junior category, good job by all the drivers to avoid too much carnage. And I think it's going to set up for some nice racing. We get set for the second half of heat races today and into tomorrow as well.
For those that are watching along at home here to know when to come back and join us for more. Of course, all the classes are set for another heat race. So if you already watched them once, you'll get to watch them again because they are not done. And this will be an identical timeline for tomorrow's racing as well. The lunch break gets underway now. We come back at 2:11 p.m. Pacific time or 5:11 p.m. Eastern time here live on Kart Chaser. So thanks for watching here. If you need to get some food in you as well, take a break, enjoy yourself, and then be ready to park yourselves back behind your TVs, your iPhones, your camera, or your laptops, and watch us go through all 10 classes on the rotation for another run of some awesome heat races here from Vegas.
Here to the ROK Vegas weekend. We're here for heat number 2, starting out with VLR Junior. My name is Emery Light. I'm joined in the booth now by Alexander Searle. Alex, we saw earlier today, heat number 1 for these VLR Junior kids was very hectic, a lot of chaotic crashes. You were there watching it from the sidelines. What were your thoughts on that one?
A lot of things going through my head, right? I mean, it was just a chaotic first opening heat race. I can't say I didn't expect it, right? A lot of nerves are going through your head. Opening round of the weekend, 4 heats throughout the weekend. First heat in the books, and the junior kids, like I said, you know, high pressure, high nerves, right? Made a lot of mental errors in that first heat race. I suspect that these guys are going to clean it up, hopefully, for the second heat. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good rest of the weekend for them. And we're going to run you through your starting lineup here. Diego Diaz on pole after a pretty close first heat for him. Beat Stephen Miller to the line, just barely though. Followed by Nix Eggleston and Oliver Weldon, one of the fastest drivers on the grid, up 8 spots from his starting position in the first heat. Peyton Westcott, what a run for her to start in the top 5. And then we got Keegan Kaminsky, Christian Cameron, Grace Beckman, Eric Doohan, and Nathan Dupuis rounding out your top 10. Archer Eversman, Alexander Gonzalez, Isaac Malkwit rolling off 13th. Nikos Sarfati and Ty Fisher rolling out on the 15th position. Lillian Scarborough and Jensen Burnett 17th. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Gage Korn, and Massimo Valiente rounds out your top 20 as the ROK staff tell the drivers to slow down just a bit. They're running the final few corners now, and they get gridded up for the start of the second heat in VLR Junior.
A few big names through the back of the field to watch for. Turner Brown had the turn 1 incident. Michael McGoy crashed out as well, and Jackson Wolney, aboard Speed Concepts Racing Machine, also got caught up in some incidents. So a lot of fast drivers going to have to go through the field. 8 minutes, 2 laps the distance, getting set to go. 48 drivers deep here in VLR Junior, looking for the lights to go out and the green flag. We got it into turn number 1. Here comes Diego Ardiaz. This time Miller's going to get hold up from the outside, and it is Ardiaz into the lead in turn number 1, ahead of Stephen Miller. Then back behind him, a lot of chaos. There's Nix Eggleston getting pushed by Peyton Westcott as they fan out through turn number 3 and 4 wide up through the pack, but it's all clean so far as Ardiaz gets himself up to the point here early on this heat race.
Yeah, an impressive start there from Stephen Miller to be able to hold on second place. Thought about the outside there, but after what happened in the first heat for some of these drivers, thought better of it. Westcott up a spot already up in the P4. It's a Nash 2 and 4, but Ardiaz out front. Eggleston trying to hold on to this top 2 so they don't pull away. Weldon to the inside. He's back through the 4th position. Moved the Lando Norris car up into 4th place. Westcott now has to hold off from Keegan Kaminsky in 6th. But right now, already a 3-car breakaway out front. Let's see if these drivers decide to work together, unlike the first heat, and maybe make it a 3-car race and not have to worry about the drivers behind them, Emery.
Yeah, we saw early in the first heat for ROK Junior, Stephen Miller was very patient. In VLR, it might be a little bit different, but he's pushing. Whoa! So we got 1 big crash. 3 carts, all looks to be one of the Nash entries, as well as a couple other carts, and 1 almost hitting the pole. But the REM machine, number 801, gets back going. So unfortunate incident there, but glad it wasn't as bad as it initially seemed like it would be. We'll get some numbers on that, but in the meantime, back at the front, Ardiaz continues to lead from Miller and Eccleston, and then back behind them, Oliver Weldon has reestablished himself in the 4th spot, leading that second big train of go-karts, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, what a hard, heavy impact there, but back up front, Miller, he says, I'm done being second. Here goes to the lead. Move the Nash Motorsports driver up to P1. It was a good, clean pass. You're not going to waste a lot of time making a move on the front straight, but they have to be careful because the likes of Weldon, Kaminsky, Westcott, and Gonzalez are right back in the mix here. They are closer than they were last time by. They were actually a few tenths quicker than your leaders that last lap. So here comes Weldon and the GFC driver.
Yeah, certainly. Not sure exactly what happened to Oliver Weldon on qualifying day, but in the heat races, he has been sensational. He's finding that pace here aboard the LN car. As you can see down the back straightaway out of turn number 9. Miller, a little bit of a gap this lap to Ardiaz. Again, you expect Stephen Miller. He's been up at the front for most of the year. He was the defending Supernats winner in the KA Junior category, so he has a lot of experience at the front of the field. But Ardiaz, only 1 lap behind him, says, all right, I'm back to the front. These 3 continue to battle. They're not losing too much time with the passes they're making, as Eggleston's going to go to the inside of Miller. Move him up to second for the first time this race, and now what once was a 3-kart battle is right on the verge of becoming a 5-kart battle as Oliver Weldon resets fast time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher here on why they're racing so hard so soon, because they knew Weldon's pace after the first heat. They should have known that it should have been identical to the second heat, and here comes Weldon. He's closed the gap to about a cart length, not even now half a cart length to the front. It is, 10, 15 carts in a line here. It's anybody's game, but Weldon right now seems to be the favorite.
Yeah, Weldon's just got so much pace, but there's one thing to catch. It is an entirely different thing to pass, and we've seen all weekend it is easy to catch up to people, but in terms of passing them, it's not that you can't pass here, it's that you lose so much time having to do it that sometimes it creates gaps that you just can't overcome. So we'll have to see how patient Weldon can be, but so far there's no doubting the pace of Oliver Wells. He resets fast time yet again, and now is a 4-cart battle at the front as he's starting to drop Keegan Kaminsky in 5th.
Yeah, super impressive pace from Oliver Weldon, who seems to not have as good of runs out of the back straight. As you see from the impact earlier on in the race, that outside wall has actually moved in. And there it is. Right as I mentioned, the wall's been moved. One of the drivers didn't realize it. I think that is at 8:43. So his race is done. That is actually going to be, let's see if we can get a name to the number, Eric Doohan from 11th. He's out of the race.
Yeah, not good for Doohan there as he loses out on the chance to get a top 10 in the second heat, and will have to start all the way to the back for the next one. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller to the inside in turn 3. He gets it done. Oliver Weldon going to try to follow through, but again, with the angle of these corners, can't make it done, but what a move. Switches back underneath. He'll get up to 3rd, move Oliver Weldon past Nick Eggleston, and that was a crafty move there as Eggleston's going to try again. All of this battling, going to let the top 2 get away a little bit. Weldon down the inside, slide into the 3rd position, and now they've got a whole train of go-karts behind. They've got to figure this out pretty quickly here.
Yeah, neither driver wanting to yield their 3rd position, but so far Eggleston had to give it up because Weldon was not going to give up that 3rd spot. Oliver Weldon, he's been purple the last 4 straight laps. He is absolutely flying, but all that battling, he's lost a second to your leaders, Emery.
Yeah, that's one where you have to wonder if you're Nick Eggleston, just kind of give it up there. Didn't have to fight back not once but twice, and it really compromised them. Now if you're Ardiaz and Stephen Miller, there's no real incentive to fight here. You have that much of a gap. You've got a whole pack of carts behind 3rd. So we'll see how they play this. But Oliver Weldon, when he gets clean air, has been so fast in this race. You have to wonder if there's one guy that can make up this type of gap in this race, it is Weldon. Miller right on the back of Ardiaz. But then you can see that whole train of carts all the way down to Isaac Malcutt in 10th. All right there under a blanket here from 3rd on back, Alex.
Yeah, what I'm noticing is that Ardiaz gets good enough runs out of the corners to where Stephen Miller can't get to the bumper of the RPG driver, and it's actually halting their progress. Unlike Eggleston, who's quick enough to keep up with Weldon. Last time by, they were about 2/10 faster than the leaders, and that's because Eggleston's able to get to the bumper of Weldon. 2 carts are faster than 1. Right now, Stephen Miller is not doing Ardiaz any favors as the Sodi kart driver there to the inside of one of the National Motorsports drivers, Westcott, going to lose 2 spots in 1 corner.
Yeah, there went Christian Cameron to the inside there, PM Westcott. You can see this battling, kind of splitting up that second group there. As you can see, that's allowed both Keegan Kaminsky as well as Weldon and Eggleston to get out a little bit of breathing room. But at the front of the field, you mentioned how Ardiaz looks like he's geared a little bit higher. That actually hurts him when it comes to getting pushed by Stephen Miller. Whereas it looks like Weldon, not really a strong point for him on the exit of those slow corners, but down the straights and through the high-speed corners, he is absolutely flying. This time through, we'll see another 1/10 of a second off. Oliver Weldon finding even more pace aboard his LN car as they come down towards turn number 3.
Yeah, these two, I think, as we got to fight for the lead. Stephen Miller, he's back through. He had his one chance to make it happen, and he made it work. So the National Motorsports driver back to P1, but that pass right there cost them a bit of time. He's actually pulled away from Ardiaz, but Ardiaz now has to worry about the drivers behind him, Oliver Weldon and Eggleston. Through his Kaminsky as well back into 5th, and then Cameron has actually caught up to the group slightly there, but Keegan Kaminsky, what a run for him. He's caught the back of Nick Eggleston and Oliver Weldon. Weldon has already caught up to Ardiaz. Let's see what he does here. We know how strong he is out of the corner. Will he make a move through the last few corners? I don't think so. Look at Ardiaz, the way that kart is geared. He's able to pull away very quickly from Weldon on the front straightaways here. Eggleston thought better of it there as he peeked the nose for just a hair in turn 1.
Yeah, this is very much kind of a chess match here because Ardiaz has been so quick out of those slow speed corners that it really kind of saves him down the straight, ironically. So we'll see how this plays out now as, again, Weldon resets fastest lap. There's no doubt who the fastest kart on the racetrack has been all race long, but he's going to have to find a couple of passes here. Getting down towards the end of this race, it looks like they're going to catch up to lap traffic here, but in the meantime, Oliver Weldon to the inside of Ardiaz catches him a little bit by surprise coming through turn number 9, and now as they go past the lap traffic, Ardiaz going to throw it in. Whoa, almost makes contact. They still go side by side. All of this is going to allow Stephen Miller to get into the clear. but Nick Eggleston's going to get up to third, and Ardiaz, a half move there, did come back to bite him here.
Yeah, good car control from Ardiaz, but Eggleston, very opportunistic move, caught Ardiaz off guard. He's up to third, so Ardiaz in the past couple of laps gone from first to fourth, and now he's fighting for fourth here. Here comes Keegan Kaminsky and Christian Cameron. Oh, Ardiaz has to go defensive on the GFC driver. That's going to cost him progress and lose ground quite a bit to Eggleston. So it looks like Ardiaz now has to maybe settle for fourth with 0 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There goes Kaminsky up into fourth. So Ardiaz has lost his spot, but he's back through. There goes Diego Ardiaz back into fourth. Doesn't want to give it up that easily.
Yeah, this might give him a little bit of breathing room. Cameron might have had a look, but that's not going to happen. And now Kaminsky's back down the inside. These guys have given up their fight for the top 3. They're fighting for fourth, and this is an all-out brawl. Keegan Kaminsky aboard the GFC machine, continuing to fight. He's gotten by Ardiaz. He's going to go defensive. Ardiaz, nothing he can do in this battle for fourth, continues to rage on. They've lost over a second on the last lap, and now it's a battle for second, but more importantly, Ardiaz to the inside. Here comes Christian Cameron. He's going to try. That might open it up for Ardiaz to stay into fourth. He's not going to get under attack here from Kaminsky, and this battle continues to rage on with Ardiaz finding himself back into fourth.
Yeah, Ardiaz proving exactly how costly it is to battle so soon in a race. They have lost over 2 seconds to your leaders in just 2 laps from how defensive he's had to drive. Miller, on the other hand, leads your race 7/10 ahead of Oliver Weldon and Nick Eggleston as Ardiaz still. He's gone defensive for the entire lap here, just changing his line every corner. But back out front, Weldon and Eggleston have worked very well all race long. Last time by 3/10 faster than Stephen Miller. It may not be enough here, but if these two can work together for the last 8 corners of this lap, as the white flag is in the air, Stephen Miller might be under fire. His yellow flag's in the air, no passing here. Nick Eggleston, though, goes purple.
Oh, that was a bit close on the exit there. A lot of chaos there. 2 karts in the barrier. That is going to compromise all of the top 3, really. But Stephen Miller, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Weldon's closing, but I don't think it's going to close enough. So this top 3 should be settled how they are. Weldon's going to get within a kart length, but it's not going to be enough. But behind them, Ardiaz, one more major passing zone, goes defensive. Kaminsky gives him the bumper, going to push him out wide. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but at the front, it is enough for Stephen Miller to win heat number 2 ahead of Weldon, as well as Eggleston and Ardiaz. A nice defensive drive to hang on against Keegan Kaminsky and Christian Cameron for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, what a run there for all these drivers, right? Oliver Weldon. I mean, we knew from the first heat the pace was there. You know, really didn't get the qualifying we would have wanted. Just it tends to happen on temporary circuits, right? Just sometimes you get the setup wrong, you get the track position wrong. But here in the heat races so far, the race pace seems to be there for the LN driver of Oliver Weldon. Stephen Miller, though, your winner, makes up for his first heat race, getting drag raced to the line by Ardiaz. Speaking of Ardiaz, good defensive driving, like you said, had to hold on and settle for fourth, but 4 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he lost over 4 seconds in the last 3 laps of that race. So Diego Ardiaz really put the brakes on. Kaminsky gave him everything he wanted and then some, but that was it. How about some good rips through the field for Ty Fisher up into 9th? Down through the rest of the grid, you see Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 15th, Nathan Dupuis in 16th, looking for where Turner Jackson won't ended up 22nd, McGoy 21st. Those are some good runs. We'll see where Turner Brown ended up. It was, again, those guys that crashed in heat number 1. It's basically a 2-heat sort of recovery for them because it takes so much time to get through the field. There you see Turner Brown to 25th. So these guys, I mean, they made up half of the spots they needed. So not the end of the world for them, but certainly they're going to have a lot more work to do as we get set for the last couple of heats here in VLR Junior, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good stuff for VLR Junior. Coming up is going to be VLR Senior. I mean, those guys put together a pretty good show for us, just like the VLR Junior guys. I mean, Chase Hand moving up 3 spots to take the win over Dustin Salaveria. A thing to note here is Nate Cicero crossed the line in P7, but with a penalty down in P10. So he's going to be not really the starting spot the RPG driver would have wanted. There's a good shot of the grid. Chase Hand on board the GFC on pole position. Dustin Salaveria on the 983 Sodi kart in 2nd. Ryan Persing, what a run for him on the National Motorsports kart to go P3. Steven Iser, your pole sitter after the first heat. He's going to start off P4. Parker DeLong up 2 spots from the first heat to start in the top 5. Emery, what stands out for you so far in the 2nd heat?
Well, I think it's interesting to watch because Ryan Persing at the end of that first heat decided to stick into 3rd. It's a risk. I was talking to Xander about it. At the end of the day, if you're finishing 3rd, trying to kind of manipulate where you start the heat race, if a penalty happens, you just kind of did that for nothing. So it's a risky decision to make, but certainly it worked out for Persing. That's one thing. The other thing that I thought was really impressive about these guys is they were able to get spaced out. Chase Hand was so consistent in the lead of that race. And then the first heat, it's not so much that he was quicker than everyone on a lap-to-lap basis, but he was so consistent. And it's one of the strengths of him as a driver. We've seen it all the way back to his junior days. And I'm excited to see what he can do here in this heat race. But VLR Senior, always a chaotic class. You get in these 100cc races, his elbows out. And I think you're going to see a lot of fun driving. Steven Eisert again starting in 4th. Started on pole. Normally you would say you win pole on Thursday, I guess in this case, and it's a really good thing. It's still a good thing. Eisert's still at the front of the field, but maybe not quite as sweet now knowing that he's got to start on the outside of row 2 for this one. So that's the progressive heats that work, but a lot of fun storylines. I mean, you got Eisert back there. Chase Joe's at a solid heat to get himself up into 8th. You see Cicero back there in 10th. Maybe not what he would have wanted. Jesus Vasquez really was kind of anonymous in the first heat. I felt like he was going to work through the field. Did not quite happen how he would have wanted to. So a lot of guys going to look for a little bit more here in VLR Senior.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out though to Austin Olds. I mean, you know, for a last minute entry in senior, really he was entered in junior. You know, motor kind of went kablamo, had to run senior and up 19 spots in the first heat race to roll off P20 for just his second senior start is pretty impressive for the MPG driver. So let's see what he can do. Up 19 spots in the first heat race, 19 more. That puts him P1 for the third one, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, those next 19 are going to be a lot tougher to get than the first 19. Also, at this race, I think I'd rather start 38th than 20th, because you start 20th, there's about an 80% chance you're going to be visiting Tiago at some point during the weekend. So it's a welcome to senior moment for Austin Olds, but he's done really good to show off his pace. There's no question that kid's one of the quickest kids out there, but it's going to be a lot for him, a new test, to be honest. It's been a while since he's been straight in the midfield. First time in the midfield against a whole bunch of seniors. We'll see how he handles it. Oliver Calvo, another one. We saw him have to start at the back of the grid. He got caught up in an incident on the first couple laps, so he'll have to start back again for this one. Again, those guys with these progressive heats, it's kind of a lifeline if you had a bad qualifying, but equally, it's a horror show if you have a bad heat race. So even here, heat number 2, you still got to keep it up front, because heat 3, heat 4 tomorrow, if you crash out, you start 35th for heat 3, you're basically trying to resurrect a top 15 start. So it'll be fun to watch, but certainly a lot of storylines going through the field. Olds with a strong run in heat 1. Calvo, not so much. We'll see what happens here in heat number 2, Alex.
Yeah, another few names to note here. Gratian Regian, right? He was really strong at the Florida Winter Tour, especially at PK, right? Really, really good result for him. He seems to really like this ROK package. I'd say this is one of the better results for him in a while, though, at ROK the Rio, with you know, the high caliber of drivers that have shown up to start, you know, P11 for the second heat race. The pace has seemingly been there for him, and I expect it to improve throughout the weekend. So good stuff for Gratian there. I mean, a few other names, right? Laurent Martin. I mean, you don't see him very often in senior. He lost a few spots, got bullied around a little bit compared to what he would expect in the Masters class, but still a top 15 starting spot in VLR seniors. Nothing to sneeze about.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, first off of Martin, we saw the crash in the VLR Masters category. That will have had a big impact. It's a different chassis, different kart, different everything for him. So as far as he's concerned, this is a blank slate on this race, but you have to wonder, how does that impact the psychology of Laurencio Martin, who has shown good pace this weekend in the senior class, it must be said, but it's different on the racecraft side of things. We still are waiting on the grid to get going. I want to give a quick shout out to the field turnout here. I mean, you've got 38 of the fastest VLR senior drivers out here. This is a good field all the way through. We know the ROK GP senior category has a lot of fast guys in it as well. The shifter, as stout of a field as I can remember on the ROK side of things here for ROK the Rio. So these guys have turned out, and they've turned out well. I mean, Chase Hand up at the front of the field, it just speaks to the testament of how good that kid is. You've got all these fast drivers out here, Steven Eisert as well, and they're up at the front. So it's nice to see this stacked of a field, and I think they've put on a clean show in heat number 1. Heat 2 should be just as fun.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, in terms of from a viewer's perspective, for sure, that first heat couldn't have gone any better to watch from at home and even here in the commentator's booth. But I expect heat 2 to be a little bit calmer, because I think the first heat was a little bit more aggressive than these drivers would have expected and maybe would have liked to, especially when they have to make their tires and their go-kart last for 3 more heat races now going into the rest of the weekend. So it's still a long weekend of races to go for these guys, and even though they're progressive, right, it's still one bad heat race could really hinder your weekend.
Yeah, and let's talk about it for a second. I mean, you have experience in VLR Senior at this exact place a couple years ago. I mean, you had a couple starts where you were more towards the front and a couple that you were in the mid to back field. I mean, you just have to go for an 8-minute, 2-lap heat race. This deceptively long. You're going to end up with 13 laps or so. If you're starting back around where Austin Olds is in 20th and you know you have the pace thrown up at the front, what's your mindset going into this one? Are you looking to be ultra aggressive knowing that you kind of have to get the track position, or are you more so focused on, hey, if I save this chassis, I can probably finish in the top 15?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think mindsets are obviously different, and they vary as you go down the grid, right? Chase Hand's probably thinking, I just want to repeat what I did in the first heat and really have smooth sailing and not even look back, but I doubt that'll be the case. But in terms of Austin Olds, right, after the pace he showed, up 19 spots in his senior debut, it's pretty impressive, and I'm sure the confidence is at an all-time high for that kid. I just hope he can keep his wits under him and kind of make smart decisions, right? Because it's still a long weekend to go, and with the pace he showed, I wouldn't be surprised if he can find a top 10, but it's really easy to make one poor decision and find yourself back in 38th.
Yeah, certainly, especially on this track. The barriers are unforgiving. The other drivers are unforgiving. Let's go through the starting lineup. Chase Hand, Dustin Salaveria, your front two after the first heat race. Again, it is progressive. Ryan Persing and Steven Eisert on row number 2. A couple guys that have had strong efforts so far this weekend. Parker DeLong and Liam Letzig in row 3. Josh Campbell, a little bit of a mediocre first heat run through him. He starts on the 7th spot alongside Chase Jones on the MPG Motorsports machine. Christopher Martin and Nate Cicero rank up row number 5. Grushian Redzin and Jesus Vasquez, row 6. How about Wes Duchek? A little bit of a last-minute effort here to run on the DR Kart. He starts on row 7 alongside Lucio Mardan as well in the 930 machine. Anthony White, Gino Sandoval in row 8. Christian Carrillo and Dylan Archer, row 9. And Travis Varney starts alongside the aforementioned Austin Olds in row number 10 as we get set to go for ROK VLR Senior's second heat here. And there is a lot up at stake this weekend for the VLR Senior. A lot of bragging rights on the line. How about it, though? You talk about the kart manufacturers. You've got really 5 different teams that represented in the top 5, a host of different chassis, whether it be the GFCs, the Sodis, the OTKs, and the KRs, all with representation here. It should be a fun race with a lot of good manufacturers up at the front of the field, Alex.
Yeah, and besides manufacturers, a bunch of different names at the front, right? We have Chase Hand, Dustin Salaveria, Ryan Persing, Eisert, and Parker DeLong. 5 guys that we haven't really seen up close to the front of the field here in the senior VLR category. So it's good to see a whole new batch of names out front, right? I mean, we have some strong names closer to the back, right? Cicero almost outside your top 10. Josh Campbell, one of them as well. So we'll see what they can do here as we get ready to go and get the green flag. Drivers are in the tram line. Slow and steady here for Chase Hand. Right, let's see which lane gets the better jump. It's been the outside sometimes, the inside the other. Here we go, green flag in the air. Good start there for Salaveria. Trying to hold the outside on Chase Hand, not gonna make it work. Ooh, it's gonna be tight up front there, but wow, Salaveria just holds on to P2, but has to defend really hard from the driver behind him.
Cicero got turned from behind, or not Cicero. Another RPG, and we got a big flip, and that is the 988 and a massive 15 kart pileup here in the back part of this field. That was very ugly. Everyone getting themselves sorted out as we've got a full kart park here on the exit or entrance of turn number 3. Looks like the 965's involved, the 966 as well. Lydia Small's in that mix, and this has been just a chaotic start. We've been so good at avoiding chaos through most of the opening rounds of heats, but here in Heat 2 of VLR Senior, it was pure carnage as they got to turn number 3, Alex.
Well, that answered our question about if they're gonna calm down a little bit for the second heat. It's actually gotten a little bit more aggressive as the weekend's gone on. Good to see that all the drivers were okay and able to get running under their own under their own belt there. A few drivers are out of the race, obviously, but the driver that went up and over, he was able to get back running, surprisingly, but that kart looked in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I don't think he's making it too much further with that kind of damage, but we'll see. But at the front of the field, Chase Hand reestablishes his point into the race lead. How about Ryan Persing up to second? He got the move done earlier on this lap, and he's got about 4 kart lengths to make up. Then it's a big train of karts. Salveria up into third. Eisert's back there as well. You got Parker DeLong as well. A lot of the top 5 staying right about where they were, but it's down in the back half of the top 10 and onwards where you see a lot of the big mixing up going on.
Yeah, so far out front, it's a 10-car breakaway. Here we go, Cicero to the inside of Chase Jones. He's going to make it stick just, though. What a move for Nate Cicero. No, he didn't make it stick. Chase Jones actually chopped him pretty hard there in the first corner and had to make Cicero back out of it. That's going to allow Christopher Martin to get through. So Cicero back to where he started in 10th place. Look at Ryan Persing, though, all over the back of the GFC driver of Chase Hand. Let's see if these two can work together. Just like in the first heat race, Chase Hand was able to get out front, and the drivers seem to work together pretty well with him. But right now, it is Salaveria, who's trying to get back to the front, giving the signal there to Parker DeLong, saying, work with me, let's go back to the front. I think I have the pace to do it on board the Sodi Kart.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where the first couple heats you're okay with pushing a guy like Chase Hand. You know he's dependable. He does not make mistakes up at the lead. As you get through the rest of the weekend, though, if you're Ryan Persing, you know Hand is so comfortable in the lead. What would I want to do? I'd want to shuffle him on back, make him go through the field a little bit, and force him, especially with these progressive heats, to have to make decisions, have to get himself in a position where he's more comfortable. So that's just me. I think Persing's playing this really smart here, just running in second, but I would not be surprised if at some point Pandora's box opens and Chase Hand's going to have to make some moves.
Yeah, so far so good for the GFC driver, but it's a pretty long train of go-karts here. You have to look all the way down to Gratian Regin to see who went purple last time by. I mentioned his name before the race started I expect him to get faster and faster as the weekend goes on. He's 3/10 faster than anybody else on the racetrack right now, but unfortunately he's in 13th, so he has to go a little bit further up the field to be where he would have liked. Ryan Persing says, I'm done being second. I think I have the pace to lead. He goes to the front. Chase Hand doesn't defend it whatsoever. He knows that he saw the junior race. Oh, I lied. Chase Hand back to the lead. He feels more comfortable up front, but all this racing, just like we saw in the junior race, is going to cost these guys. Hand's going to go to the bottom. Wow, what an opportunistic move there from Salaveria. Has to push the Nash Motorsports driver Ryan Persing all the way wide, and Salaveria to P2. That's going to give Chase Hand a bit of breathing room here, Emery.
Yeah, you got to get back going quick. Salaveria with a good move to the inside, but now Ryan Persing going from the lead all the way back outside the top 5 here if he doesn't get this under control quickly. Now to the defensive, he's got a long line of go-karts pushing him wide. He's going to get shoved to the outside, almost to the wayside into the barriers. They're side by side through 11 and 12, and it's going to be Persing's going to lose out for that 4th spot off of Parker DeLong down the main straight, or excuse me, that was Isert getting by him for that 4th position. So Persing there got caught out with that move on Hand, and now he's going to have to make things happen coming into turn number 3. Late move down the inside, shoves him wide. He's going to get back to 4th, and this is all breaking out in the battle for 5th. And there goes Chase Jones, 3 wide down the inside. Opportunistic, he's going to get it done. Move Chase Jones up a couple spots here as he's finding his way up through the field here.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty frustrated driving by some of these guys. Cicero with a good move on Chase Jones has to defend now to the next corner. So Cicero moved him up into P9, but a few things to note here. Ryan Persing, he thought he had the lead covered. He's down in P5 and getting defended now by Steven Iser and Parker DeLong. So just how easily the tide can turn here for the drivers out front. Chase Hand now a bit of breathing room on board the GFC kart. Salaveria and Parker DeLong working together pretty well there. They have a 2-second buffer to the likes of Steven Iser and others, but these guys are going to continue to battle. I think it is all set out front on your top 3. It's just who's going to get it, because right now these drivers are driving pretty erratic.
Yeah, Isert there did not give way to Josh Campbell, who tried down the inside of him. As high up as we've seen Josh Campbell all weekend into the top 5, but then he lost another spot to Persing, so now he's going to have to regroup and find more pace. Cicero is back into 7th. He continues to work on the rear bumper of Campbell, but this group from 4th on back has a lot of work to be done if they want to come anywhere close to the top 3. All that battling from about the last 2 laps has allowed that front group to move way up into the distance. You see there's Hand, there is DeSalia as well, and then behind him Parker DeLong with a big gap back to Isert, and then Persing and the rest of your field. So really this is all shaping up and kind of gone a little bit by the wayside. Persing to the inside for 4th, continues to fight Iser. At this point, I think they've given up any hope of the top 3. They're just trying to find out who can beat each other in their own battle for 4th and just settle on regroup for the next heat.
Yeah, it looks a little personal for this battle for 4th here, because I think these drivers are pretty frustrated with each other, knowing that they had the pace. All of them have had the pace to at least run in the top 3, but right now they've just gotten stuck in the battle for 4th because nobody wants to yield here. So Persing has to go defensive. Isert follows through. Chase Jones now has to follow through as well, and what a move there. Cicero's going to lose a handful of spots now. He's going to get hindered a few spots there, and Chase Hand has to go around lap traffic. Whoa, that looked really close there in turn 1, Emery.
Yeah, that's a little bit of risk with the lap traffic. It looks like Pascal Liu there was the guy that got past. He's all the way a lap down now, so he'll be an issue for this next group here, as they are going to have to get by him as well. But at the front, that kind of gave Hand a little bit more of a gap to the 2nd and 3rd place karts. So again, Chase Hand continuing to run consistent, continuing to just run his race up at the front, and Salaveria is going to have to find a way to close that gap back up as he runs really wide, almost into the barriers on exit. And you can see this battle continuing to heat up from 4th on back. Campbell down to the inside. How about Jesus Vasquez, a late move. Move him up to 6th. Always opportunistic. Jesus Vasquez Jr. picks off another spot there.
Yeah, Ryan Persing theoretically driving with his mirrors, right? There isn't any mirrors on a go-kart, but he was looking back that entire back straightaway to make sure Iser did not get around him. Ryan Persing, like you said, Emery, they seem to have given up any hope on a top 3 finish, but Chase Hand, if you looked out front there, a few more go-karts he's going to have to get around here, and Salaveria looks to be a little bit quicker with 40 seconds plus 2 laps remaining. There's still at least 3 laps to go here. Let's see if Salaveria and Parker DeLong can work together and catch up to Chase Hand. But Chase Hand has been really impressive to me in just solo pace. He's been able to not get caught by 2 drivers working together. He seems to have that kart geared perfectly, and the go-kart is sticking with him right now.
Yeah, certainly. He's just so consistent. I think Salaveria may be lacking a little bit of pace and the longer runs. We saw it in the first heat. He struggled down the stretch, getting caught by Persing. This time through his Parker DeLong, maybe he held up a little by him. But yeah, they're just struggling to find that outright pace that I feel like they need to catch up and compete with Jason. But this lap traffic they're about to catch, that's Jamie and Ja there aboard the Super 2 machine, that will give them the chance here as he gets a little bit held up. Chase Hand's going to get stuck here for a couple corners, and that is going to theoretically allow for the opportunity for him to be under fire, but that's not going to be the case here. Chase Hand navigated that well, and now he's in the clear. No more lap traffic to deal with. It's smooth sailing for him, for the GFC factory driver.
I will say, and as we see, Steven Iser has actually gotten around Ryan Persing. So Steven Iser finally gets his man there, and Steven Iser up in the P4, but not for long, because Ryan Persing is going to be right back on his tail with 2 laps remaining. But look out front. Salaveria has caught up to Chase Hand here, entering turn 3. Any move to the inside? Not going to happen. Chase Hand doesn't go defensive just yet. If Salaveria can get a good exit, might make a move into turn 4. Not going to happen just yet here, but the Sody Kart driver finally has caught up to the GFC go-kart.
Yeah, that's one where if I was Parker DeLong, I would consider making a move, because the general rule is you never want to be the first person that a group catches, and you always want to be the first one to get on the scene. So if he could have made a move there without losing much time, I would have done it, especially considering Salaveria did not go defensive. Now, though, he's going to have to try to stay patient at this point. He's kind of stacked his cards onto the side of Salaveria being able to make a move on hand. So we'll see how it goes here as we get set to go down for the final lap. Here we go, white flag in the air one more time. Chase Hand's got about 2 kart lengths. That should be enough to protect him into turn 1. We'll see what happens into 3 now. Salaveria going wide, and now into turn 3, but DeLong stays in line. Did not want to make a move, as we see. Looks like Wes Ducek got in a little bit of incident there on that last time through, so bit of chaos in the back half of the field. But in the meantime, at the front, Chase Hand looks like he has this battle covered here.
Yeah, it looks to me that Parker DeLong is actually pretty content with a P3 finish. With like you said, Emery, I mean, it could bite him or it could help him out here, because like you said, I mean, if a penalty happens, it kind of that didn't really matter if you waited and was patient for P3. But right now, Parker DeLong seems content, and especially I don't blame him because of the way we've seen these races pan out so far. But out front, Chase Hand going to see the checkered flag to take home a second heat victory of the day. Salaveria in P2, and Parker DeLong, a good run for him to finish off in 3rd position here. Let's look a little further back here. Steven Iser's going to cross the line in P4. Ryan Persing in P5, and just ahead of Jose Vasquez in P6.
Yeah, Jesus Vasquez Jr. in 6th, Josh Campbell 7th, Christopher Martin in 8th, Chase Schroeder in 9th, and Nate Cicero rounding out your top 10 again. Winchio Martin a better run into 11th. How about this? Aiden Shibashi up into 12th, so a good run for the factory kart driver for him to pick up upwards of 5 spots as well. Some other notables, Austin Olds only got up to 16th this time through. Oliver Calvo up to 19th. Liam Letzich on the other side, a really rough effort from him down in 20th. So a lot of notables there, but at the front of the field, it's the same guy. Heat 1, Heat 2, it's still Chase Hand up at the front, and we'll see the rest of your heat races for the rest of the day coming up next. I believe we've got Mini Rock on tap live on Kart Chaser.
Back live from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. We are ready to go with ROK Mini down on the grid for the third class of the 10-class rotation here at the afternoon set of sessions from Friday. This is the second round of 4 heat races in total. These drivers will run over the course of the weekend. It's an identical timeline tomorrow to help set the starting lineups for Sunday. Of course, ROK Mini, much like VLR Junior and Senior, had a lot of chaos in their opening heat race. We saw still that continue into the second heat for both Junior and especially Senior with, man, oh man, a crazy, crazy start there. Flips and all kinds of packed up issues. If they all survive turn 1, it's almost better, it seems like, Alex, to have a couple of guys spread apart in turns 1 and 2 or crash there, because then the field's less packed up by turn 3. But if everybody survives turn 1, I don't think we've had a class big enough where they all survive 1 and everyone survives 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of this track layout, though, right? Because you go from turn 1, if you survive turn 1 like we saw in VLR Senior, the problem that you have with turn 3 is that it's such a wide entrance to the corner, and then it narrows up pretty quickly on you. And so a lot of the drivers enter that corner 5 wide and realize there's only enough room for 2 on the exit. And that's what you saw there in VLR Senior with one driver up and over and about 5 or 6 go-karts heading to Tiago's table later today for sure. So, yeah, it's pretty much the nature of this racetrack, right? It's really difficult, like you said, to survive both turns 1 and turn 3. If you can, then it creates for a pretty carnage turn 5 and turn 8 section of the racetrack, right? Like we saw in the VLR Junior category in the first heat, where it's a really fast chicane, and if you have a few drivers still making it 3 wide through that section, it's really hard to stay that way.
To give the ROK Mini drivers a bit of credit, though, really, they just kind of got bottled up coming out of turn number 3 on the exit, actually, funny enough. And then Cameron Marsha's number 114 AKT Racing Team Energy stalled for a moment, and the field scattered to try and avoid him. So that's what unfortunately took out the likes of Edward Kennedy and Drew Jensen. But overall, there were no penalties handed out to the entire top 15. They all played nice in the opening heat race. Marco Romero, of course, ended up winning it. That's what's got him on the pole here for this one. Antonio Pizzogninito second, and then right after, his dad, who is up on deck there in Master Shifter, Antonio Pizzogni Jr., will roll off from pole for that. But for Antonio Pizzogninito, there he is on the right side of your screen waving to the camera on the Orsilon Racing Paralyn. He's going to be set to, once again, try to knock off and split up, specifically, the blue and orange and white Team Benek drivers that start all around him. Romero on the inside of the front row. At least in the case of Nito, he doesn't have a teammate, but a common ground with Fion Shi and Alexis Bayarjan, who are also the lone drivers for their team inside the top handful of rows. Shi on that RPG purple and pink Cosmic, and then Troy Ferguson on the outside of row 2. Royce Vega got the worst of the 3 Benek drivers' starts in heat number 1. He was shuffled way back and was just trying to make up for lost time in that opening heat race. He rolls off 6th here in this one, so he has to do the outside lane. But again, it wasn't a bad deal for Marco Romero in the first heat. Alexis Bayarjan on the inside, and now we got some issues here for Romero. Marco Romero, a slow bog coming off the line. At least they will looks like he got the carburetor cleaned out, but we have seen already one driver, if not 2, in almost all of the micro and mini sessions today have an issue rolling off the grid when they're idling for so long. There's a look at the wide range of the entire starting lineup here for this second heat. And again, keep your eye on Edward Kennedy and Drew Jensen, who didn't even get really a chance to start the opening heat race, how quickly they were taken out of contention. They'll have 14 to 15 lap pressure tires to try and drive up the grid.
Yeah, one driver we can't forget to mention, though, is the guy rolling off in P8, the U-Race driver of Martin Gemarillo, who in that first heat made up 21 positions. I mean, he was by far the hard charger in that race. I mean, really, really good stuff for him. And with the progressive heats, it's going to pay off for him. He's going to roll off P8 in this one. So let's see if he can continue on the run that he had in that first heat race to make it happen again in the second heat. I want to give a shout out, like you said, to Alexis Bayarjan, who, I mean, this has been one of the first times in quite a while that I've seen the Burrell chassis really work for these cadet guys. I mean, he's been really quick over in Canada, making it work so far with a top 5 finish in the first heat.
As they begin to slowly form up now here with Troy Ferguson, Antonio Pizzogninito, they're all looking backwards to try and find. There he is, the bright yellow helmet of Marco Romero, working his way back up to the front row to lead us to green. And for Marco, this year has been a year of a lot of closeness to that first major win. Finally got it to stick at the SCUSA Pro Tour finale in Newcastle, Indiana earlier this year. Got the monkey off his back, was trying to get himself a win in the lots of Vegas on a temporary circuit. And we touched on this a little bit this morning as well for the kids in the younger classes, the 8 to 12-year-olds here in Mini Rock, the 7 to 10-year-olds in Micro Rock. For many of them, it's probably their first or maybe only second or third time on a temporary course with barriers on both sides of the racetrack and no room for error. And you can see, again, just by the mere size of the young kids here, they barely can see above the wall. So it can be intimidating down in a package that low to the ground. And for yourself at 8 years old to say, yeah, hold the gas down wide open, 70 miles an hour through turn one and get as close as you can to the inside without washing out to the outside. It's a big ask, but they've put on some fantastic racing already. Let's see if we can get another good battle here in the second heat race. Romero on the inside, the blue and orange. The green and black on the outside is Antonio Pizzogno. The field looks good into the tram lines. Off the track goes Chuck Yoder, and the lights will go out. We get underway down to turn number one, and nothing for the outside lane there. A great jump for Romero, as well as Fianchi by Arjan into third.
Yeah, Troy Ferguson, I think, had a mechanical failure. He had to pull out a line. He is last on the grid right now, and a few other drivers having to back out of it. That's the 104 there. He's having a bit of issues too, but Troy Ferguson, unbelievably unlucky for him. Mechanical issue. He is back and out of this race.
Right, and that's something you, again, would hope would happen at literally any other point in the session besides when the entire field is packed up as close as humanly possible. So the Bennett guys are now down to just one of their 3 bullets here in the front. Romero leads. It is all the way back to about 6th or 7th to find Royce Vega. And then, like you said, Ferguson dropped all the way to the rear coming to the line. The good news, though, Romero's lead is pretty sizable. Back to Antonio Pizzogno here at the end of the opening lap. Then it's Fianchi, and then, of course, Braden Wagner on that GFC karting machine there in the 5th spot. A solid start, and he was kind of flying under the radar in the opening heat race, but the kid in 5th is getting closer and closer to knocking on the door of the race leader.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, Wagner there, a good run for the GFC guy. He had a good first heat, looking to be a better second heat for him. Fianchi, a good run for him in P4. Right now, Marco Romero looking to pretty much repeat what he did in the first heat. Looking so good, so far so good, 7/10 ahead of the field, but it's a 4-car breakaway out front. There goes Royce Vega making amends for a pretty poor start for him. Troy Ferguson looking a little further down the field. He actually has found pace again up into 20th, but still unbelievably unlucky for the Bennett driver there, and really the Bennett as a whole. As we see, look a little further back there, as we saw on just a corner of the camera, a few drivers, argy-bargy there exiting turn 10. Let's see if they made it through, and they did. But yeah, Troy Ferguson, unlucky for him, but he's looking pretty good right now, up to 18th now after falling to the back of the grid.
Here's a good move now. Another spot forward if he can clear him. Just quite can't. He's Braden Wagner trying to move up the leaderboard there on the black and white GFC. Unfortunately, that botched pass is going to bring the drivers behind closer and closer to him. Royce Vega was only 1.1 seconds back from connecting the first group and the second group. He's got 3 more coming along for the ride with him. Of course, Cole Medeiros right there, and a handful more even further back, led by Cameron Marshall on that blue and red AKT Racing Team Energy. So while the midfield normally is where the swarm and battling's at, it's relatively tame, and if they fight enough here up front, they'll back up to them. Side by side again. Wagner trying the inside on Arjan. This time he'll clear him. Braden Wagner up to 4th now, and the upward momentum is going to go all the way to the lead now for a battle, because Antonio Pizzogno takes over to turn 5. He'll block all the way to the low side there for Marco Romero and stack him up. And to his credit as to why he would block this early in the race, well, in heat number 1, he did the same move, left the door open, and Romero went right back in on him. So he learned his lesson and adjusted.
Yeah, Pizzogno, like you said, a little hip check there from Fianchi. That's going to push Braden Wagner all the way to the wayside. There goes Wagner down a few spots. He's going to be outside your top 8 now. Braden Wagner, we were just giving him credit for such a good run, but he has fallen outside the top 10 now. But yeah, Pizzogno, learning from his mistake in the first heat, decides to defend this time in the turn 4. He's going to hold on the lead, but that's going to stack the field up, just like we saw in VLR Junior and VLR Senior. The second you make a move for the lead, the entire field stacks up, Xander.
Yeah, you've just got to be really careful about when you pick your time to make the move for the lead. Obviously, you want to pack up the grid right behind you when you pass. So hopefully they begin to fight for second. And that's, again, what both of these drivers are hoping will happen. There it will a little bit. Fianchi gets back around Antonio Pizzogno, and now Arjan is there. But all 5 of them, like you said, they're going to back up further and further. Only a second and a quarter to 6, as there's a dive bomb from Arjan. Nito back to the 4th spot now. Vega is on the cusp. Nito wants 3rd back. Can he get it door to door to the end of the corner? He'll put Bayarjan into the wall. Alexis Bayarjan slams the outside retaining wall. He'll fire the cart back up, but he'll go all the way to the rear as he and Antonio Pizzogna-Nito banged tires, and Nito drove him all the way to the fence.
Yeah, and it might be a flat tire there for Bayarjan, so that's going to be his race done and dusted there for the Burrell driver, who's having such a good run. But Pizzogna-Nito seemingly opened his hands a little bit there, and Bayarjan was met with the outside retaining wall. So that's going to be his race done. As we see one of the Nash guys, he's going to come to a complete stop exiting turn 4 with a little bit of argy-bargy there. So none of these kids are giving anybody any room. It's relentless out there, Xander.
It's tough. I mean, it's heads up. You gotta. That's a bit of a risk Bayarjan took by staying alongside instead of giving up the spot you might end up over in the barriers. So whether or not Pizzogna would even get a penalty doesn't matter. Bayarjan, he's all the way down to the tail end of the field. You got to pick your battles, and that's a little bit of a lesson, unfortunately, potentially for Alexis Bayarjan. Meanwhile, as we're past the halfway mark, look at this. Some aggressive defending there from the U-Race Paralympic of Martin Jaramillo. We mentioned he was the driver that went from last to the top 10 in Heat 1. He hasn't made up a ton more ground since. He's 7th right now, and again, under heavy fire from Cole Medeiros. Pizzogna-Nito, though, gets fast time honors. He got around Fianchy while we were looking further back down the grid. And with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go after fading to 4th, Pizzogna is now back on the cusp of Marco Romero as number 117 Benek.
Yeah, Pizzogna-Nito giving the point to Fianchy there, saying, work with me. Let's catch up to Marco Romero here as he's top 4, finally deciding to stay single file for the first time all race long, as they've been super aggressive with each other. And now that they're working together, they have about a 3-second advantage to Julian Sanchez and Braden Wagner in 5th and 6th. So these 4 can work together pretty well. It could stay pretty good. But Fianchy, if you look there, Xander, his left side of his rear bumper is dragging on the ground. Let's see if he gets a meatball flag for that one.
Yeah, either that or it still can be a potential DQ after the session. But either way, heartbreak here for Fianchy in the RPG Cosmic. As you can see, Alex pointing out, great point right now. That bumper is allowed to drag. That's not so much the issue. The issue is that it's no longer connected at all on the left-hand side and starts to open and expose puncture points there with the chassis rails and all of the extra sharp bits that are covered up by the plastic rear bumper. So as long as that thing continues to wave further and further backwards, that'll probably end Fianchy's second heat and put him to the tail end of the grid. And there it is, on cue, meatball flag for the 153 Fianchy, hand in the air, an unfortunate end, an early end here for him to exit stage left. And it's not good news either for Royce Vega, because he needed him to help to push back up to Pizzogna-Nito, and he's not going to get it. So Royce is now going to be the next one to potentially get dropped off that lead group. He cannot afford a single mistake now, because there's no one that'll be behind him for 3 seconds, if not more, to push him back forward.
Yeah, frustrating way for Fianchy's second heat race campaign to end there. But like you said, Royce Vega on board the Benek. It's a 1-3 for Benek. And looking further down, Troy Ferguson, after falling to the back of the grid, has made one heck of a comeback drive up to P11, and he's within striking distance of possibly a top 7. So to make up that many spots, he went from 1st to 25th, back to at least the top 10. So it's been a pretty incredible comeback drive for the Benek driver, and it's still not over because there's at least 3.5 laps to go. Back out front, though, wow, late move there from Pizzogna-Nito. He's going to go to the lead and give Marco Romero a bit of a nudge, too. It's Romero and Vega side by side. Fianchy didn't pit last time by, so I wonder if they're going to let him go or if he's just not going to get clocked anymore, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, something that, in a heat race here is not worth fighting for, I would recommend, because if they decide to stop clocking him, they're going to DQ him, and that's going to hurt a lot worse than just finishing last. They'll put him not only on the racetrack, instead of where he'd be right now, last of the drivers that completed this many laps, but they'd put him to the back, and then the point system usually ends up hurting more. Although now you see him bail out, and I think on the second time by, while frustrated, it will go behind the wall. 2 to go here. Pizzogna-Nito, Vega, Romero, all close enough, but they did kind of separate out there coming across the line.
Yeah, like you said, they separated across the line there, and the drivers behind them, Braden Wagner and Julian Sanchez, have been working together these last 3 laps. It was 2.7 seconds to your lead. Now it's 1.5 seconds, so they've gained 1.2 seconds. It's not going to be enough, though, with just 2 laps to go, with these 3 drivers out front fanned out enough to where they're not going to battle. But Pizzogna-Nito out front made a bit of a mistake there in turn 5. That's going to give Vega a decent shot down the back straightaway. He gets a good run here. Pizzogna-Nito making a bit of an adjustment there, looking back. He seems to be frustrated with something. They're tapping his helmet and looking around at his go-kart. So I don't know what's going on with Pizzonito, who seemed to lose a little bit of pace out front, but so far so good. They get the white flag in the air this time by ROK Vegas. Put together a pretty solid lap, and he might have a chance here, Xander.
He's close. That was a good time on the clock there for Vega. 2/10 back at the stripe. A good run in the infield section could maybe make that turn 12 hairpin interesting, or maybe even that turn 9 complex coming off the left-handed sweeper at turn 8, but he's got to be on it here. Antonio Pizzonito trying to get himself a heat race win to close out his afternoon, and then watch Dad hopefully go 2 for 2 in the heats. Through turn 8, sweeping left-hander into the right. Vegas not close enough there. Trying to get a good exit onto the back straightaway. Will it be enough? Coming down, final time, turn 12. Pizzonito's going to open up nice and wide because he has nothing to worry about. The Benix may fight amongst themselves, but Antonio Pizzonito will round turns 13 and 14 for a cruise to the line as he wins Heat 2 here in Rock Mini. Vega, Romero, Braden Wagner with a good rebound, and how about it from Julian Sanchez to claw his way up the leaderboard?
Yeah, Julian Sanchez, a good job. But speaking of clawing your way up the leaderboard, Troy Ferguson, how did you find your way in P6? You were last on the grid, crossing the stripe. Unbelievable stuff from the Benix driver to make. I mean, he did the best he could with the cards that he was dealt. Troy Ferguson, what a comeback drive. That's going to do him pretty good for points going into the feature race on Sunday. So he made amends for a pretty poor start there.
Yeah, that was a good turnaround for him here. Antonio Pizzonito, thumbs up around all the drivers around him, and that'll park the Rock Minis for the day. Cameron Marsha picks up a handful more. He ends up 7th. Cole Medeiros 8th. Declan Diana in 9th. Maximilian de Guzman puts another Benix inside the top 10. So 4 Team Benix there with a 2nd, a 3rd, a 6th from last, from originally 4th for Troy Ferguson, then a 10th there as well. Callan Berghofer picks up a handful of spots also after crashing out of the opening heat race. And again, on the flip side, crashing out here in this one, unfortunately, Alexis Bayarjan outside the top 20, and Fianchi gets the worst end of it, but he's the only driver to not finish. Even with a little bit of carnage, the Minis have been pretty good to each other to this point, with only Fianchi's DNF resulting in a mechanical issue rather than an issue of contact. Here's a look at the Rockmaster shifters as they begin to fire up. Jordan Musser on the inside in the red and white PSL Karting Bureau art. And Antonio Pizzonia Jr., dad to Antonio Pizzonito, has once again, it looks like, elected for the outside lane, which again didn't pay off. He actually fell all the way back to 4th on the start of heat number 1. So that to me surprises me a little bit here, Alex, to know that Antonio still felt confident enough that the cleaner side of the racetrack, the outside, would be so much better than the inside that he could clear himself, get down to the bottom by turn 1.
Yeah, like you said, it's pretty surprising, but he must know something that we don't. I mean, maybe he looked back at the data or just watched the video and maybe realized that he didn't get the clutch points right and made a mistake on his lonesome there at the start, because, like you said, it's pretty shocking. You know, usually you have a bad start and it's like, okay, I don't want to start on that side of the grid, but he elects the outside once again. I mean, the cleaner side has worked for most of the guys. We saw Danny Formal go to P1 in Rock Shifter in the first heat, so clearly the outside lane is still the preferred line for a lot of these drivers. But let's see if it works out for Pizzonito, who, like you said, went from 1st to 4th. It worked out for him in the heat race to finish 1st, but he had to drive his way back through the field.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely made it at least fun for us to watch. Took him most of the session to get himself back to where he needed to be. Got to 2nd pretty quickly, and then really just had to get his elbows out and really try to get some rear end stability down in outbraking Jordan Musser, because not once but twice did he overshoot it and kind of get crossed over. So for Antonio Pizzonia Jr., I would think the only adjustment they would make to try and get him a little more comfortable would be to get him some rear end braking stability and change the bias up, put a little more towards the front. He might like that combination with so much rear braking, but his rear end just seemed to dance around in the braking zones everywhere, even when he wasn't trying to outbrake someone to pass them. So assuming nonetheless that that would be the only change they would make, I don't think it would slow him down a ton, but he might stick with it. Hopefully he doesn't have to worry about how deep he can brake because he gets the whole shot. They're going to pull into the boxes here at the front of the grid. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. on the outside there, top qualifier. Jordan Musser led the other half of the laps in heat number 1. He starts on the inside in the red and white colors. Jonathan Vitolo got a good start in heat number 1 as well. He'll start towards the front, so will Ronnie White there in the Ron White Racing CRG. One more driver trying to get into the box at the back of the grid. We'll see if we'll start him this way here. It's a little bit messy. Might be a tramline violation. Nope, we're good. We're ready to go. Green flag given from the back. That means we're ready to go to the gantry. Light them up here for ROK Shifter Masters. Antonio Pizzonia, Jordan Musser. Who gets the jump this time? Pizzonia, decent, but oh, there's big contact further back. 2 drivers slamming the outside wall on the front straightaway. I believe one might be Matthews there in the 515. The other one, another one of the Ron White Racing CRGs. Meanwhile, Pizzonia around the outside gets the lead. Musser to second, Ron White to third. Here as they rocket around, half a lap in, and we'll go side by side as well. Down to pit lane with Emery Lida, who's caught up with Alessandro D'Atulio. Oh, we'll hang on for Emery there, see if we can get him to make sure that his mic's all set up. But nonetheless, we're green here, still with ROK Shifter Master, and we'll go down to Emery in just a moment when he's able to get that sorted. In the meantime, for Antonio Pizzonia, Jordan Musser, Ron White, Jonathan Vitolo, very similar lineup to what we saw in that opening heat race as they exit turn number 5.
Yeah, so far so good for Pizzonia Jr. As we saw, I mean, it still wasn't really the start you would have wanted because Jordan Musser got the whole shot on him, but Pizzonia Jr. was lined up, I mean, facing Jordan Musser at the start, and he made sure that he pinched him down into turn 1. So good start for Pizzonia Jr. But Jordan Musser right now hounding Pizzonia Jr. out front, and what a run for Ron White so far on the CRG there. It's a 3-car breakaway out front in the Master Shifter category. Like you said, Jordan Musser, he led the first half of the laps in Heat 1. He's looking to maybe flip the role and let Pizzonia Jr. lead the first half and finish off on a win here for the second round of heats.
So we're out with a handful of drivers there. Again, the 2 that were involved, Patrick O'Neill and Corey Matthews, were the 2 drivers that crashed off the start. And we missed a handful of other DNS drivers that did not make it to the grid in this one. So we're only at 15 so far, continuing to roll. Maybe 16, O'Neill was able to fire back up. But Jordan Musser's keeping Pizzonia pretty close here. And I don't know. Now it looks like Musser, the one, struggled a little bit as the rear end stepped out on him there going into turn number 12. Down the front straightaway we go. Pizzonia Jr. still leading. This time, 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's send it down to Emery. Emery, you got a read on us there down on pit lane?
Yeah, got you this time, Xander. Here at Alessandro D'Atulio, it's been a good weekend for you up until that last heat and then hit the wall. Just talk me through what happened and what you're taking into this one.
Yeah, quali was pretty decent, qualified P6. We made some changes for the heat. We had a good start. Pace was, it seemed pretty good at the beginning. And then, yeah, just a small mistake exiting turn 9. Tapped the wall a little bit, and that destroyed my axle, which made it impossible to continue. So, yeah, it's tough to take, but there's still 3 more heats left, the final. So there's still a long way to go, and I think the pace is good. We're still missing a little bit more. I think if we get that little bit more we're missing, we're gonna come forward, and yeah, we just need to finish all these heats now.
Yeah, you're someone that has a lot of good pace on temporary circuits. We've seen it time and time again. What have you noticed from this one when it comes to how you've been able to race it as well as how it's developed over the course of the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, racing-wise, we didn't really race much. I had a good start from 6th to 2nd and then stayed there until the mistake, so I didn't race anyone, really. So now I'll get a taste of what racing is like starting from the back.
All right, Alessandro D'Atulio going to have to come from the back this time after a rough heat 1. We'll see what he can do in heat number 2. Back to you guys, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. As you could hear in his voice there, a little bit deflated Alessandro D'Atulio. Like he said, he was just kind of riding on his own race there before the mistake happened and probably took it a lot on himself. But all he needs here is to end the day strong, have a good afternoon here, pick up a lot of spots. He's driven from the back of the grid plenty of times before and put on a good show, so hopefully he can do it again here for us on the big screen. Meanwhile, we were away. Ron White got around Jordan Musser for second, and they've all been just struggling to hold on to the coattails now of Antonio Pizzonia. Early, it looked like Musser had something for him. Now they're all starting to fade away.
Yeah, right as we went, like you said, right as we went to the interview, Ron White with a pretty aggressive move to the inside of turn 10. kind of hindered Jordan Mustard's progress here, but since then, Jordan Mustard has faded away and to the clutches now of the GFC driver there, so he's going to have to hold on for possibly a P4 there, Jordan Mustard, as maybe we wouldn't have expected after the first heat there, as Jonathan Vitolo seems to be a little bit quicker than Mustard out of the turn 4 and 5 hairpin there, as Vitolo, like I mentioned, goes purple actually. So he right now is the quickest go-kart on the racetrack. Let's see if he can take advantage of the pace that he has. But Pizzoni Jr., he can look back and know that he can really conserve some tires now. It's not any pressure from behind. Ron White now, a bit of breathing room from the PSL driver of Jordan Mustard, who is getting, pretty pressured now by the GFC driver of Jonathan Vitolo.
Back behind, of course, Jose Montalto is back in 5th on that DR. He's by himself. And then it kind of spreads out to the rest of the field. Not a ton of battles. This is the best one you got on your screen. If they go side by side, you'll see it, as we're going to go side by side again down to Emery here on pit lane.
Thanks, Sander. Frankie Mossman. Frankie, you've had a good weekend so far, a lot of good pace. It looked like in number 1 you had a lot of pace at the end. Just talk to me about how your car came in at the end there.
I feel that we definitely were the quickest car at the end there. It was just a little bit too much. We tried to gauge it, see how it would be for the main event, and I mean, definitely got a chance to see how it will be. I feel like we're going to come up stronger this time. I'm starting on the outside, so excited to see how that's going to be. Saw how it was when Aiden ran it, and I mean, he got by me, so I feel like we'll have a good opportunity here to get up front and hopefully get a heat race win, finish off the day strong.
All right, Frankie Moss, I'm looking forward to a great E number 2. We'll see what he can do. Back to you guys.
There you have it there from Frankie Mossman. Again, a little bit up and down start, but overall consistent run for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver. Now down to just 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Coming out of the back hairpin, Jonathan Vitolo all over Ronnie White as they come onto the front straightaway. White got a good launch there, at least coming out at 12 to, close off that opportunity in turn 2, but he seems to be struggling. The amount of grip going down in turn 1, you're seeing a lot of guys kind of bounce a bit through the corner, and part of it could be the bumps, or part of it could be just the car has too much grip dialed into that thing right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, while we're side by side, Jordan Mustard repaid the favor on Ron White to get back around him, and Vitolo, even though the pace seems to be there, he doesn't seem to have just enough to get around him. Like we've mentioned earlier today, right? One thing's catching, another thing's passing a driver, and Vitolo seems to be in that spot where he's just not quick enough to get around him. He's fast in all the wrong spots, it seems like, but out of the final few corners, he gets a really good run on the CRG driver, but it's really difficult to pass here, especially in turn 1 of the shifter category. But we notice it in the ROK shifter class, and we notice it in the master shifter class as well, how, I don't want to say easy it is, but it's pretty simple for these guys to defend into these corners. The way they work for the shifter guys, they can just diamond these corners off pretty easily and enter at a shallower arc and make it really difficult for these guys to get around.
Yeah, I mean, this track has offered probably one of the better passing opportunities thus far with the 3 major zones. David Greco, of course, defended heavy in the opening Pro Rock shifter heat, got done around the outside, so it's still possible. It's also still easiest of any of the classes to defend no matter what the track layout is, as though there, Ron White missing a shift, and now go around the outside. Vitolo crowded him a little bit, put him onto the curb. A mistake there from Ron White coming out of turn 12 allows Jonathan Vitolo to take full command of that 3rd position here with just about 2.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Ron White, missed shift combined with some brotherly love from Vitolo there. A bit of a push, was able to finish off the job, and Vitolo now finally gets around Ron White and finish. And he's going to be P3 now, so finally in the top 3 spots for the GFC guy, and what a time to do it with just 2 laps to go. And how about the DR driver there of Jose Montalto? He has been rolling these last couple of laps. I don't think he's going to be enough to catch up to the likes of Ron White, but it's a good run for the 580 there.
Yeah, I mean, the DR driver faded back on the start. He was actually decently close at the end of lap number 2, and then the speed just kind of wasn't there to contend. But like you said, I mean, closing back up a little bit now. On the other end of the spectrum, though, for this guy, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. compared to Jose Montalto, I mean, what a drive here in heat number 2. Heat number 1, he gave us a bit of a show, didn't get the best jump off the line, had to work for it and carve his way up the grid. This time, even off the line, able to get the lead out of turn number 2 and just really drive away. And he's not obviously putting a massive gap on these guys, but he knows he doesn't need to. It pays more to, not beat them by 5 seconds and kind of pump the ego up. Pays more to keep it at a second and a half, safe zone, out of reach, but start slowing your speed back down, pacing yourself like a marathon runner, because we've got a full day of action that these tires got to last on. And at least here in this heat race where he's not having to work this hard, you're not seeing that kind of, little shimmy in the braking zone, that little dance the rear end was giving to Pizzonia in heat number 1. So he looks a lot more stable, a lot more controlled, and he's half a lap away from closing it out and a sweep of the day.
Yeah, Pizzonia Jr. in the best spot in the master shifter category. Jordan Muster as well, he seems to be pretty decent on the tires, but with how hard he hit the race early on, probably not in as good of a position as this guy, Pizzonia Jr., who's going to round the final corner now to sweep the day. Second heat victory of the day for Pizzonia Jr. He's going to win, Muster's second, and then there goes the GFC driver there of Jonathan Vitalto, then Ron White, the CRG driver. That's going to be one of the Sodi guys who's not going to make it across the line. He's going to be out with just half a lap to go. That is unfortunate for that driver.
Yeah, not an ideal ending here to your day, to make it all the way up until the final lap of the heat race and then go off the circuit. That's Marcin Klota in the 577, I believe, that DNFs and drops from just inside the top 10 now all the way down to 15. So he's done, and it puts 2 on the DNFs here from this one, technically 3. Patrick O'Neill and, of course, Corey Matthews, the 2 drivers collected off that crash on the start. There's a look at the gaps of the field, folks. It really spread apart near the end. A good little battle beyond the cameras on the edge of the top 10 between Francisco Vassallo and company. And that's all she wrote here for Shifter Master on the day. Pro ROK GP getting set to go. Mateus Morgado just put it on cruise control, blasted some tunes, and rolled away in heat number 1 from the pole. He ended up about a second and a half up on the field and eventually let it kind of bleed back down in the final lap and a half. Behind him, though, there was a lot to talk about, specifically Blake Nash. You heard from him after that first heat race. Didn't get the best start, faded back to 3rd, was following ADT for a little while, trying to hold on to Morgado's coattails, and then that mistake from Alessandro Di Tullio that heavily bent the left rear part of the axle. Blake had to check up for it, and then it was just kind of hang on and keep everyone else at bay, including those Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds that line up behind him of Aiden Ingrata and Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is going to be a pretty action-packed heat 2 there, but for Mateus Morgado on board the PSL Burrell Art, it seems to be pretty smooth sailing for him, coming off of the Florida Winter Tour many, many months back, where he just seemed to have figured out the ROK package compared to everybody else. More of the same here at ROK the Rio, on pole position, and I mean, a pretty handy first heat victory for him. Not a lot of competition behind him, but Blake Nash, really impressive stuff for him, coming off a really good performance at the ROK Super Finals over in Italy. So looking to take advantage of the pace that he has shown recently and rolling off on the front row. Like you said, Speed Concepts is going to close out your second row there with Mossman and Ingrata there. And how about Harley Keeble on board the Sodi Kart with maybe the practice day that he wouldn't have wanted, with just a bunch of engine problems, bunch of chassis issues, had a few laps of practice, put to P12 in qualifying, and to find himself in P5, he just seems to always find a way to make it up front.
And then, of course, back from Harley Keeble, Ryan Norberg, Andre Nicastro, who both of them were running solidly throughout that heat race, had a little bit of a back and forth with each other for 7th, all clean and all good, but neither one of them really having enough speed to go up and catch the leaders. And while the times have been overall close, especially when you look at qualifying, Morgado has kind of still had just that little bit of an upper edge on the rest of the field. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone else can pull a rabbit out of the hat, maybe close up on him, or really mix things up and shuffle him to the back on the opening lap. Because that was the other quick key to the race here for Mateus, is he was able to just get away, keep the tires clean, and from half of the first lap on, just focus on kind of being consistent. If he's pressured, if someone really is able to get around him, or if Blake Nash can get the jump from the outside lane, totally different story here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is going to be one of those races where I suspect high aggression levels, especially for the top 5. Because like you said with Mateus Morgado, I mean, he's one of those drivers where if he gets out front, it's just one of those things where it's going to be hard to catch him. So I suspect Blake Nash, and especially the likes of Mossman and Keeble, two notoriously very aggressive drivers, to try to change the game a little bit, like we saw in Keeble a few months back at MCC, where he really didn't make a lot of friends, but it didn't matter to him because he was able to get the victory.
Go back from Andre De Castro and Ryan Norberg there on that 4th row. Great weekend so far for Santiago Fernandez. Had a couple of good qualifying runs this year, but able to really actually kind of flip the script here today and drive forward in that opening heat race on the Vice Racing Kart Republic. He starts 9th alongside the black and white GFC of Liam Lech, who's pulling double duty once again here, and at least looks solid so far here in ROK GP Pro. Back from Lech there, you have Nolan Bauer, who was in the top 10 for a few moments early in Heat 1, then faded back to the 11th spot. On the outside of him, Nate Cicero, who is still looking to carve his way up, but for him and Norberg, the RPG Cosmics, it was kind of get what you can in the opening lap and not really make up a ton of time outside of that. He rolls on the 6th row. 7th row's got Jesus Vasquez Jr., Gianluca Savalio, Luke French, Dane Idelson on row number 8, Hao Peng Zhang, Zan Benjia on row number 9. ADT rolls off on 19th place starting spot, so keep your eye out on the left-hand side of your screen for Alessandro DeTullio and that pink and chrome Inter MS Kart Republic to roll through the grid. I think he should be able to crack the top 10 if all things stay the same with how good his speed was. With a little bit of extra luck, he might get better than that. To his outside will be Frederick Lund. It's then Josh Campbell, who also, of course, with Leo Escorpioni were involved in a crash together in the infield. They are outside the top 20 with speed to crack the top 10. And then finally, shotgun on the field, slated for Emma Scarborough there in the 3:18 here in ROK Pro GP. So luckily, unlike some of the other classes, the number's a little bit lighter. Makes it a little bit easier to go from the back to the front with less karts in the middle to get through. But Mateus Morgado, the Brazilian, is so far perfect this weekend, and he's trying to remain perfect when it comes to main events in ROK Cup USA competition for 2023.
Yeah, it's been really impressive for that Barrel driver there. I mean, Morgado he's pretty much been the guy to be on this ROK package. On the IME package, it's been a different story for him this year, but he's been just super confident, super composed all weekend long. Every time I speak to him, just the confidence levels are at an all-time high, and especially against his teammate, Diego Ramos, who he just seems to have the upper hand on a little bit, though. Ramos obviously had the issue in qualifying. His 2 rear hubs slid in quite a bit, so it made it pretty difficult to drive for him. So a P7 in qualifying was the best he could do. He's rolling off in the top 5 for the second heat race. Let's see on raw speed who is the quicker driver. So far it's been Mateus Morgado. And you have to look a little further back, the likes of Nate Cicero, who's doing double duty this weekend. The pace hasn't really been there for the RPG driver compared to Ryan Norberg, his teammate. But let's see, I suspect a little bit more here out of the second heat, especially after going over some data with your teammate, right, with Ryan. So let's see what he can do. And speaking of Ryan as well, let's see if he can make a better start than he did in that first heat. That first heat, he got bullied around a little bit, was almost outside your top 10. He had a comeback drive to finish where he started, but he's going to want to look a little bit further up the grid this time by.
Well, the good news is he's 7th instead of 6th, so he'll get that inside lane versus the outside. And with more rubber laid down, it's at least opened the speeds up through turns 1 and 2, made that safer. It hasn't really cleaned up turn 3 for the classes that have struggled to get through cleanly. The Pro ROK GP class was clean pretty much all the way through, though, for that opening lap. If it can stay that way in heat number 2, we'll get another good look at raw speed from everyone that should have a shot at it. Morgado on the inside, Blake Nash on the outside for the afternoon heat race here in Pro ROK GP. Once again, Mateus Morgado gets a good jump, a little more grip on the outside. Blake Nash holding tough there. Can he send it deep enough into 3? Still on the outside, still there. Ingrata gonna run him wide, and they'll bang tires, but it's gonna be Nash back to about 4th or 5th or so as Ramos gets through, and in fact, Nolan Bauer gets through as well. Blake Nash all the way back, and look how far back Norberg and Nate Cicero went there that time. Another wrong lane choice for them. A great start for Ingrata and Ramos and Nolan Bauer. Another run up the grid. He's side by side for 4th with Harley Keeble.
Yeah, the inside lane was definitely the best starting spot there as well. Blake Nash on his teammate there gets all sorts of sideways. Going to cost them both a few spots. Maybe he's going to hold on there, but not a good start for a handful of guys, including there's Frankie Mossman outside the top 7. Like you said, Norberg outside the top 10, as well as Harley Keeble. Harley Keeble up in the P5, but a few other drivers like Diego Ramos had a really, really good start.
Well, they're going to stack up here, and Norberg gets, big contact for Ryan Norberg there. Liam Lech in turn number 3. Norberg, I don't know if he got sent or just it really started when Lech got turned sideways off of his front bumper, and then in front of the field just kind of piled on in. Norberg and Cicero and Lech all to the tail. Bad luck there for the GFC driver. And this is such a mixed bag. We've got a lot of drivers with not a lot of speed that have cracked up into the top 10. I mean, based on the speed from the opening heat race, Nolan Bauer shouldn't really be a factor. He's turning that around, currently still in that 4th spot with a phenomenal jump. Diego Ramos, 3rd. Ingrata, 2nd. Harley Keeble, at least a familiar face there. He's closing in, and he's had just a slow burn over the course of the day. It's that same kind of story for him in heat number 2 that it was in heat 1, is Mossman all over the rear end of Blake Nash there through turn 5.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clumsy driving from a lot of these guys there. As we saw as they crossed the line, the timing and scoring shifted about 52 times. The whole grid has reversed on itself, and it is an entirely new batch of drivers out front besides the top 2, Ingrata, Morgado. Because we have Diego Ramos finally making up a decent amount of spots. Nolan Bauer as well, Harley Keeble, Blake Nash fell back a few spots. He has a bit of bodywork damage. Nothing going to affect the handling of the car, but it doesn't look as good as it did when it started the race. Keeble now all over the rear bumper of Nolan Bauer. Maybe a move into turn 3 here, not going to happen. He's going to see if he can work with the Burrell driver.
He's close here, turn 5, maybe there, yes. Harley Keeble up to 4th, Nolan Bauer back to 5th, as Morgado once again resets fast time, and that gap is up to 1 second, back to Aiden Ingrata and Diego Ramos. Ramos said after his opening heat race that he felt like him and Morgado were pretty even now. He just had to work his way up to him. Now, the fellow countrymen, the Brazilians, 1st and 3rd, and Diego Ramos is all over Aiden Ingrata here with still just only 5 laps complete here in roughly 14 to 15 that we'll put down here in this heat race.
Yeah, Aiden Ingrata has lost his wingman, Frankie Mossman, who's fallen to the clutches of Fernandez there in P8, so Mossman now has to hold off to fight for maybe P7 as Ramos a late lunge there to the inside in turn 4 and 5, move him to P2, so Diego Ramos, like he said, feels like he could be as fast as his teammate. So far, it's looking good for the Brazilian there. As Tulio making amends for his mistake in the first heat, goes purple, and Tulio up into, I believe, the top 10. Yeah, he's up into P10.
Yep, ADT, I said it right there. If it was no contact, no crashes, should have been able to crack the top 10 on his own. With all the carnage, he's been able to get there a whole lot quicker. And you can see he's on the bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr. back at the edge of it. That next group's not terribly far up the road either, about 1.5 seconds. So Alessandro Tulio making up for that bad opening heat race here when he hit the wall out of 2nd. Here's a look at the midfield fight there going. There is Tulio. That's for 9th, inside, clear, turn 5. ADT's up another spot there in the Inter-MS Pink and Chrome Kart Republic.
Yeah, it's a pair of purple laps there for ADT, who seems to be on a mission right now to get back to the top 5. The pink and silver go-kart Car Republic of ADT absolutely flying. I mean, he's been assisted a little bit by the carnage that has ensued in this second heat race here, but, I mean, he'll take it, right? A bunch of drivers who maybe made up points on him in the first heat are behind him now, so right now it is all to play for in terms of points for the final for Sunday. But back out front, it's still Morgado by 2 seconds over his teammate Diego Ramos. Ingrata, though, has not let him get away. And how about Harley Keeble? And as I mentioned, he goes purple. So Harley Keeble, his tires coming into play now, and here comes Blake Nash, who's making amends for maybe not so good start. He's working with Frankie Mossman, and they have caught up to Nolan Bauer.
Yeah, Nolan Bauer, same story, unfortunately, here for the Canadian. A good start is not going to make up for not having long-run speed, and he is just missing it, unlike his Beer Alert fellow drivers in Morgado and Ramos. He's going to have about 4 karts on his tail shortly here. Keeble's already dropped him by about 9/10 to a full second, and there's a look further back at a few more coming through the hairpin, but up front, for Harley Keeble, there in 4th. Nolan Bauer about to come under heavy fire from Blake Nash, Frankie Mossman, and again, Santiago Fernandez. No different than Heat 1, just picking up what the race will give him. 1, maybe 2, maybe a couple of spots per session. This is a very impressive outing so far for Miami, Florida's Santiago Fernandez, who, of course, just about a little over a year ago was involved in a very, very scary crash at the U.S. Pro Kart Series finale. So great to see him here this year at ROK Vegas and running pretty solidly in that Vice Racing KR as Nash inside. Little hip check as Bauer tried to shut the door. Gets clear, and now Mossman goes to work on the Canadian down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Mossman with a good, clean crossover out of the final corner. He's going to have the preferred line of the turn 1, make it stick, and Santiago Fernandez, a little bit of a hip check there on Nolan Bauer. He's through, so Fernandez, another spot gained up to P7 now, so let's see what he can do on board the Car Republic. He seems to be quicker than the guys ahead of him right now with a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. There's plenty of time left for him to possibly get a top 5 out of this one as ADT once again goes purple, but still a little too far back. But if these guys keep battling, he's only 1.5 seconds behind this group.
Yeah, you can see him there in all by himself. Alessandro D'Attulio not far from Nolan Bauer and Santiago Fernandez. Bauer fighting back on Fernandez. This will back them up. So now with a minute and 20 seconds plus 2 laps, they might have been able to be fine and not get reeled in before the end. Now with probably 4 laps remaining here in this one, D'Attulio's got a shot to get himself 1 or 2 more spots and recover. If he recovers all the way up to 7th, that would be really mega, especially with guys like Andre Nicastro getting involved in issues, Norberg in issues, Cicero, Liam Lech, who, by the way, has rebounded back up to 12, so that's a good recovery for the GFC, but at a good chunk of the major players so far this week, now on just Friday alone, going 1 for 2 when it comes to good heat races.
Yeah, how about we shift our focus back up front there, because Diego Ramos is kind of answered the call a little bit. He said he thinks he's as quick as Morgado. The last few laps, he's been about a 10th faster per lap. It was 1.5 seconds. Now it's 1.3. So, yes, I believe Morgado's probably, putting a little bit of the brakes on just to save some tires. But Diego Ramos has been super impressive in this second heat race. So is Ingrata and Harley Keeble. Last time I went purple, he is all over the bumper now, the Speed Concepts driver. There is possibly a P2 on the line for the Sodi Kart guy.
Well, again, that's what makes it, a little bit worrisome with how fast Keeble is reeling these guys in. Is he taking care of the rubber enough compared to how they're pacing themselves? But everyone, again, on kind of their own idea of where they feel like they need to save the tires. And you can see Keeble there. He hit that back end, stepped out a little bit on him into turn number 12, but he hasn't slowed down in terms of the session. If it holds all the way to Heat 4 tomorrow, it won't matter whether you save or not. He's just got to last it for 60 total laps. Harley Keeble just 4/10 back from Ingrata, who is all over Ramos. He'll pressure him to keep that speed up here with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 to go as Morgado. I mean, wow, how about answering the call there? Morgado goes purple, so he's like he's heard me almost. He said, no, I still have some tires left. So the Brazilian now puts 2/10 back on his teammate. Ingrata, though, still all over the bumper there. And if you watch the way the karts are handling, Ramos and Ingrata, their hands don't move at all. And if you watch Keeble, like you said, Xander, he slides that kart around a little more than probably Sodi would like him to. And so he might be feeling the pain a little bit in tomorrow's heat races.
Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how the setup goes, and he might be still okay. Either way, it's fast. That's what we do know, and he's close. I don't know if we'll see much out of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. D'Attulio, on the other hand, is close enough to Santiago Fernandez for something, as Ingrata with a weird move there. Started to defend, I think, into 3 and 4 now, over to 5 from Keeble. And Harley is now, he wasn't going to be close enough, I don't think, to get to him. Now he's going to have a chance at him. Coming through turn 8, over to 9. Ingrata way low. Watch for the crossover here. Coming out of the corner. Keeble just going to get to the nose to the inside. They'll drag race. Contact. And Keeble has to back out. Now one more crossover out of 12. I don't know what will happen here as Morgado crosses the line. He'll win the heat. Ramos easily 2nd. And Ingrata, I think, probably would have been fine if he didn't. But either way, still gets 3rd. Keeble 4th. Nash 5th. And on the final lap, D'Attulio gets around Santiago Fernandez. Bauer survives, hangs on to 7th. And then it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. rounding off the top 10 with Liam Lech's charge back forward ending in 12th. Cicero ends 13th. Norberg 14th. Nicastro 15th. Just a lot of frenziness here behind the 362. But it's all good, and it's a perfect day for Mateus Morgado, leading every single lap from the pole. He's already halfway there to getting that pole starting spot for Sunday, and at this point, the only guy that might be able to touch him looks like it might be his teammate. Diego Ramos gets up to 2nd, stays there, keeps him honest, shows some good speed. He should have a shot at him tomorrow when the Brazilians make up the front row. And they've been in that spot before, plenty of times where they've been around each other, and at least this year we're teammates, because it wasn't all too long ago, about a year ago, when they couldn't even make it into the first corner without some contact. But Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero, like we mentioned, 13th, 14th. Andre Nicastro with a rough heat. That's, again, great news for ADT. Hopefully he can continue the good run and make up some more ground. The ROK Masters are on deck, and they're going to begin to roll onto the racetrack here as Martin Stone will lead William Isaias and company out onto the circuit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, What a ROK senior race there. I mean, Morgado, it was smooth sailing out front with his teammate in P2, who, like he said in the interview, like we talked to him earlier, he said that he thinks he's as quick as his teammate. Proved it there. Morgado still seems to have the upper hand by about a 10th there, but who knows how much tire saving was involved in both drivers. But so far, it's who can really answer the call to the PSL guys. I mean, Burrell all year long has seemingly taken control of this ROK category. Unlike the RPG guys who uncharacteristically outside the top 10, I mean, obviously a little bit of argy-bargy there, but still, I mean, even with the pace that we expect them to have, they weren't able to claw their way back like the other drivers were, like Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman. So a bit of a shock there in the ROK senior category, but here we go for ROK Masters, and it's Martin Stone, who's been pretty dominant all weekend long on board the RPM camp there. He's going to be the guy to beat.
While the Master ROK drivers get set to go, we'll be chatting, of course, with a handful of the Pro ROK GP drivers through this one. Was a pretty tame opening heat while Martin Stone in Heat 1 lost the lead to Isaias. He was in no rush to try and get over aggressive or let it rattle him and get that spot back. He waited a lap or two, passed for the top spot, and then drove away for the rest of the session. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Martin Stone adopt that again. You might see Isaias maybe be a little more aggressive this time, but the whole field, I mean, only about 2 to 3 passes during the session, just all kind of running about where their speed left them from qualifying. Nothing much changing. The track, however, that's an interesting point. Not only, of course, have we talked about the rubber being laid down, but you'll notice hardly any sunshine. The cloud cover that's rolled in this afternoon has kind of cooled the place off a little bit. It's kept it relatively even from where we were in terms of surface temperature to start the day. That's good news. So can anyone find more speed to challenge based on that? We'll find out through turns 1 and 2. Martin Stone leading now. Scott Roberts looking for it down the inside. He'll get through. Stone letting him go. And again, William Isaias, opposite end of how good his opening start was. He's all the way back outside the top 5 now.
Yeah, what a move for Scott Roberts from 3rd to 1st. It was a pretty aggressive move to the left from Martin Stone. The second the green flag waved, so Martin Stone is going to pay the price there a little bit. Falls back to P2. Miguel Mir from 4th up to 3rd. The biggest loser, though, how about Vivian Ignacio? Started P2. He's all the way outside the top 5 and having to now make a move possibly on his teammate William Isaias. Isaias defending from his teammate there, but this is not what you want to see if you're the International Motorsports camp.
Yeah, Ignacio Vivian, obviously there on the Inter-MS Kart Republic all the way back to 6th. He actually got up as high as 3rd in that first heat, battling with the guy who leads right now is Scott Roberts. A little bit too deep there, gets a bit sideways in turn 3. Able to get the power down though, holds the top spot. And Miguel Mir, he was starting to roll a little bit towards the end of that first heat race, but he had a very sluggish start in the opening few laps. It didn't seem like he had much to work with. And then late in the going, he turned up. Well, now, early in the going, right there on the tail of Martin Stone, and maybe we'll get a little more fireworks here in heat number 2 for ROK Masters, because heat number 1, all about the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony car to Martin Stone. Let's see if he can do that again, or is it going to be multiple drivers shuffling for the lead? 2 down now here as the field heads through 1 and 2.
Yeah, Scott Roberts a few times that lap was looking over his shoulder. That tells me that is an international sign for, I don't know if I can hold on for much longer here. He's looking back because he's a little bit nervous with the speed of Martin Stone. I mean, he's had speed all year long, and so I expect the RPM RPM driver to maybe make a move up front. But so far, so good for the Speed Concepts driver, who through the infield, this is where the kart seems to really shine for Scott Roberts, who he opens up for the corner a lot more than the RPM driver does and Miguel Mir. So it's given him a pretty good run out of the corners. As we see Ignacio Vivian there with a late lunge on the inside of turn 9. He's going to make it stick. So he's back inside the top 6 now. And William Isaias, last time around, he's going to go and be one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. He is caught up to the back of Miguel Mir. Isaias up in the 4th position. What a run so far for the Kart Public driver. He showed pace in the first heat, even more the second heat, but Martin Stone, what a move into turn 3. He's back through, so the RPM driver up into 3rd, and like I mentioned, William Isaias goes purple, and he's up into 3rd. What a move on Miguel Mir as well.
Yeah, Miguel Mir all over him here, so let's see, can he hang on now with Isaias driving back up the leaderboard? And Martin Stone, granted though, now that he's out in front, he's not necessarily pulled away like he did in that first heat race. So Isaias being second best, can he get there before Martin drives away from the grid across the line? 4 laps complete. Martin Stone, Scott Roberts, William Isaias, Miguel Mir, Ignacio Vivian back in 5th. Let's go down side by side to pit lane here. Mateus Morgado with a phenomenal day here in Pro Rock GP, trying to lock out the main event wins for all Rock USA events in 2023. It'd be mega. Emery, what you got?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Mateus, it has been a really good day and really good weekend for you so far. Really comfortable yesterday. Today, 2 dominant heat wins. Just talk me through how I was feeling out there.
Yeah, for sure. Really good day for me, really good day for the team. Really happy with our speed. We have awesome speed. It's good to race when you have such a good speed like this. Have only to thank all my PSL team, my mechanic, all the staff from PSL, my engine builder. And yeah, we have more for tomorrow, so let's keep it up.
Yeah, time out kind of the end of the race there. It looked like you were saving some tires. Is there a strategy behind that and just kind of make it comfortable for you?
Yeah, definitely. When you have 4 heats to race, you look back, you see you have a big gap, there's no reason to push. As I said, we have much more for tomorrow, so just really happy about it.
All right, Mateus Morgado, 2 dominant heat wins in the books. We'll see what's in store tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery, here as the drivers head back through turn number 12. 3 minutes, 30 seconds plus 2 laps still to go as the Rock Masters continue to roll. While we have Morgado, we also have a handful of other Pro Rock GPs to chat with. How about the rookie sensation of 2023 Canada's own Aiden Ingrata? Has been super fast, and he's been the only one right now keeping the PSL Bureau Arts anywhere close to the rest of the grid. Let's send it down to Emery.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Aiden Ingrata. Aiden, you've been good all weekend. You've been in the top 5. It looked like for a while in that heat race you're going to kind of take the next step, but it just kind of faded away for you. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, Morgado, I was right behind Morgado in the beginning, and then he just pulled away from me. And then Diego got by me, and I looked back, and we had a pretty big gap. So I was just, honestly, 2 more heat races tomorrow. I was just trying to survive. I want to thank Mike, Scott, Alex, everyone under the team for getting me a fast go-kart. But we made a change, and for sure it wasn't the best, but I'm sure we'll figure it out for tomorrow, and we'll be trying to fight with Morgado and Ramos for tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about the teammate, I mean, you have Frankie Mossman there. You guys have shown similar pace all weekend. Are you guys feeling the same things in the kart, or is there some differences there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, me and Frankie are just trying different setups, seeing what works, what doesn't. And yeah, it's been good. It's nice to have a teammate like Frankie. He's fast. He's awesome to compare data to, and it's been good. It's been good. 2 more heat races tomorrow. P3 both. Heat races today, pretty good. And yeah, hopefully we can get her done tomorrow.
All right, Ingrata's have been close. He's in the top 5. We'll see what he can do heading into tomorrow. It's already with 2 top 3 finishes in the heats. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Emery. There, as while we were away, Williams Reyes hit the outside wall of turn 9 pretty hard, and it seems to have affected the handling of the go-kart. He keeps looking back at that left rear, so I wonder if it has knocked the alignment out just a little bit there as the pace has dropped off tremendously. His teammate Ignacio Vivian has gotten back around him, so what a way to make a comeback drive after starting on the front in 3rd place. Ignacio Vivian fell back to about 6th, and now he's back in the 3rd, and he's been one of the fastest drivers on the grid the past couple of laps. He is catching up to the Speed Concepts driver of Scott Roberts, who has fallen off the pace a little bit. Martin Stone now is coming into his own just a little bit there, proving what we kind of expected to see from him after the first heat race. He has pulled away tremendously, over a second now compared to Scott Roberts, who has fallen off quite a bit. Ignacio Vivian, though, has closed the gap even more. It was 8 tenths last time by, now it's 6 tenths for the international motorsports driver.
Yeah, he's just barely getting there here at the very end of it. He's going to run tight on time, though, because next time by, I think will be either on the limit or just about coming to 2 laps to go. 36 seconds here. That should be enough for Martin to get around and give us 3 more circuits. And you can see a great exit out of turn 9. He looked really solid there going down to 12. So Ignacio Vivian outrunning his teammate in Isaias, who has faded backwards, and of course even closing in on Scott Roberts to be 2nd overall here to end the day. A good run through 1 and 2, 2.5 laps to go. He's got time, more than enough, to be only 1 kart length back to try and set up a move.
Yeah, Ignacio Vivian's been pretty quick the past couple of laps, and this is the part of the track where he seems to shine. Through the infield, all the tight section of the racetrack, he's able to get really, really good exits compared to Scott Roberts, who maybe his tires have gone away or the setup has gone away from him just a little bit, whereas Ignacio Vivian's go-kart seems to be underneath him quite a bit more as they get a really good exit out of turn 9 here. Possible move incoming through turn 10, not going to happen as we're going to have 2 to go this time by. Rounding the final few corners here. Let's see the run that the car public driver gets. Not enough. Scott Roberts with a really, really good exit there is going to just give him some breathing room entering the first couple of corners here through turn 1. It's going to be still Scott Roberts. Ignacio Vivian has fallen off just a little bit here, but what a good run and good under the brakes compared to Scott Roberts. Possibly into turn 4. He might go for a late lunge. Not going to happen, but Ignacio Vivian's going to clock that mental note for the next lap. This is where he seems to really shine, and I expect a possible move next time by.
Yeah, he's close. Out of turn number 8 here this time. Good go. Turn 9, got him, but a bit too deep. And oh, wow! Scott Roberts nearly up and out of the go-kart as he just ramped over the right rear tire of Ignacio Vivian. And luckily he's going to get up and looks to be okay, but a wild ride for Scott Roberts there over in turn number 9. Vivian somehow still going with getting driven over top of a little bit. And how about Mundy Lawyer in the 633 all of a sudden closing up? So Mundy Lawyer has gone from not even really in the conversation to almost up to 3rd, and behind him as well Miguel Mir, who was quick early and then faded backwards here at the end of this heat. He's also in frame, but that was wild here with half a lap to go, Alex.
Yeah, Scott Roberts, just a bit of a miscalculation there, and it's going to cost him in terms of the finishing order, as that wall has been pretty moved around there, and the drivers have to avoid it as Martin Stone getting held up by a lapped car, but it's not going to cost him too much as he has a 3.5-second buffer to the guys behind him. Martin Stone sweeps the day in ROK Master. He wins ahead of William Isaias. And then somehow Ignacio Vivian's going to hold on to P3 with a bit of a damaged go-kart there. And Scott Roberts, a little further back, is going to cross the line in P8. He's still running, so at least he gets points out of this one, but not nearly as many points as he would have liked.
Yeah, at least nonetheless here, he's not gotten too many spots to make up. The downside is on the other end of the grid, Martin Stone, a perfect day for him as well here, at least when it comes to winning all the sessions. A clean sweep of Heat 1 and Heat 2. Didn't need to lead every lap. Led the most important ones, led the most laps on the day. The RPM Tony Kart driver will once again lead us to green when we come back for Master ROK action tomorrow. And just like that, folks, 4 classes remain here on the day. Micro ROK on deck, ROK Junior on deck, VLR Master on deck, Pro ROK Shifter will close us down. So 4 more sessions and we're wrapped up here from Friday's action in Las Vegas. Of course, for those watching along, you're able to watch the tomorrow stream fully for free. And if you'd like to watch the main events, make sure you hit that join button down on our YouTube page. Become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. It'll be exclusively live there for the Sunday finals here in all classes. Micro ROK's coming to life. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, they'll be going green. And just like that here, the ROK Micros on to the racetrack. Here's a look at how they'll line up for heat number 2. Juan Diego Garcia Arce and Maxwell Macha will make up row number 1. And further on back here with a shakeup from where they started in heat number 1 based on qualifying. You've got Zane Burgess, who somehow managed to run 3rd with a bent axle after him and Josh Bergman collided on the opening lap. He rolls off to the inside of Camila Canache, who was one of the fastest drivers on the circuit at the end of heat number 1. The young lady, P4. Mikey Collins drove up the grid, so did Wynn Godshock. They make up row 3. Row 4, Josh Bergman and Sebastian Piemonte, who at one point was up as high as 2nd. Alex Chandler and Mauro Norio round off the top 10. Then it's Asher Pavon and Dante Ortega. Liam Van Beek and Aiden Go. Luca Becquerel Sebastian De Moisek, Brandon Ang, Bernardo Guber, Marina Brandao, Neve Adesra, George Ho, Nico Salazar, Dutch Westbrook, Cam Becker, Benicio Leo, Vion Bindi completes the grid there. And oh no, just had one driver get spun off to the inside of turn 8. And luckily able to get back going. That's going to be the number 10 car of Bernardo Guber. So he'll get back up to the main group as Juan Diego Garcia and the green and white Orsolon Parolin will lead Maxwell Macha's SLA Kart Racing Sodi to green. And then you've got, again, the Sodi for Zane Burgess on the inside, the black and white and orange fixed up. And he was wicked quick into the beginning of the heat race, even with the Bentep car. Let's see how the young kid can do here with everything working well. And Maxwell Macha, a not so great quali. He made up for that in one heat race alone. He's on the front row. Can he win heat 2? Let's find out. The youngest stars of the ROK Vegas roster are green to 1, and big contact in the back of the field there as a couple back markers slam the inside wall.
Yeah, I mean, further out front, Zane Burgess with a bit of a hip check there, and I believe the red flag is going to be out. All the drivers are in the air. No, it's just yellow flag in the air. We're going to get
we're going to wave off the start there, I believe. Yeah, they did not like that. So I think, well, if the yellows are waving, they look to be, yeah, we're gonna slow them down here. That's going to be it there. So yeah, that's where the contact was. That was Dutch Westbrook and the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart that you can see both front tires, at least for sure, a snapped tie rod on the right front from the damage. Might have snapped the left as well. And they're just checking him out there. There's race director Chuck Yoder, quick to go ahead and see Dutch, make sure he's okay. And there's Jason Burgess, of course, the head flagman, taking an eye on it. There's some of the ROK officials. Dutch obviously walking around under his own power. He's okay. It was just an awkward deal there at the back. You don't normally see the inside kind of group, especially further down the leaderboard, crash that way, but we're going to treat that as a false start. We're going to get set to go green this time around. So Juan Diego Garcia, Maxwell Macha get a mulligan here to see how they can shake things out through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what happened there, I looked further down the field, a bunch of drivers were out of the tram lines a little early, and it just created a bit of confusion in the back. And unfortunately for one of the drivers there, it didn't pan out for him. Again, drivers early out of the tram lines, but it's not going to matter. We get the green flag. No, we don't. Once again, hands are in the air. But it looks like we might be green. Yeah, we are green. So Juan Diego Garcia say, no, we are. Yellow again. Wow. So the drivers a little too early once again to get going. We had, I think, 10 guys out of the tram lines before the green flag waved.
Yeah, that one was messy. Not an ideal start on the attempt number 2, and that could trigger an invert of the front row. And there it is from the ROK officials saying, all right, Max and Juan, you guys tried it too fast. You're going back to 3rd and 4th. Zane Burgess will inherit the pole starting spot, and he'll be joined up there by Camila Canache, or should, as well as Zane and Canache back there on the 2nd row. Didn't end up going forward. I think Juan and Maxwell are trying to let them know what to do. It would be the first time for a front row starting spot for Camila Canache. Burgess trying to go around the outside. Juan Diego Garcia saying, yeah, go ahead. And then there's Mikey Collins. He was slated to start right behind. And oh no, that's Mikey Collins there in the 15. He stalled out on the outside of turn 8.
Yeah, wow. So Mikey Collins, he's going to get back underway on his own power. He needs to hurry up before they get back to the front straightaway so we can get back in line to where he started. But now a whole new group out front, Maxwell Macha and Garcia Arce. Whether or not these poor starts were on them, the rule is you get 2 chances and then you invert. So now they're third and fourth. Let's see what Zane Burgess can do from the front of the grid now.
Yeah, Zane Burgess, one of the younger drivers in the micro category here, from 7 to 10 years old. He's going to lead us to green. On the outside, Camila Canache, who has had a breakout day thus far. Could she get a first career U.S. National Heat win here? She's got a great opportunity outside of the front row, side by side, looking good. Green flag is out and we're underway. The inside lane will get the jump. Burgess and Garcia Arce get through, and Mikey Collins looked low on Macha, then nearly got closed into the barrier. He backs out. All good so far, but this is going to get tight right here. Macha on the inside, Canache and Garcia Arce. Somehow, everyone has made it out of turn number 3, but my goodness, have there been some pucker factor calls through the first 5 corners, Alex?
these kids have no fear whatsoever. I mean, they're just putting the cart where it probably shouldn't be, but so far so good. Somehow every cart is facing the right direction so far, but like you said, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, that turn 3 corner is so deceiving. You think you can go in 4 wide, but it narrows up pretty quickly on you. Garcia looking to the inside.
Whoa!
What a move!
Kanache! Oh no, it tags the wall. Camila with a send and a half from a mile back and a mile wide, and she comes out second. Juan Diego Garcia Arce leads. There's still 3 wide back behind her, as here comes Macha in the inside and clear on Burgess.
Oh, as we take one driver, the Benek driver really wide in turn 1. It's going to cost him a handful of spots there, but we saw Camila there. That's just a result of being a little bit too low, not enough grip, breaking in the marbles, and she almost made it stick, but unfortunately didn't. But a 2 for 1 turned into just a solo pass there for her, so she's back up to where she started inadvertently in P2, so good stuff for Camila. Like you said, Xander, looking for her first career heat race on the national calendar.
Yeah, it would be mega for her. Zane Burgess, of course, he's been up front in the second half of 2023. Maxo Macha's won a handful of main events. So has Juan Diego Garcia Arce, as Macha goes the inside of Kanache, trying to get clear. He does. Burgess trying to follow. He will not. Kanache hangs on to P3, and Juan Diego Garcia Arce gets a little breathing room, but an action-packed start here. We're only 2 full laps in here at full speed for the Micro Rockers, but we are really rocking and rolling as Kanache, wow, on the limit there out of turn number 2 as they race behind her.
Oh my goodness, these kids are so much fun to watch, and Zane Burgess back to the inside there on Mikey Collins, has to push him really wide. Zane Burgess is able to get back around Mikey there after a not so good turn 1 and turn 2 complex for him, but he's back up into the top 5.
Let's go down to Ranjan here on pit lane. Hopefully he had a good lunch. It's good to have him back, and he's going to chat here with a handful of our Masters Rock drivers. Ranjan, you got us?
I got us. Thank you very much, Xander. Appreciate it. I'm here with William Isaias. William, tell me about your race.
Well, it's going well so far. I apparently jumped the start on the first one, but and this one I made a mistake and hit the barrier and messed up the axle there. But we'll see. I think we're slowly catching up to Martin, so hopefully by the final we're right there with him.
Anything in particular you need to work on?
Probably me. It's probably just a lack of practice there. The kart is great. You know, everybody at the team does an amazing job. They have a great engine. So, you know, obviously thank you to everybody at International Racing, Ariel for the amazing engine always. And yeah, I think it's just me, just a little more practice. Maybe by Sunday I'll be in the groove.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Thanks for talking with us. Look forward to seeing you throughout the weekend. Thank you, William.
All right.
With that out now, we go back to what we missed here, because it's always a lot with how packed up the field is in Micro Rock. Juan Diego Garcia Arce was side by side with Maxo Macha last time by across the loop. This time he's gotten himself a little bit more breathing room. Macha close again, nearly going down to turn 1 but didn't. And Kanache still there, right in third. Josh Bergman, by the way, is now a part of the fray up front. 4 cars all around, a half second covered.
Yeah, Josh Bergman's going to look to get around Camila as soon as possible, because his teammate, or Sodi Kart teammate at least, different teams, but still Sodi Kart power there on the chassis. He's going to look to get to his teammate Maxo Macha to see if he can work with him. Top 4 breakaway, but Zane Burgess is not too far behind in 5th, and he's brought a handful of go-karts with him as well. So if these top 4 start to race like they did a few laps ago, it's going to be anybody's game here, as Macha might make a move into turn 9, not going to make it happen. Playing it smart here, as there's Burgess a little bit sideways there, but going to hang on, see if he can get around Camila as soon as possible.
As they head on to the front straightaway, we're just around the halfway mark here, and now we're going to trade the lead. Maxwell Macha down the inside and through on Juan Diego Garcia Arce. So he'll lead us over to turn number 3. Kanache looked to follow, couldn't quite pull it off. And back further, Mikey Collins down the inside and clear on Zane Burgess, and he'll bring one more with him. That was when Godshock there on the Benek. So Godshock moves up, I believe, and moves to 6th. Collins up to 5th. Marina Brandau, new fast lap, all the way back in 18th. But the racing up front just beginning to heat up as Bergman wants 3rd on Kanache. Josh Bergman up to the top 3.
Josh Bergman, what a run. He seems to always find himself in the right positions there, but Camila back to the inside, gonna push Bergman all the way to the outside barriers, and Bergman's gonna lose a handful of spots. That's gonna damage the go-kart, and that's gonna be his heat race over and done.
Camila Kanache getting her elbows out in turn number 12. Might have drawn a penalty for that, might not, but Mikey Collins, either way, is now on the cusp of getting to P3 as the leaders go down to turn 3. Collins inside, little help from Godshock, but they'll both get through. No, Collins still side by side. Kanache there, nearly 3 wide, and now Godshock gets through on Mikey over in turn number 5.
Somehow Camila holds on, just does the top side of the racetrack, Kyle Larson style, holds on to P3. So what a run for Camilla there, and Mikey Collins lost a spot to win Godshock there. And there's a 25 Orsalon driver. He's going to go through on Zane Burgess, who hasn't really had the heat race he would have wanted compared to his teammates Macha and Bergman. He's going to lose another spot there to the 77. Zane Burgess is going to be outside your top 10.
Out of the final turn, down the front straightaway, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Maxwell Macha and Juan Diego Garcia Arce said, yeah, we're out of here. You guys and girls have some fun. We will not be anywhere nearby. Dante Ortega, big drive forward there in the 25 to 6th and digging for more here. He's hoping that these 3 in front of him continue to shuffle around, as again it is Win Godshock up into 4th, and of course Camila Kanache, who has had probably the most elbows up on the wheel type of drive that anyone has had so far in the Micros second heat. A minute 20 plus 2 laps right now. There is a look at Zane Burgess, the driver who at one point was leading us to green. He's now all the way back to the 8th position, trailing at the moment Sebastian Piemonte and company, as Collins is side by side with Godshock out of 12. That'll give Kanache some space across the line, approximately 4 laps to go.
Yeah, out front, it's smooth sailing for Garcia Arce and Maxwell Macha. Whoa, late move there for the 77 there, and the 25 is going to have to give away because you don't want to go any wider than that in turn 1. There goes Mikey Collins to the inside of Win Godshock. He's going to make that move 6 and move Mikey Collins up into the top 4. How about Camila Kanache? Goes purple last time by. I mean, if those top 2 start racing, Camila's going to have a shot at this one, Xander.
Yeah, Camila Kanache, I mean, what a lap for her last time around. If she can keep that up, like you said, she's got a chance. But they are not racing yet, and I don't know if they will. You've got a lot of inexperienced drivers kind of third on back, but the top 2 are 2 of the normal micro superstars that we've seen all season. So I would not imagine Maxwell Macha or Juan Garcia Arce are going to pass before the final lap. I'd be very, very surprised. 2 to go here. I don't even know if you'll see Macha block low. No, you will. Okay, I'm surprised. There you go, Alex.
Yeah, Macha decides he's not going to listen to you, Xander. He doesn't want your advice. Macha's going to defend early here with at least 3 laps to go. So Macha, he's going to hinder their progress a little bit. Last time by, Camila Kanache was 2/10 faster than the leaders, and that was on raw pace. That was before Macha started defending. So now with a little bit of defense driving from the Sodi Kart driver, it is all to play for. But I think he learned his lesson there and realized that Garcia Arce won't want to make a pass on him. So he's going to go back to doing the full racing line, open up the corners here, looks back. He sees that Garcia Arce is fully committed to pushing him to the front here. Kanache all by herself, wishing that she had somebody to help her right now.
Here's the battling at the end of the top 10. That's Alex Chandler in the 26, Mauro Nario. Of course, in the mix is Zane Burgess and Dante Ortega. 2 to go at the line. Camila Kanache, hand in the air coming across the loop, not sure what for. Oh, she thought maybe a pump of the fist there, happy that where she's at. But as they go down through turn number 3, you see 4th and 5th, Win Godshock, Mikey Collins, just kind of riding in no man's land for both of them. They had a good drive up to get to where they're at. For a moment, it looked like they were going to get as high as P3 on Kanache, but she really started to drop the hammer. And then for these two, they have no idea how chaotic it's been behind them. They've had a very, very tame second heat race, and that's kind of all you can ask for as a coach or parent for these young superstars, to, as much as they want to race hard like Camila has and get after it and nearly go a little bit too wide there on a turn 12. You're trying to calm them down and say, look, it's a long run, long weekend. You can battle on the last lap, but until then, let's at least secure a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, last time by, Kanache 2/10 faster once again, so it is all to play for. 1 to go here. Macha's going to go low. Garcia goes lower. He's through to P1. Macha crossover incoming, not going to happen. Garcia's going to have to go defensive here in turn 4. This is going to bring all the drivers back into the mix here. Macha with a crossover, not going to happen there through turn 5 and 6. Garcia still leads here, Xander.
He's close over to turn number 8. He's going to block low. Macha rips the high side, still outside, nearly there. Not quite able to do it out of 9. And down the back straightaway for the final time, Camila is almost close enough to put some pressure on. The good news for Garcia Arce, he won't even need it. Macha not close enough. Final time down the front straightaway. Juan Garcia Arce is going to go 2 for 2 here in the heat races for Micro Rock. Maxwell Macha second, and now Camila Canache can celebrate there the third place result as they drag race to the line further back. I think that was Dante Ortega versus Mauro Norio. Ortega gets the 6th spot by 1/1000th. So a great run for Dante Ortega on the 25. And again, that was behind Wynn Godshock and Mikey Collins there for 4th and 5th. Zane Burgess ends up in 8th behind Mauro Norio. Alex Chandler 9th. Bernardo Gubert in 10th. Here, the Micro Rockers. Juan Diego Garcia Arce able to get away. Maxwell Macha, a smooth day for him after a rough qualifying effort. Pair of top 2 finishes. And they end up back to where they were supposed to start this race, although they couldn't get it underway on their own and had to go back to row 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a chaotic Micro Rock race. I mean, these kids have been putting on such a show for us all day long. But that being said, I mean, even with the chaos, it's still, they keep it clean. They always find a way to, no matter what, keep things clean here. And what a run for all these drivers. But I mean, especially Juan Diego Garcia Arce, who's going to sweep the day in Micro Rock. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go for some junior rock racing. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back here live from the Rio Hotel. Rock the Rio. Second round of heats are almost done and dusted, but there's still a few classes to go, including the one on your screen right now, Rock Junior. They put on a pretty good show for us. I mean, there's been a couple of guys to look out for. Steven Miller, he's been fast. He starts on pole position. Augustus Toniolo is going to be second. Sebastian Garzon, he was your pole sitter, but fell back to third in the first heat. He's going to roll off in third. Diego Diaz in fourth. Turner Brown in fifth. Javier Herrera sixth. Oliver Weldon, I mean, he's been the guy to be in the VLR junior category. Not so much in the ROK junior category, but still a pretty good showing in the first heat. Looking for more here in the second heat. Jackson Wolney in P8. Sarah Bradley in ninth. And Federique Lemieux rounds out your top 10. A few other big movers that we saw in the first heat. Major Mikovskis went up 10 positions to roll off in P12. One driver to note, though, Jensen Burnett. He's been fast all year long. He dropped 11 spots in the first heat. Look for more here for him on board the RPM OTK.
As they complete the formation lap, we get set to line them up here. Steven Miller was, pretty put together, if you will, in the opening heat race. Had a little bit of a challenge, of course, from Augustus Toniolo, who has made his first U.S. start in about 2 seasons. The Brazilian RPG Cosmic driver right there. Sebastian Garzon was up in the mix of it for a good bit. Ultimately tried to at least get second on the last lap. Just couldn't quite stick it. He rolls off third. That's still a safe spot. Of course, all of them waited until the very end to really start to fight and kept it a 3-kart battle. Diego Ardiles and a handful of other drivers further back were even to them on speed. Now they get to start right near them. Miller on the inside and Toniolo on the outside. They're racing down to turn number 1. And look at Chico. Turner Brown already up to third. And he's got a big run on Garzon, who's going to try and cover the inside off in turn number 3.
The inside was definitely the way to go here so far, as one of the Burrell drivers has to go right wide just to avoid the outside wall there. But good start from Miller, good start for Garzon, great start for Turner Brown, not so good for Toniolo, but he's going to slot in the P4 on board the RPG Cosmic. Speaking of RPG, Diego Ardiaz dropped a few spots. He's outside the top 5, but Toniolo back in the third, and that's going to follow through. No, Turner Brown's going to hold on fourth.
Ooh, look at this. Toniolo blocking way low. Look at a big run around the outside. Another one of the Ursuline Racing Tony karts. Quick here this weekend, trying to make a 2-for-1 move on the outside. Couldn't quite. That was Javier Herrera. Ultimately, now he's under pressure from Oliver Weldon on the JC Karting Team Gainbridge LN kart. Over to 3. Weldon inside. Dive bomb clear on Javier. He'll take over 6.
Oliver Weldon has seemingly figured out this place compared to everybody else in the junior category. The qualifying didn't go his way in both classes, but in the heats, he has been the guy to beat. Even though he doesn't have a heat victory under his belt, the pace has been there. He has the most purple laps out of the grid, and so far, so good for Oliver Weldon. He's up into the top 5 already.
Nice move there down the inside for one of the RPG Cosmics right behind Ardiles. I believe that might have been Jackson Wolney getting through there in the 296, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, no, I think it might have been him getting shuffled back. Might have been maybe Frederick Lemieux or Jensen Burnett, as they've all traded around the edge of the top 10. Up front, though, just Steven Miller cruising at the moment until now. Sebastian Garzon taking over the lead in turn number 3. Miller back behind, and they've got about a second still of cushion to Augustus Toniolo, but market probably now around 7 or 8 tenths after the one pass.
Yeah, Garzon back to the lead. This has been classic Sebastian Garzon. He feels much more comfortable out front. He's shown it all year long, especially in a lot of the national categories. He hasn't had a very lucky year in terms of just things always seem to go against him. But Weldon to the inside on Turner Brown. That was tight, but he made it stick. Oliver Weldon up to P4. He is flying on board the Lando Norris Gamebridge go-kart.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon has just been booming with confidence here in all of the heat races we have watched today. Not a good quality in either class, VLR Junior or GP Junior. In both of them, he has just driven his way up the leaderboard. There is a nice move further back into the train, making a move. That's Ardiles on Sarah Bradley for 7th, so that's all cleared and good. Javier Herrera up still 6th and safe there. And then there's Turner Brown on your screen in the black and white SCR red speed. But all of them at the moment faster than the 2 leaders. Steven Miller and Sebastian Garzon have lost the edge they've had, and both, especially Weldon and Toniolo, are tracking them down at a rapid rate. We're 3 complete, make it 4. Down the front stretch, 6, arguably 8 cars there in the lead group.
Yeah, right now it seems as though any one of these 8 could win it. Diego Diaz last time by went purple. He didn't have the start he would have wanted, but he's back up to P7. He's still in the mix. He has his sights set on the leaders. So you can still see them in the same straightaway at least. But so far, it's this guy under screen, Oliver Weldon, who goes purple at a 45 flat. He is absolutely flying, taking a bit of curbing even just showing you how close he's getting to each barrier there, putting nothing on the table there for Oliver Weldon, who's just been the guy so far in both junior categories. Garzone takes a look back, sees he has enough of a gap over Stephen Miller to not have to defend so far. There's still 4 minutes plus 2 laps. This is anybody's game so far, but let's see how much longer you have Toniolo, who's caught up to Stephen Miller. Will he push him or will he pass him?
I mean, he's at least right now using him to get closer to Garzone, and he wasn't exactly on the bumper here going into 3, so it wasn't going to happen there. The major dive bomb, if you're a little ways back from someone, is probably that turn 9 corner, but it'll get a little bit tougher to do it. You have to take more confidence as the rubber keeps getting laid down and the braking zones go deeper and deeper into the turns. Let's see if anyone ducks out here. Nope, not going to happen. Miller, though, has been tracking Garzone down. Garzone even almost looks like he kissed the wall coming out. No, nothing here either. Everyone's staying pretty tame, and that's very similar to what it looked like in that first heat race for Junior ROK as well. Across the line, now 6 laps complete. No big rush for any of them. And the top 3, the exact same top 3 from heat 1, starting to pull away.
Yeah, I'll give these Junior ROK drivers some credit here. They've been one of the only classes so far today that have played things pretty smart and waited till at least 2 to go to make their moves, because a lot of the other heat races that we've seen have been full of chaos, which has been fun for us to watch, but not so fun for the drivers inside the cockpit there, who have had to deal with probably a bunch of headaches throughout the day, as Stephen Miller gives the bumper to Garzone, saying, let's get a move on here. Miller with a crossover on the Ochelon driver. They're side by side through turn 8, turn 9. Miller's through. Toniolo's going to follow through, maybe even Weldon as well. Weldon's going to give a little bit of a hip check there to Garzone, but Garzone's going to give it back to him. Garzone from 1st to 3rd now, and Stephen Miller's your leader.
And here comes Chico. Turner Brown now going to make it 5 up front with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. But like you said, Stephen Miller waited, finally went. Now Garzone going to split up. He'll go to the inside of Toniolo. Weldon follows. Brown follows. Toniolo from 2nd back to 5th in just a corner and a half.
It's that easy in the Junior ROK category with how quick and close these drivers are and have been all weekend long. But Stephen Miller has his sights set on a possible Heat 2 victory. He still has at least 5 laps to go to make it happen there, as they all get really, really close to the outside wall there. But if they keep fighting here, and it's a little too early in my opinion to make it happen, as I was giving them their props for not doing so, you have the likes of Diego Diaz and Sarah Bradley, who are going to join in the mix anytime now. There they are. They're less than a second now from your top 5.
Yeah, they are at the moment, speed-wise, about even to maybe a 0.5 per lap slower than the leaders. But one pass, a couple of passes, all of a sudden we've got, like you said, that group in it, as Turner Brown, a little maybe bump and run, a little bit argy-bargy getting by Oliver Weldon. In turn 5, didn't look intentional, just moved up the groove, 1 lane, got through, and Turner Brown now up into 3rd, Weldon back to 4th. Miller still leads over Garzone. Does Garzone want it back? Not yet. He's content right there, following Stephen Miller as they exit turn 12.
Yeah, we saw Turner Brown come out of turn 8 and put the hand up, kind of signaling to Weldon, maybe I apologize a little bit, didn't mean to. You braked a little too early for my liking. But Turner Brown, he's through to P3, and that gives him enough of a gap to Weldon and too much ahead of him to where he's kind of in the danger zone of being freight trained a little bit by the guys behind him. But so far, Garzone and Miller not able to pull away as much as they would have liked. And like I mentioned, Diaz, there he goes, purple, 44.7. He is absolutely flying right now with at least 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Diego Ardiles, a lot of speed. The lap before, though, to credit the further back, is there's Weldon. He says, all right, thank you. I'm going to send a heck of a diver into turn number 9. So Oliver gets that spot back, has to go back to work. Toniolo just kind of looking on. Ardiles right there. Oliver Weldon now needs about 4 to 5 car lengths to be tracked back up to Sebastian Garzone. The gap's 0.5 second here with 3 laps to go as they head for turn number 3. And Turner Brown going to defend from Toniolo in turn 3. He'll cover that off. That'll give Weldon some breathing room. Ardiles closes, but Jensen Burnett as well, along with Javier Herrera, are starting to roll late in this one. Burnett had the fast lap a couple laps ago. He currently runs in the 8th spot there, the Canadian in the 269.
Yeah, Jensen Burnett, I mentioned him earlier, and I didn't have the first he would have wanted. It's been a pretty good comeback drive here in the second heat. I bet he wishes this pace showed up a little bit earlier because it's a little bit too late for him. As Toniolo to the inside of Turner Brown. He's going to go through. Turner Brown on the outside there. They're going to have a bit of contact. Turner Brown's going to have to avoid the outside wall in turn 11. And teammates, wow, Toniolo and Ardiaz up and over almost. But Ardiaz, opportunistic move, a 2-for-1 special in turn 10. Move Ardiaz up into the top 4. Where did he come from? As a 2-to-go signals in the air, and it's a 3-car breakaway. Oliver Weldon has caught up to the back of Sebastian Garzon, and Weldon goes purple. He's been purple 4 straight laps. The Gamebridge LN car of Oliver Weldon is absolutely rolling with 1.5 to go.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon, what a tear he has been on. Unfortunately here, Garzon is faded off of Miller, so he'll have to make quick work of him and then go to town on Stephen Miller. Out of turn number 12, not able to get the job done there. It would only be then in the final lap. 2 passes. Can Oliver Weldon get at least one of them? It would put him on the outside of the front row for heat 3 if he wants that. But I don't know what kind of an option he'll have because Garzon a little wide out of 2. Now to 3. There it is. Oliver Weldon inside and clear for second. And Stephen Miller's lead opens up to 4 car lengths out of turn 5.
Yeah, that might be it for Weldon there. I don't think he's that much faster than the rest of the field, but maybe he'll surprise me here with about half a lap to go. Stephen Miller has at least 3 car lengths over Oliver Weldon, so Miller just needs to get one more corner down, and he's going to have this heat race locked up. Let's see if Garzon's going to fight back. Weldon's going to have to defend there. It's really late in the brakes. Garzon's going to get a good crossover here around the outside of turn 10. What's going to happen here through the last corner? Miller's going to cross line to win. Garzon gets back around him, so Sebastian Garzon with a great move around the outside of turn 10. He's going to finish P2, and Weldon, arguably the preferred finishing position, is going to finish in 3rd place. Ardiaz, a good comeback drive to finish 4th, and Toniolo, Ardiaz's teammate, rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, I mean, that was sick from no other way to describe it. That was sick from Sebastian Garzon to rip it around the outside lane and pull it off there. We've seen a couple around the outside moves, seen a lot of grippy maneuvers, but one guy who's got a grip on this class so far appears to be Stephen Miller. 2 for 2 on the day for the Nash Motorsports EOS kart driver, making it look pretty easy right now, and so he'll park that thing till tomorrow late morning. We run an identical timeline with Garzon ending second in the run to the line. Weldon, Ardiles, Toniolo, Brown ultimately had an issue there late. I don't know what the issue was for Turner, but he ends up going back. Might have got into it a bit with Javier Herrera, so 6th and 8th for the 2 of them. Ty Fisher had some speed earlier today. He picks up a handful more spots here in this one, moves himself to 16th behind Alexander Jacoby's U-Race machine. And further back, a good chunk of the field still able to finish out of all that started. And going back to 28 and 29. VLR Masters down on the grid here with Ben Cooper getting set to lead us off in the RPG Cosmic. To the outside, of course, is the Orsolona racing machine of Renato Yoder David here for the 100cc class. Martin Stone was quick early on, but it was really just a fight for second because that opening heat race was a Ben Cooper driving academy session. At least that's what it looked like because he was about 4 seconds up the road by the end of it and probably still only pushing about 50%.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you mentioned, Ben Cooper in a class of his own so far in the VLR Master class. I mean, let's see what Renato Yoder David can do because it was unlike Renato there, kind of uncharacteristic to get blown away that much by another driver, but let's see what he can do. Like you said, it was kind of best of the rest for the rest of the guys there, as Martin Stone, I mean, he's been the guy to beat in the ROK Master class, but in the ROK VLR Master class, Ben Cooper so far so good, but there's only 1 heat out of 4 so far this weekend, so anything's still up for grabs. You know, Miguel Mir, another driver who we expect to be a little bit quicker than he's been so far. He has a top 5 starting spot in this heat coming up. Daniel Jones in 6th, and Carlos Fonseca, he started P17. That's where he qualified, up 10 spots. He's going to roll off in 7th place. So a couple of big movers, a couple of big losers, such as Timothy Mayer, who started 5th, finished 19th. And how about Laurent Mardin, as we know, started in your top 2. He rolls off 20th for the second heat.
Long drive forward for Larry, but that red and white Techno kart obviously had speed yesterday, so if he can bring that thing back to life here in the second heat after getting all the damage repaired, he could be one to watch to make his way forward. Either way, though, can anyone at least start to make a dent in the gap that this Canadian is going to try and put on everyone once again? Because, well, adopted Canadian at least in Ben Cooper, because he has just been untouchable. He'll get to take that RPG Cosmic from the inside lane once again. And Sean Owens, to his credit, hung with him for a little and did a lot better than anyone else getting off the line before he ends up sliding back down the order to the 4th spot in that blue and white LN card. And a handful of other one-off names join our VLR Master field here for their one and only national start of the season. Ben Cooper taking us out of pit lane. While we're green with this one also, for those watching along online, we'll be beginning to get a few words in with some of our Pro ROK shifter drivers down on the grid for the final session of the afternoon. 2 classes get set to go here with VLR Master on deck and, of course, Pro ROK shifter right after to wrap up the on-track action. We do it all again tomorrow for another free day of live streaming, and then Sunday it'll be exclusive to KC Premium members. Hit that join button for $9.99 a month. You'll get to watch the main event coverage as we wrap things up from Las Vegas for ROK Vegas 2023. The outlap underway here, Alex. Where do you predict we can see Larry work his way up the grid?
I mean, I think at least a top 10, right? The qualifying tells me second, but it's pretty difficult to pass that many go-karts in such a short amount of time. But Larry's been quick, right? He showed it in the VLR senior cast. So he has the experience against guys who are probably more aggressive than these Masters drivers. So, I mean, I think a top 5 is in the cards for him. He's just going to have to play his cards correctly because some of these guys won't let him by. They know that he's going to be coming through, but they're not going to be too easy on him.
Yeah, let's see here. Ben Cooper going to slowly back him up now and get set to bring us through. Now, when you put a whooping on the field like he did in Heat 1, it also kind of puts a target on your back for the start. You know, Renato Yader-David, knowing now whatever he has to do to try and get Cooper shuffled backwards might be the only chance he has of getting in front of the RPG Cosmic. So does he try to maybe jump the start or time it a little bit? And then on the flip side, does Martin Stone try to maybe rough him up a little or race stay close or quickly get out of line once the lights go out and try to force Cooper to the outside? And Ben knows this as well, a multi-time Rotax Grand Finals champion for the Rotax, 4-time, I believe, in total between DD2 and everything else. He's going back there again this year to go and run DD2 Masters once again. Of course, we'll see him probably on the grid for the Super Nationals here in Vegas. He won in X30 Pro just a handful of years ago. He's been in this spot before when he's been on King of the Hill, and he knows guys are trying to push him off. What happens on this start? Heat 2, this one looks pretty tame. Couple drivers jumping out midway through. Renato, even so far, just able to slot back into second. And quickly down there as Martin Stone follows him back there in third.
Yeah, it looked like Renato Yader-David actually had the better start compared to Ben Cooper, but unfortunately the outside is the long way around. Couldn't make it work, so Ben Cooper, the Canadian/Brit there, leads your field through the first couple of corners, and in the lead he is in the RPG Cosmic there. Already a bit of a gap compared to the Orsalon driver. There's Martin Stone in third. He's been super quick in both Masters categories that he's been a part of, but so far so good for Ben Cooper. A little further back, Laurent Mardan already up 2 spots. He's going to need a lot more than that to feel comfortable.
As they head out of the last turn onto the front stretch, we'll get a full leaderboard rundown. Cooper leads. David under fire. Martin Stone got it. Turn 1 and 2. Martin Stone on the RPM Tony Kart moves forward. And Sean Owens right behind Miguel Mir. Couple Texans there, 4th and 5th, headed over to turn number 5 behind the entries of Renato Yader-David, the Brazilian, and of course Martin Stone, who as well has based himself out of the Texas area over the last few years. And Ben Cooper, again, the long driver, in this case, flight to come to Las Vegas. Feeling like we're at his house right now because that gap has already doubled, Alex. I mean, it is tremendous. It was 4/10 last time as Owens goes by. Cooper is now probably going to put that thing to 8/10 when they cross the line.
Yeah, it's just ultra impressive for a guy like Ben Cooper to put that much of a gap already on Martin Stone, who is no slouch in himself. It's only 6/10 so far to Ben Cooper, and if Yader-David and Martin Stone can work together, there is still hope for these guys to put a fight to Ben Cooper. Wow, a little bit wide there from Miguel Mir. That was a little bit too close for his liking on the exit of turn 4 there. As he's going to lose a bit of ground to Sean Owens, who's closing the gap to the second and third place drivers of Martin Stone and Renato Yater David. And there goes Sean Owens on board the LN cart. He's closing the gap even more, but further out front, Ben Cooper, like we mentioned, he's going to pull away to maybe 8 or 9 tenths this time by for sure. It's about 4, 5 cart lengths out of the final couple of corners there for the RPG Cosmic with still 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This is a bit demoralizing, I'd say, for the drivers of Martin Stone and Yater David, who know that they are pretty quick in this class. If it wasn't for Ben Cooper, as Sean Owens with a good run out of turn 10, he makes that look pretty easy there on Yater David, and Sean Owens now up in the third.
Much better session in the works here for Sean Owens on the LN cart, and the DKC livery there. He was at a 46.8 to Cooper's 47 flat, and so that puts him 4 tenths better than everyone around him, 2 tenths better than Cooper, albeit to his credit, a little bit of a toe off the back of David coming down that front straightaway, but he still looks good here. Can Sean Owens get up to the bumper and get around Martin Stone, at least for second, and then maybe try to chip away at Cooper's lead? We're still relatively early on, so it's anything that could happen yet. We've only got 4 complete, just under 5 minutes, plus 2 laps to go. Another big run for Owens. Another lap that's at least even or close to better than Ben Cooper, and 2 tenths better than the cars around him. A 46.99, Cooper a 46.96.
Yeah, Sean Owens right now looks to be best of the rest compared to Ben Cooper, but so far not enough to get around Martin Stone. I think he's going to have enough pace to eventually get around him. He still has plenty of time left, at least 6 or so laps to go, but last time by Ben Cooper put another 2 tenths on the field. It's over a second now to the rest of the field. Ben Cooper making it look easy out there, but Martin Stone, he's going to be under fire very shortly from the green and gray go-kart there, or at least suits of Sean Owens, who's lost a bit of ground throughout the final couple corners there, but he gets a good run every single lap out of turn 10. He has that thing geared pretty low, I'd say, because it's making him have a pretty good exit there, but Sean Owens, wow, gets a little sideways out of turn 1. Nothing to it, though, through turn 3.
Yeah, he's closing back up now over to 5. Let's see if it's any better through the infield this time. Stone just looks a little better on exit. You can see how much further ahead he already was in setting up for the next bit of the chicane than Sean was, and that kind of, I think, is just having him a little bit better with the point on exit. Owens, a lot of roll speed, not able to get that extra launch, and maybe at the same time, Martin Stone, just a late race setup for him, starting to finally feel the flow and get rolling. And you could argue the same even for Renato Yater David, because while Owens was quick to get around him, he hasn't really dropped him. That pack's kind of all stabilized here the last 2 laps around. Stone, 46.9. Owens 47.1, a 47.1 for David, and a 47 flat for Miguel Mir. Even Ben Cooper, not necessarily much better last time by either. So if they go side by side, we'll make sure to catch it, but we'll go side by side ourselves and down to pit lane here with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Marian Krivers. Marian, the last heat race was looking really good. A little mistake there. Just talk me through what happened.
It was going well. I mean, I wasn't expecting to have the pace I had, honestly, so I was just happy following in fourth for a little bit and see how the race was going to pan out. And then just as I was getting myself ready to maybe mount an attack on Hunter, I clubbed an inside barrier, lost a bunch of time, bent my steering, and then I was just hanging on from the rest of the race. The pace was still okay with the bent steering column, but yeah, far from ideal.
Yeah, this weekend, I mean, we've seen a lot of track progression, this obviously new layout and everything. Talk to me about how you've been able to kind of balance that and continue to get better, because it looked like that last heat was probably the best pace you guys have had all weekend long.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's not my first time in Vegas, so I knew what to expect coming into this weekend. And yeah, the goal has been to go P1 on Sunday in the final, right? So everything we've been doing is working towards that. So we haven't been panicking, being a little bit off the pace. So yeah, come Sunday, we'll prepare an attack.
Well, Mustang, last race you started on the inside, had a good start this time from the outside, also hoping for a good start. Any differences you've noticed in between the two?
No, for me it's going to be the same. Just whoever gets off the line best, I think, has a big advantage. So yeah, outside's going to be clean, so I know that. But I had a good start from the inside, so these guys all know how to get a good start. So yeah, I'll be prepared.
All right, Mario Kremer starting on the outside of row number 2. We'll see if he can avoid the barriers this time in heat number 2. Back to you guys.
good to hear Marion at least still in good spirits after the mistake. And obviously, it's not too hard to stay in good spirits when you're still able to bring home a top 5 after causing a bit of damage. But he's ready to roll here in this one and keeping the pace going forward. Speaking of going forward, look at this. Just a little bit, a slimmer of hope for the rest of the field here. Definitely a lot better second heat than their first heat in terms of how they've stacked up to Ben Cooper. But they've actually gained a little bit on him, Alex.
It makes you wonder, though, right? With the pace that Ben Cooper showed in that first heat, unless these guys really did find something, it makes you wonder if Ben Cooper is just conserving some tires, knowing he has to last 4 heat races throughout the weekend. But still a good sign for the likes of Martin Stone, Sean Owens, Yater David, and others to show that there is still a chance here for these guys.
Let's go down to pit lane for more here. Emery down with Kyle Wick.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Here with Kyle Wick. Kyle, it's been a good weekend. You and Danny have been P1 and P2 pretty much every session. Last session, it looked like you were just a little bit off. Tell me how more you feel like you find that extra pace.
We'll just keep working on it. Changing the pipes before the race threw everything off on the carburation and stuff. So this time they did kind of the same thing to us, made us change the exhaust at the last minute, and hopefully we compensated better, and we made some minor chassis changes, and hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, last time through you started on the inside, did not get the whole shot. This time Danny's opted to go for the outside. Was there anything you noticed on that first start as to how you can maybe improve it for this one?
Yeah, I had myself angled a little bit incorrectly, and I just need to be a bit more aggressive with the rock. I haven't done it in a while.
All right. Looking for a better start, but a good pace so far this weekend for Kyle Wick. We'll see what he can do here in heat number 2. Back to you guys.
He's got a front row starting spot, so he should at least be able to have a good jump in that regard. And depending on what Danny picks, it might give him the clean side of the racetrack or the inside. Either way, it's not a bad place to roll off from in a gearbox category. 2 to go here in VLR Master as we continue to close this one down and get to our final class of the day. And it's been just kind of a waiting game right now from second back to 5th. They've all just rubber banded closer or further away from each other. Nobody throwing any crazy moves at each other at the moment. And it's just been, again, Martin Stone, Sean Owens there in second on the blue, white, and yellow. Then you got Renato Yader David, then Miguel Mir. Daniel Jones runs in the 6th spot ahead of Carlos Fonseca. And the rest of the grid kind of all just spread apart about a second to 2 seconds away, as you can see the intervals on the left-hand side of your screen. White flag for Ben Cooper, and almost perfectly matching that gap. It stays at 9.5 tenths.
Yeah, it's still, Ben Cooper still has the upper hand here, right? Because he's matching the lap times of Martin Stone that time by, not as quick. Martin Stone had the advantage of Sean Owens giving him a bit of a push there, and Renato Yader David goes purple to 46.8, but still matching Ben Cooper's lap out front, and Ben Cooper did it without a push and without a toe. So I think the RPG Cosmic still has a bit of pace advantage over the guys in 2nd through 5th here, but it's still smiles all around probably for these guys after the first heat, thinking that they were way out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them some confidence. Might also be, again, like you said earlier, the bit of just playing a bit of poker, and Cooper keeping the cards to himself. For now, though, it was more than enough to sweep all the laps and all the heats today. Ben Cooper wins heat 2. Stone, Owens, Yader David, Mir, and on back. Fonseca hangs on over Daniel Jones. He gets around him late to take over that 6th position. And then the spread on down the rest of your VLR Masters. So they're wrapped up on the racetrack here. We'll take our final commercial break of the afternoon, and we come back with our final session of the afternoon. Pro Rock Shifter coming your way when we return. Here's a look at the starting grid as they get set to roll off. Kyle Wick, of course, was second to Formal, but you can see based on where they've lined up in the grid spots that Danny wants the clean side of the racetrack. It worked for him in the opening heat race when he qualified second, so might as well keep on rolling with what works. So he starts on the outside of the front row, even though he won heat number 1. There he is. The Costa Rican was flat flying in the first heat race and came by joking. He's like, hey, stock pipe, doesn't matter. I'm ready to rip, and we'll be the ones to beat. So Kyle Wick, you heard from him in his interview. He mentioned that it just felt like they didn't adjust enough to compensate. Now with, again, another impound part that they've put with the drivers, hopefully the GFC boys have him dialed in from the outside of the front row. Then back to third, of course, Hunter Pickett, just consistent, clean, smooth start. Ran third, finished third. He rolls off alongside his PSL karting teammate, who we spoke to moments ago, Marin Kremers, who has got that front-end geometry back all fixed up from the little barrier mishap with a few laps to go, pushing for more. The number 1 plate is still right on track with his plan for the weekend to just continue to stay in those top 3 rows for a good starting spot. There's the Kart in Italian Motors USA factory driver David Lewinsky here, ready for his 2 starts in Las Vegas to finish off the year. He rolls off 5th in a kind of under-the-radar type of opening heat. Close, but not necessarily making too much noise for anyone to see him coming. And to the outside of him lining up, we've got the flying Jamaican Colin Daly. What a run he had in heat number 1. That around the outside move was just absolutely spectacular down at turn number 1. And if you thought that was exciting, I'm sure he's got something else up his sleeve to try and get a spot by here in heat number 2. David Greco was the guy that was defending that had the outside move done onto him, but he was still able to hang on for 7th after a good start. The Canadian rolls off to the inside of Michael Avancino, who drove up a number of spots in that opening heat race to crack the top 10. He rolls off 8th. Brian Keck on the Ron White Racing CRG, and then Billy Musgrave on row number 5. And then you continue to go back to find the big names that roll off way back in the field that had some issues in heat number 1. How about Giorgio Carrara outside the top 20? Remo Ruscetti. Jacob Gulick, who qualified 3rd, rolls off tail end of the grid. There's Remo back on the screen getting fired up there, and a handful more. There's Giorgio Carrara. He'll fire that inner MS Kart Republic as well. So we've got about probably 3 or 4 really quick cars coming from the back of the grid here in heat number 2, and 30-plus deep pro rock shifter. There's a look straight to him. The 416 GFC of Jacob Gulick has his work cut out for him here, but a good run could send a wave of confidence for both himself and a bit of fear into the rest of the grid, knowing that he's got a bit fresher tires and he already starts high in heat number 3. Just got to get through this start and pick him off.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything to go off of, I mean, Billy Musgrave had to do exactly what Gulick's going to try to do this one. I mean, Musgrave from 30th to 10th, there's no reason why a guy like Jacob Gulick, who has had the pace most definitely rolling off, who started or qualified 3rd for the first heat, I think he has a chance at least for a top 10. But, I mean, if things get as chaotic as they did in that first heat, there's no reason why the GFC driver can't maybe find himself in a top 10, top 5 starting position for tomorrow's 3rd heat race. Kyle Wick messing around a little bit with the radiator there, but Formal, he has been the guy to beat. He didn't qualify on pole, but kind of still expected this, right? This is a Danny Formal style racetrack. Not a lot of grip down. It's still getting put down. A big, tall guy like Formal able to shift the weight better than most, and he's able to just roll a little bit more speed through the center of the corner, and it's really paying off so far for him.
Well, as the outlap gets underway again, we are fully shaded on the racetrack. Temperature starting to cool back down here as we get to the final part of the day. A huge thank you to everyone for tuning in from wherever you may be around the world. Over on the East Coast, it's already, again, at 7:50, just pushing 8 p.m. So good evening to all of you. Of course, over in Europe, we're getting towards the middle of the night, and we've got some Australians tuning in who I think are just kicking their day off. So a good morning to you guys as well. We're back for another full day of action, the exact same timetable tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Pacific. It'll be 1:45 p.m. Eastern time here in the U.S. that we will turn the cameras on and go straight into the 3rd heat race for VLR Rock Jr. And then, of course, through the entire 10-class lineup for them, ending off with the Pro Rock Shifters that back cleanup here this weekend. So Formal opted for the outside, the cleaner side. You heard Kremer say he thinks that'll be a pretty good benefit, but Danny's got to get fully clear of Kyle Wick before they get into turns 1 and 2. Otherwise, if Wick is still there, I don't see a way that the Costa Rican, as quick as he's been, can roll the second groove around the outside at such low speeds and still be able to come out with the lead by turn 3. So that's what's going to make this start so critical. It's all about the whole shot off the line as the last bit of the field files on in. And then top of your screen, don't forget Remo Ruscetti on that gray, white, and red Ital Kart. Jacob Gulick on the black and white GFC. Giorgio Carrara on the Inter MS Kart Republic. And more that had issues in heat number 1, have basically brand new tires, and are ready to roll from the back of the grid. Race director Chuck Yoder, for the final time today, sends us to the lighting system there on the gantry. Here we go for the final time. Pro Rock Shifter, lights on. Danny Formal, Kyle Wick, heat 2, who gets it? Formal easily gets the jump by turn number 1. Nearly a full kart length ahead as they go through 2. Wick into second. Kremers with a great jump for third is Hunter Pickett getting swallowed alive right now, and he'll lose about 5 more spots in turn 3.
Yeah, what a start from the entire outside lane. I mean, it was Formal, Kremers, and Lewinsky all first, third, and fifth. We're now first, third, and fourth. So what a start. The outside lane, definitely the place you want it to be in this heat, so to speak. But so far, so good for Danny Formal. Kyle Wick going to slot into second. Kremers with, he said in the interview there, surprised that he had the pace that he did. He finds himself in the third. Let's see what he can do now at the highest spot that he's been all weekend long.
Down the front straightaway, Kyle Wick, 1 car length back, close enough as Formal weaves a little bit through turns 1 and 2. We get over to 3. Kyle is much closer to start this one, so maybe he'll have a chance at him as a little look to the inside by the Italian Motors USA factory driver David Lewinsky for the third spot. Wick all over Formal over to 8th though. Can he make something happen here in turn 9 and kind of catch the Costa Rican off guard early when the tires are cold? A good exit there on the backstretch. I don't know if it's enough. Formal's going to hear him. Wick, yeah, he has to go to the outside. Formal starting to block. He'll park it on the apex as they come out of turn number 12.
Yeah, this plays into Kremers' hands a little bit there with the pace that those top 2 have shown. Kremers knows that on raw speed, he probably doesn't have what it takes to keep up with the RPG and GFC driver, but if they keep fighting up front, Kremers' going to have a chance here, and Lewinsky too. Don't count the Ital driver out. He's up in the 4th. Kremers thought about a move, but Wick had to go defensive there. It's going to give Formal a little bit of breathing room, but so far, Kyle Wick, clips maybe the inside barrier there. What do you think, Xander?
It was tight. They got the curbing out as well, so that normally can save them, and you could get away with just kissing the front tire around the inside apex as David Lewinsky, wow, right to the inside and straight into the side pot of Marin Kremers, who is now just trying to find a hole to get down low, but Colin Daly is right there to fill the gap, so he's going to force Marin to just go to the outside, inside, dirty part of the circuit, and that has backed them up majorly. Now Kremers inside, Lewinsky, that was rough. Lewinsky with a Euro swerve to Kremers, and now a little bit of karma. Lewinsky's going to lose 2 spots there with the aggressive hip check as getting around him with some heads-up drive. And how about it from Michael Avancino? And, of course, as well, Colin Daly just finds a hole, gets up. The flying Jamaican, P5.
Yeah, what driving from all these guys. Like you said, Lewinsky there. I mean, a bit of a hip check. Probably, oh, wow, that was close. Hunter Pickett forcing his way through on Lewinsky, and now Lewinsky's going to lose a handful of spots. He's going to be outside the top 7, maybe even top 8. Dives back on the inside there, the 459. Lewinsky being pretty much the most aggressive driver on the grid right now, but it's not helping his chances at all in a top 5 finish here, so he has fallen back quite a bit on the Ital Kart. Musgrave, not a great start considering he started in P10. He's down in P12, so didn't have the start he would have wanted.
Check this out. Look at the LN card here. Back of this group, that's Hannah Greenemeyer. I think she's gotten that bumper pretty much dislodged, but it's somehow still hanging on by a thread. It's definitely used up. She's okay for the moment, just on the outside edge of the top 10 and 11. And look at this. Kyle Wick is still right there on the big guy. Danny Formal is feeling the heat here from Washington's Kyle Wick on the black and white GFC. Then it's a big gap. They can fight all they want. It's a 2.5 to Kremers. And then there's a look at Greenemeyer. The left side's down, the right side's up, but the bolts are still in place, even if the bolts are twisted. One more shot to Greenemeyer's rear bumper, and it could break. For now, it looks like it's dragging, and that's probably making it a little bit hard to get through those right-handers when the car leans on the left rear tire and it digs into the ground.
Yeah, we saw some sparks flying there with the sun going down a little bit there, so that was a pretty cool shot. But let's hope for Hannah Greenemeyer's shake. She doesn't have a lot of karting laps this year, moving up into the F4 category. So on some of her one-off races there, let's hope that she can get a good finish, or at least finish the race. So far, so good. Like you said, Xander, those bolts are still hanging on just slightly. But, I mean, how about Hannah Greenmeyer? She doesn't have the laps that most of these guys around her have in the shifter category, but putting together a pretty solid run. I mean, to be ahead of a legend like Billy Musgrave is nothing to sneeze about.
Yeah, and again, behind a multi-time Canadian champ in David Greco right there as they run 10th, 11th, and 12th. Hunter Pickett's comeback drive is still going there as you saw him go by, but the top two head-to-head, Kyle Wick, Danny Formal, trading blows of lap times by about 100th or so per lap. I mean, Wick is just stalking him at this point, trying to force Danny to use his tires up a little more, defend, go offline, work those front tires in to try and park it and really just lock the brakes up. Any mistake he can get out of the big guy could be huge, but even then, if all he does is just make him work for it all race, he puts himself in a much better spot. Kremer's probably a big fan of that as well as he rides in third. And further back, check this out. Jacob Gulick is up another spot. He gets around Greco. Jacob Gulick from dead last on the grid. He's up to now 12th. And working with him was Carol Pashewicz, who was going forward. Carrara's up to 21st. Remo Ruschetti, 19th here as Formal continues to play defense from Kyle Wick for the lead.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick answering your question about how high he can get up. He's already up to 12th, like you said. The question is, I mean, Danny Formal is such an experienced driver. I mean, there comes a point where it's almost better off to let Wick go by rather than defend and cook your tires. But so far, that's one of the Burrell drivers. I think it might be Martella. He might be out of this one on the front straightaway, but so far it's still Formal leading. But like you said, Kyle Wick is conserving some tires to sit in second place. Formal's going to have to use a little bit more to run this diamond line that he's doing, using the fronts more than he would like.
Yeah, either way, this is still, even if he doesn't win this battle, a very good lesson learned here for Kyle Wick of where he would need to maybe use the bumper a little bit as you saw him get in the middle of the back end of Formal through turn number 8 that time. But just learning, knowing what he has to do to try and make some moves happen on Sunday, because he can just, again, this is a test session. Just as much as it is testing equipment on the car, it's testing your racecraft and the testing out the track. Where are the limits? What can I do? What do I have to do to get around someone as experienced, as fast, as smart as Danny Formal, who has been able to make his RPG Cosmic really wide since the drop of this green?
Yeah, Formal doing a really, really good job, almost David Greco style that we saw in the first heat, to where he's just doing enough to keep the driver behind him. In that section of the racetrack, through turns 4 through about turn 8, Formal seems to have enough of a launch out of the corner. He's kept the rears underneath him enough to where it's making it difficult for Kyle Wick to make a move on him. But Kyle Wick, I thought he might have gone for a move there. That was the first time that Formal didn't defend in the turn 10 all race long. So Wick maybe would have had a chance there, but Wick playing it smart, like you said, just almost praying against Danny Formal there to see where he can make a move as the sun peeks his way back out just enough to maybe get in the driver's eye in some of these corners.
The other part, I mean, while Formal's having to work harder, working the fronts on braking, of course, Wick's working those fronts with that tick of aero wash behind the guys. So in that full speed turn 1-2 complex where they just drop one gear quickly, lift off, and then get back on the power, it's a lot of high speed. You'd like to have that extra downforce on the front nose, and you don't get it as they come out of turn number 9 over to 10 and 11. Let's see, Wick is really close there. Formal back low, blocks it off, and again, he's not even looking back most of the time. He's playing it just off of how loud he can hear Kyle Wick's engine behind him, and that's what's so impressive about the big guy and why he is as talent, as experienced, and as decorated as he is as a driver here, both in karts and, of course, in about everything with 4 wheels and an engine. 2 to go next time by. The one other factor that hasn't been a factor yet is that red and white machine coming into frame. Marian Kremers is now down to 1.5 seconds back from Wick. Just a little bit closer, just in case something happens. He's there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, this time around, Formal, that was one of the better laps that he's put together. About a half car length advantage, and it sounds crazy to say, but that's just enough to make him maybe take a deep breath almost. As Formal out of turn 10 and 11 there, a kart length now over Kyle Wick. That is the most daylight that I've seen between those two drivers all race long, and now that Formal hasn't had to defend, Kremers lost about a 10th there. So I think the Burrell Art driver is still not as quick as these two guys, but like you said, I mean, if anything goes wrong, we've seen crazier things happen. Marian Kremers is still in with a shot here. He'll take a top 3 though.
At this point, the gap's starting to open up for the top 2, but I want to take one quick moment here to talk about the battle for 4th. Again, what a fantastic job Colin Daly on that DR North America entry has done to carve up at a place where nobody's been able to pass and make some passes happen there. He's gotten away. Michael Avancino, for a guy that has literally made 0 regular season national shifter starts in 2023, to be running in the top 5 right now, ahead of multiple factory level drivers, is super impressive. Lewinsky got around Hunter Pickett there. He's back up to 6, recovering from the one mistake he had of driving Kremers a little bit rougher. And so he should have a net neutral ending. And here it is for the final run in the top 2 drivers on the final lap. Can Wick pull a rabbit out of the hat, or is this one up to the big guy? Coming out of turn 9, 10, 11, over to 12. One more corner to block. Wick goes for the over-under. He won't be able to pull it off. He'll be on the bumper, though, over to 11, 12, 13, 14. Not going to happen. Danny Formal is going to win Heat 2 here in Pro Rock Shifter by just a nose. Wick second, Kremers, Daly, Avancino in 5th, Lewinsky 6th, Hunter Pickett, Brian Keck, Jacob Gulick goes all the way from last to 9th. Impressive stuff for the 416.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Jacob Gulick on board the GFC kart. I mean, proving that they still have one of the best karts to make something happen there coming up on Sunday, but still 2 rounds of heats left tomorrow. But how about Danny Formal? He's going to sweep the day in the shifter class, but it's not as easy as it was in the first heat, Xander. Kyle Wick made it difficult for him, only 700th between the 2 of them, and Wick actually went purple with about 2 to go there, so proving that he still had tires left underneath him. It'll be curious to see what happens tomorrow. Who has the better tires? I mean, Gulick has the best tires out of all of them. He didn't really finish many laps in that first heat race, so Gulick's in a really good spot. Obviously doesn't have the good finishes that Wick and Formal and others have, but Gulick right now seems to be one of the fastest drivers on the grid. I mean, Giorgio Carrara as well, one of the guys that had to start in the back of the grid, didn't do nearly as much damage as Gulick did, only 19th for Carrara.
Here's a look at the scale line behind them there. You saw, like you said, the drivers coming through the grid. Some that made a big impact, some that did not. Kyle Wick coming up there, giving a quick handshake to the big guy, Danny Formal, saying, hey, good job, good battle. Tried to get around you, was just riding as well, and they will be making their way through once the penalties come in, which there may be a couple from that one. It was still a pretty clean one, and I'm sure for the guys up front, happy to see that and not be in the lottery at turn number 3 that has claimed so many victims over the course of the day, and of course claimed a number of drivers in that first Pro Rock Shifter heat. So now move the cone out. These guys will roll on through the scale line, and we'll get to chat with them. And you can see all of them just kind of debriefing with each other of where they're at on the day. At least it smiles for the first guys we'll see. Formal, Wick, and Kremers may not be as happy further back, but good to see Colin Daly smiling. One heck of a drive here. Just a good, consistent day here from the Jamaican.
Yeah, he's been super quick. I mean, the top 4 there for the DR kart. Not a bad showing for Colin Daly, especially after the qualifying that he had. Wasn't as good as he maybe would have expected, especially around a track like this, that he's notoriously been pretty good at around the ROK the Rio racetracks, whatever circuit they decide to make. But a top 4 finish is certainly really, really good for him on board the DR kart there. Kremers, about as good as he probably would have expected after the practice and qualifying that he had, so he'll take a top 3 all day. Still lacking about a tenth and a half compared to the top 2 on raw speed, but so far so good for the Dutch driver there.
Yeah, overall, just another spot up for Marian here. 4th in Heat 1, 3rd in Heat 2, makes up some ground. There's a look here. We can see down on the pit lane, Emery, and he's got, of course, our top finishers in it, so we'll go one by one and chat with each of our superstars. First up, let's talk to the big guy here, Danny Formal, with the awesome defense from lap 1. It felt like all the way to the end. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Danny, it was a really good race for you there. You were really under fire from Kyle, which maybe you weren't so much in the first heat, but talk to me about how you were able to kind of defend against him and then ultimately hang on right at the end.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The go-kart was on rails in the first race, and we didn't really change much. The weather changed, and it was really slippery out there for me. I went up at the beginning of the race half a second, and I got progressively faster, but Kyle was just overall faster than me this heat race, and he drove very clean. We had a moment in the last corner because I missed the gear and he hit me pretty hard in the back, but he did nothing wrong. So yeah, it was a really good race, I think. Kyle and I right now a little bit faster than everyone else. We had a nice little gap to 3rd place. But yeah, we'll keep working. Now that the tires are going away, we need to find a little bit more grip. But
yeah, congrats to Gary, to Kyle, and everyone under GFC. They've been really hard to beat so far this event. Yeah, 2 heat wins is let's say a blessing right now. Heat 1, I definitely think had the best go-kart, and Heat 2, Kyle had the best go-kart. I just got the whole shot, so yeah, we'll go back on the draw board and work and try to find a little more grip so I could fight Kyle a little harder.
Yeah, and you mentioned the lack of grip there and kind of how that caught you by surprise. Is that something you had noticed throughout the weekend? Because it kind of seemed like, I mean, the track's been ramping up. Is there a moment where you kind of realized earlier in the weekend that was the case, or was this the first time you really felt that loss of grip?
To be honest, that's the first time I felt no grip. Even in practice, 3-4 session old tires, the grip level was always pretty good. I was struggling everywhere, really. Especially the low-speed stuff, where my go-kart was extremely good in Heat 1, was extremely bad in Heat 2. Especially here, this left-hander in the middle of the corner of the track. Kyle would bump you every time. Just, it wasn't intentional that was slowing down so much. You just could carry so much more speed than me. But yeah, happy, grateful with RPG, OTK for, giving me the go-kart to race. And yeah, 2 for 2, that's important. 2 whole shots so far, and we'll keep on working.
All right, Danny Formal walks away with a really good win, able to hang on against Kyle Wick, who we're going to grab right here. Kyle, this race went a lot better than the last one for you. You were able to really stay it right on Danny's bumper. What changed for you?
We made a couple little chassis changes and a little carburation change, and it made a big difference. We're going to keep working at it and get closer.
Yeah, what do you notice from a racecraft standpoint? I mean, you were right on his bumper for most of the race, where it was thin striking distance. Where do you feel like you're going to be able to find that last little bit to make the pass?
We just need to be able to position ourselves closer and into the braking zones, but Danny's really good at knowing when you're close enough to be in striking distance and close the door. So we just got to catch him by surprise a bit, and hopefully we can get around him.
And he mentioned, one last thing, he mentioned that it was a little bit more free for him, kind of caught him by surprise. Did you notice the same thing, or was it a little bit different for you?
No, it was definitely a little freer that time. The lap times didn't really change substantially. I think it's just the sun went down, and I think it'll be back to where it was tomorrow.
All right, Kyle Wick was right there pressuring him. He comes away with a P2, and real quickly, we'll see if we can grab Marian Kremers here, finishing off in 3rd position. Marian.
You're lucky, Kyle.
A little bit of words there. Marian, you came close. You were iffy on pace within about a 10th or 2, but just not quite enough to get up there. Challenged you. Where do you feel like you were lacking?
A bit of track position. I mean, I had a good start, got into 3rd, and then I managed to stay with them, lacking a little bit on corner exit, but I have good top speed now, so that's good. But yeah, I was just controlling behind them, trying to stay in 3rd, but then David sent it in from far, got around me, had a big moment in turn 1, trying to get back around David, and then yeah, by then these guys were checked out, so I drove away from the group behind me, and then I just wanted to conserve my tires a little bit. I mean, I used the tires a lot that first heat when I bent the steering column, so yeah, I just wanted to conserve a little bit in this one and then come out swinging tomorrow.
Yeah, and one last thing about the tire wear. I mean, it looks like you have been pretty decent on tires, but if you notice something over the course of the weekend, where do you feel like the tire wears most, and how is it compared to kind of what you expected?
It's actually better than I expected. These tires put down quite a bit of rubber, so the first day the track was slippery, but it's getting better every session and it's still improving, so that's great. It's a lot of fun to drive. The tire wear isn't as bad at all, but yeah, as long as you go cut straight, I mean. So I think we'll be all right. 2 more heats, it should be fine.
All right, Marian Kremers continues to get better this weekend, finishes off this heat in position number 3. A good effort for him and a good effort from everyone in your Pro Shifter category. Back to you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Emery. There we hear from the top 3 in the ROK Shifter category. I mean, Xander, what stands out to you as a whole throughout the day that really is you're going to tomorrow excited or maybe curious about what you can expect maybe in the headline divisions or in some of those other divisions?
I mean, I was actually a little bit surprised and at the same time impressed with how well Formal was able to defend. We saw with Greco, the part where Daly got him around the outside is, he was just parking it, thinking that all he had to do was just stop on the bottom and not, wait until it hit you and then hit the gas so you can't get crossed over. That, was a little bit extreme, but for Formal, he knew exactly to go to the center, just enough to not get the crossover, but not anywhere close enough to let you get alongside him. And I mean, he was picture perfect, right? So honestly, Kremers called it pretty well with the interview that he gave earlier in the week, saying that, hey, I think that, this race is going to probably be a little bit argy-bargy to get around because we're good enough at defending at this point, and the track layout's going to lend itself to it to that same degree. They don't have the pushback bumpers. That's going to make that final very fun for us to watch, knowing they're not worried if a guy starts defending too early for the respect level. They might just have to get onto the chrome horn and move him out of the way. And beyond that, you know, the ROK GP senior class, how different the 125 classes and really the 100cc classes look, with names that we're used to seeing at the front struggling, teams we're used to seeing at the front struggling, and then on the flip side, teams that we're used to maybe not seeing at the front being at the front here this weekend. You know, with how, not that the PSL karting guys haven't been strong at the Miami races, but they seem like their ROK program is even better, and a big credit to the AM Engines program that they've got. On the flip side, RPG with the ROK GP motors they've had and their package on the Levanto didn't look as fast today, didn't look as sporty, and to, you know, a little bit on their credit, getting kind of shafted around in the midfield doesn't help that either, and getting beaten up. But kudos for Blake Nash. Harley Keeble finds a way to be fast, and that was cool. He didn't seem confident earlier in this week. And then for the 100cc classes, I think the last thing that I've really come to like about this racetrack is with the way the straightaways versus the low-speed stuffs come apart, and that they can run a decent enough gear that they're not just revving just to rev. They're not necessarily having to pack race. I mean, Chase Hand kind of held that gap all the way through in heat number 2. In junior, same thing. So, sure, if they dive bomb each other all the time, like, it can turn into a pack, but that's not an often sight we see, that 100cc racing can be somewhere looking more like a 125 race where there's a little tow, but you can break away by yourself. That's cool.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, shout out to the ROK guys for putting together a pretty awesome layout here for ROK the Rio. Like you said, I mean, I was going to mention that as well with Chase Hand. He was able to just keep that gap at a solid 2-3 car length the entire race, and really never had to sweat too much besides just how hot it was outside today. But yeah, like you mentioned with Formal, Wick said it pretty good. Formal seems to have that sixth sense where he just knows when you're going to go for a move before you decide to go for it, and it's really, really hard to pass him. And he had just enough speed, even though he's complained about, you know, being a little free, right? At least it was in the center of the corner to where you can kind of almost wait, like you said, for the guy to bump you and then move up out of the corner there. But Colin Daly as well, another driver that's really impressed me today, probably the most impressive out of the ROK shifter category, along with Billy Musgrave. Even though in the second heat race, I'd say a bit of a quiet one for him, considering he moved up 20 spots. He actually fell back a few in that second heat. So maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him tomorrow, because today he lost his voice a bit, so he didn't really want to do much of an interview. So hopefully we can talk to Billy tomorrow if his voice is up for it, and really see what happened in the second heat race. But to speak on the ROK Senior GP side, I mean, I am and I'm not surprised with Morgado's pace, right? He showed it in the ROK Winter Tour. He's been undefeated in every single event so far in the ROK category, but I'm surprised with how easy it seemed to have come for him. I thought after the qualifying we saw, where it was 2/10 spread across the top 10, we'd have guys challenge the Burrell Art drivers, but so far it's been the only challenger, Diego Ramos, and he hasn't really been able to do much with it.
Well, I agree. I think Ramos is the only one that we've seen to this point. Keeble, you could make an argument for, and Nash is almost there. Same with Ingrata. Either way, though, we get to at least find out, and we don't have to wait too long till tomorrow. 1:45 p.m. Eastern, we are back live, folks, again from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. You've watched Kart Chasers covered from day 1 of 3 for us being live from Las Vegas for ROK Vegas 2023. As the sun begins to set, the partying continues here in the city, but for the racing, it's back underway at 1:45 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Pacific time. On-track action kicks off at 9, and of course, all the way through to main events. We're halfway there to setting our grids up for ROK Vegas' Sunday.